Good morning, bom day, bom día. Estamos tan felices de estar acá finalmente. Tenemos representación de muchísimos países de América Latina y nos encontramos muy orgullosos de poder hacer esto por primera vez acá en San José, Costa Rica, en el Parque La Libertad. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a este evento Alfabetización Informacional en la Era de la Interrupción. Es el evento inaugural para América Latina en donde pretendemos iniciar el hub de DCN en América Latina o DCN en Latin America. Primero que todo, queremos saludar a las autoridades que nos acompañan. Muy buenos días a la señora Elizabeth M. Allen, Acting Undersecretary for Heating for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs del Departamento de Estado de Estados Unidos. Muy buenos días a Linnea Allison, parte del equipo de Educational and Cultural Affairs del Departamento de Estado, a quien le guardamos muchísimo cariño por su liderazgo y por mover este tipo de programas. También muy buenos días al señor Nikos Panayuto, él es el presidente de DCN Global. Y muy buenos días a don Patricio Morera, director ejecutivo de la casa de nosotros los próximos 2 días, el Parque La Libertad, y un lugar que acá en Costa Rica queremos muchísimo por su acción social y por el impacto que hace en las comunidades menos favorecidas alrededor. Significa movilidad social para muchos y muchas personas de acá y estamos muy orgullosos de recibirles en este lugar. Primero que todo, quiero llamar acá para que nos regale sus palabras al señor Nikos Panayuto, que nos va a dar la bienvenida. Un aplauso, por favor.
Good morning and thank you. I would like to invite as well as Frana Kwiatkowska, Vice President and actually a very good friend and a very active member of this, and please, Frana. My name is Nikos Panagiotou. I don't expect you to remember my surname, so you can call me Nikos, or as a good friend is calling me El Profesor from the famous Netflix stories of La Casa de Papel. I'm not going after this professor legacy, but I'm just a professor. I come from Greece, and what I realized when I reached here, I remembered from the history classes that I had in the secondary education that Costa Rica was the first country that recognized officially Greece. We had our independence on the same year, 1821, as in Romania as well, where Diana comes from a prestigious member as well of the DCN board and community, as well as Costa Rica was the country that it was the first one that recognized the Greek independence. So we are deeply touched for being here. We would like to devote this event to a person that he inspired and supported us a lot, Vladimir Spencer, that he should have been here, but something kept him outside. Vlad, I know that you can hear us. This event is devoted to you, to Linnea Allison as well, that you have been the very strong supporters and people that inspired us a lot of what we're doing. Acting Undersecretary, thank you very much for being with us and signaling actually the support of a major effort of DCN in order to expand further, in order actually what we say to connect the dots. Franak?
Dear friends, DCN, welcome to DCN family. Perceive DCN as your family, as your community. DCN, it's about friendship, it's about exchanging ideas, it's about experimentation, it's about creativity, and it's about working for a better world. We are really happy to open this chapter, and we hope each of you will be involved in DCN activities in the future. We hope that together, with your minds, with your ideas, with your skills, we will be able to make the world better, to stop wars, and definitely to fight disinformation and propaganda. This is our topic for today's conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. So now we would like to introduce to Acting Undersecretary Elizabeth Allen, please, to have some words for you, with you. Este lo hice en inglés, mi Spanglish está un poquito...
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, DCN family. I am so honored to be here. I came from Washington, D.C. yesterday. I am joined here by some colleagues also from Washington, from our public diplomacy and public affairs family. We think a lot about combating misinformation, disinformation in Washington, and sometimes it can feel a bit like an academic exercise when we're thinking so much about policy on paper. And I just have to say how energizing it is to be in a room like this, knowing that it takes all of us working together to really make a difference. And so it's with that spirit that I'm so pleased to join you today. I'll just say a few things about how this partnership really means a lot to us, and how this expansion into the Americas is a meaningful and necessary step forward, and then really I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you this morning. So let me just say that earlier this year, when Secretary of State Tony Blinken was in Los Angeles for the Summit of the Americas, he gathered nearly 200 journalists from the Western Hemisphere to discuss media freedom. And it was there that he announced our intention to expand the DCN into the Americas. He stressed that the United States supports the communications industry, media freedom, and frankly, grassroots journalism, knowing that it's community leaders like all of you who are really going to make a difference in terms of penetrating audiences. So for me, it is an enormous privilege to be here following up on his commitment and to represent the Department of State to echo that same message and to help formally launch the DCN into the Americas. Today's event brings a new model of partnership to the Americas, a tried and tested model that has proven to be successful over the past 7 years, growing from a concept to a network over 10,000 strong. And I hope that's what so many of you take away today, is that you're joining a family, a community, as Nikos and Franix said. This is a program and a network that is here to support each other, and what we're learning in Eastern Europe and Africa can be extended to what we're going to learn here in the Americas and vice versa. It's critical that this is a global effort, not just a regional and local one, and we're so pleased to be able to join the rest of the network with all of you here today. We know that a modern, nimble network that works across borders to protect civil society, free speech, and media freedom all over the world should sound simple, right? But we, of course, know that it's not. The global spread of disinformation, violence against journalists, which we feel acutely in this region, and state-sponsored censorship and intimidation, exacerbated both by economic threats but also humanitarian ones. These pose threats to the integrity of the media industry and of freedom to the press, something that as communications professionals we think a lot about, right? It's not just about narrative, it's about the environment into which those narratives are being fed. We know that a high prevalence of disinformation and propaganda, whether we're talking about COVID or food security or climate change or voting or human rights or racism or war, it prevents citizens from accessing the facts. And those facts are necessary for making informed decisions. It increases political polarization by design. We know that the information space is being weaponized. We know that it's a theater of competition. And we know that unless we prevent it from being used for bad, we're not going to make sure that it's used for good. The United States is certainly not immune to this problem itself. We know that, and we come to this conversation with humility about that. I'd love to stand here today and say that together we can stop these malign actors and the lies they propagate dead in their tracks, but that's simply not true. You know that, I know that. The problems are too deep and too wide. As I like to say, again, countering disinformation is not just a narrative issue. It is not just about calling out lies and countering them with truths. It's about fundamentally confronting the structures that make the spread of those lies possible. So we need to be increasing digital literacy and internet freedom on top of media freedom. We know that our adversaries are playing by a different set of rules. But I can say with certainty that unless we work together across border sectors and social and generational divides, it will get worse. So since we are here all together today, in the spirit of collaboration and optimism, it is good to be able to think that we can make a dent and make a difference in this problem. That is, of course, where all of you come in, including those of you watching on the live stream. Hello to everyone joining us on the live stream, and thank you very much to our technical producers for having you join us today. We talked about how the DCN is now a 10,000-person strong consortium dedicated to combating disinformation and malign influence. And it's really about you all ensuring that access to facts and fact-based information by people around the world is what moves our democracy and democratic values forward. We know it's a big responsibility, but it's also what brings us all here today. We are bound by the common responsibility to try to move the free flow of information, however daunting that task may feel. And we know that the DCN is up to the task. How do we know that? I'll just give you one example, and some of you may be familiar with this from your colleagues in Eastern Europe. A mere 2 weeks after Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the DCN launched #HumansForUkraine, a multimedia campaign created to disseminate messaging to counter the influx of Russian disinformation. It was the DCN that quickly mobilized international public opinion against the invasion and provided accurate reporting in over 19 languages. And let me say, as someone who has the privilege of sitting down every morning in Washington with leaders like the Secretary of State, members of the White House and the National Security Council, I talked about the DCN and we talked about the DCN constantly in terms of our communication strategy around what was happening in Ukraine. And we know that what the government can do, what the US government or any government can do, is inherently limited, both by what we're regulated to do and also when we decide how our voice should be used. And so we have come to the table in the wake of Russia-Ukraine with a keen awareness that it's third-party, credible community voices that are really the difference makers in getting fact-based, free information flowing through audiences. And the DCN has been an oft-cited partner in those efforts. I was going to only use one example, but let me cite two, just because I have it here and I'm so proud of it. The COVID response. Many of you know that the COVID response was plagued with an infodemic about vaccines and the implications of the disease itself. But at the very outset of the pandemic, the DCN hosted regular webinars to shine a bright light on COVID-related disinformation. By connecting digital communities around the world with investigative journalists, data scientists, and other frontline counter-disinformation practitioners, the webinars served as an important conduit for sharing accurate information about the virus, a critical effort for humanitarian and economic purposes. And as Secretary Blinken has noted previously, quote, information is a public good, crucial to everything we do, to every decision we make. And to that point, I want to share with you, in terms of our personal commitment to this issue, when Secretary Blinken and I were in New York City last month for the United Nations General Assembly Week, the very first public event that he did, and I accompanied him, was an event with exiled journalists and activists in the freedom of expression space to be able to show our commitment to this. It is critically important because, as we said at that time, being able to solve every other challenge out there and being able to understand even what the problems are to solve relies on the flow of true information. So really, a free press, a vibrant information space that allows free information and truthful information to break through is really critical to everyone's geopolitical efforts, economic efforts, humanitarian efforts, and all the rest. We know that it's the very foundation upon which progress is going to rest. So, on behalf of the Department of State, we look forward to supporting you. We look forward to supporting the DCN's growth in the Americas, and moreover, to supporting your efforts to counter disinformation and bolster strong, free, more resilient information in the Western Hemisphere. As you all decide the direction that the DCN will take, we look forward to being your partner. This is really your network, and we are here to support you and to be your partners going forward in our collective efforts. We can do that by providing content, resources, and using our convening power, which we sure will do. It is our sincerest hope that you will use this launch and this event today and tomorrow to its fullest potential, forging partnerships and platforms to advance your work. So make sure for all the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks that y'all talk to each other, because it's this network that's going to make a difference. In closing, I'd like to offer a very special thank you to the DCN Global Board, many who are joining us here today. They are tirelessly dedicated to this mission, and it is a truly global one. It is my honor to be here as your partner. Thank you for having us. And to all of our speakers, we are so excited to hear from you next. I am very, very excited to see your enthusiasm and your willingness to help build this network. I'm really so pleased to be here today, and I look forward to meeting most of you. We're so very proud of how far this network has come so far and where you're all going to take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to introduce, ahora le damos la bienvenida a Patricio Morera, nuestro director ejecutivo acá en el Parque Metropolitano La Libertad. Bienvenido, Patricio.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todas y todos. ¿Cómo están? Muy bien, como la mayoría entiendo habla español, entonces voy a hablar en español. Por supuesto, un cordial recibimiento a las personas que nos acompañan de otros lugares, especially for Miss Allen, that it's coming from Washington, D.C. Welcome to Costa Rica and welcome to Parque La Libertad. De verdad que para nosotros como equipo es un gustazo poder tener personas de toda América Latina y personalmente para mí que tuve la oportunidad de trabajar por casi que todos los países de la región por cosas de la vida, es un bonito reencuentro. Primero que todo quisiéramos, pues de parte de todo el equipo del parque, agradecerles por habernos seleccionado como un lugar especial para hacer este evento y sobre todo quisiera que también todos diéramos gracias de poder estar aquí. Gracias en el sentido de que no solamente sobrevivimos la pandemia, sino que por lo que ustedes se dedican saben mejor que yo, que muchas personas han dado la vida por que existe información, porque existe libre prensa, porque existe acceso a lo que está pasando en diferentes lugares del planeta y hoy muchas de esas personas no están aquí. Cuando tuve la oportunidad de trabajar en Brasil, recuerdo que en las actividades de educación popular siempre dejaban una silla vacía en el podio y era una forma de representar la persona que había muerto, digamos, dando la lucha. Entonces, pues es una oportunidad bien importante el que hoy estamos siendo sujetos de una inversión importante que nos reúne y que, como decía la señora Allen, es una gran oportunidad para
like
aprovechar.
Mrs. Allen said, is opportunity to create this reunion and be able to potentialize the results. I want to thank you today, also to be able to be together today. I want to tell you where we are. Here, Parque La Libertad, maybe 20 years ago, if you have come here, this was a concrete factory. It was a very huge pollution, environmental pollution across the street from here. It was like the sewage for all the trash for the whole city of San Jose in Costa Rica. For many years, received all the trash from Costa Ricans, and it has a non-welcoming legacy from us, maybe centuries of being there. So now this park look to have a different point of view from this place. Around the sewage, around the trash bins of this space, we create camps. It was a lot of different communities with social needs. This is what is surrounding us right now. So this is a zone that has like a lot of density in poverty, crime, and this park became as an idea for all of us to do something about the problems in this community. You know, like human security, freedom, and the developmental human education to create this space. Now this is a public space. People can come to exercise and work out. We receive children for STEAM, science, mathematics, engineering. We have technician workshops, artistic workshops, theater, dance, dramatic arts, ballet. Also entrepreneurs workshops, like in the private sector and the public sector of the community, like I mentioned it before, to regenerate environmental issues, mainly the adaptation for climate change. So this is a place that Marisela said is a very welcome and loving place that we have here, but also because this creates a space to give more and a different meaning to this community. This community that it was not in the books, but the community that also represents Latin America itself. The fighting communities, communities that also struggle and they have necessities in the social and educational way. I also want to comment how the story was, how we got here. I received a night message from someone that said in English he was connected in some way with the Department of State. When I received a WhatsApp message like that, I thought like, well, I believe it, because I don't believe it because normally the embassy is very formal, and this is a very dear friend, Black Spence. He's not here with us anymore. Normally, a lot of people that belong to your groups is a very, entrepreneur person that connects the embassy with the civil society and projects. And this is how all it started. So we have a meeting with Anna, and we saw the potential for this place. So I feel so thankful of being here, because we say in Costa Rica, this is a saying, between gypsies, we don't read our palms, we don't read our hands. We just need to talk with honesty. Our planet is living such a difficult moments. We're struggling. We're not discussing. We're not talking about the market or the state. No, right now in the planet with a critical situation, we're talking about if human rights are important, if democracy is the best way to organize ourselves, even if the scientific method, if the science is still valid, is on the table right now. Misinformation and information and TikToks, videos, you can also see people have access to all that, and we don't really know about the public information people have access to. We have such a big challenge because we're losing things that we already took for granted. All the discussions we had, we are just finishing with the planet. We're not discussing that. We're not arguing about that. In some places, we're still talking about if a woman can dress the way she likes. And people mobilize themselves because of that, or people die in the streets because of that, or people even die because they publish something. This is a critic situation. And no country is being free of the situation. We have been social mobilizations, war. We are seeing all these movements. So some way for all the people that are no longer with us, the ones that gave their lives for us to be here, is a big responsibility. It creates this special value, this added value to this space and opportunity. I had the opportunity to also comment to you about how this story began in Costa Rica, but also we have the opportunity, all of us, and how this is going to end. Yeah, the right of the information, the right to have important criteria. Rights are not for us to ask for them. Rights are for everybody to have them, not only in Latin America, but the whole planet, like women in Iran are doing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Patricio, Executive Director of Parque La Libertad. That will be all the introduction for all of you, and now we're going to start with the event. No sé si usted se va a quedar un poco más. Vamos a empezar el panel. We're going to call the first panel, Assistance, Journalism in the Digital Age, Kiram Maharaj, Sofia Alvarez, and Jennifer Avila. We need to help you with the mics, so please come over here. And we'll start shortly. And then the moderator, David Bolaños, you're all welcome. Hasta las 40 estás, por si quieres ir al baño. Ay, qué chido. Y creo que es esta. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sí, sí estamos bien, ¿verdad? Este cosito se me cayó en un toque. Sí. Okay. Voy a. Ya me lo apagué. ¿Cómo estás? Ni te saludé. No, buenos días. Entré directo. Bien, por dicha. Que me lo pegue un poquito más. Así. No. Only to remind you, in case of emergency, we have two exits, one of each side, right and left, and also the bottom at the end. These exits are going to be open in case of emergency, right next to the stage, and also in the back part when the main entrance. Just stay calm and look for the exit in case of emergency. Gloriana, digamos, en los otros eventos donde yo he trabajado, estos nombres se dicen igual en inglés. No se traducen porque están... Okay, we're back. We're going to start with this space in which we want to construct and listen to each other and think together about how we want this region of Latin America to become. We have a series of luxury guests that we have today with us. We're going to start with our panel of journalism in the digital era. The same one is going to be moderated by David Bolaños. He's a Costa Rican journalist, editor, and co-founder of Double Check, this project that is dedicated to the verification of the public speech, and also collaborator journalist in the New York Times in Costa Rica. He's very interested to track disinformation about public health and social politics. He has been also in many different researches in the University of Costa Rica and has worked as a journalist of the data and research of La Nación Journal, and also picture journalist in La Voz de Guanacaste in the University of Costa Rica, has been a consultant on Latin American University because of open data. He's going to be the moderator and the journalism in the digital age with great panelists, professionals. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Bolaños. Marisela, and I want to start this conversation trying to remember the big difference between journalism that also called my attention when I was a kid and journalism that is now, that I have been working on. As journalism that I was attracted to the one in the journals between editorial structure. You were able to reveal corruption cases in Costa Rica that even took us to put people in jail against our own president. That has no record of that happening here before. journalism that the ones that I started in back in college, apparently 5 years after the soccer mundial worldwide soccer games. It didn't have the same capacity. It didn't have the same easy way to get to the audience. And there was a lot of argument between what was digital journalism, how it was a complement or how it was essential in the middle of the media of, and the editorial journalism, traditional journalism. Now that I'm an editor and I have students under my charge and that I have to be in the shoes as being a guide. It's very difficult. Try to project to them, to these students, where are we going to be in the next 4 years? If the difference was so big for me when I was first starting as a journalist, and now how's it going to be the next following years for these students? And that's why in this forum, I would like to evaluate how optimists we can be and how pessimists we can be. What is the journalism in this digital era, and mainly what solutions can we find in these areas of expertise and your areas of expertise, which are very wide. And now you are the ones can teach us, to all of us here in this event. So please go ahead, each of you have a brief description about your work and the approach and what is the journalism in the digital age. And then we're going to have a different space, more of a conversation space between all of us. Gracias, buenos días todo el mundo. Me gustaría agradecer a DCN y todo su equipo y traer a todos los representantes del Caribe y a nuestros colegas y a la señorita Allen por poner su trabajo sobre la mesa. Veamos las cosas básicas, veamos al puro principio y cómo está evolucionando esta situación. Me gustaría ir en esta presentación en la pantalla, por favor. Espero que esta sea, aquí estamos. Vamos a recordar los básicos, los movimientos básicos. Esto es acerca de vialidad. El contenido es el rey y la distribución, me gusta pensar que es la reina. Ya hemos pasado esa era donde la información ya no se ha perdido en diferentes plataformas. Lo que estamos buscando ahora es información a través de la audiencia, el público, realmente entender quién está dándonos esta información y cuáles son sus agendas. Ese es el punto donde estamos. No todos sabemos acerca de cómo ha evolucionado. Ya no vamos a hablar más acerca de esto. Ya no sé de dónde mis audiencias, ellos son los que determinan cuál es lo que es bueno para ellos. Esa es realmente la pregunta en la que estamos. La pregunta sería, ¿el periodismo se está diluyendo en esta era digital? Eso es donde estamos. He hablado con mucha gente joven, mi hijo tiene 23 años, hablo con muchas personas jóvenes. Y muchos de ellos están en esta sensación, si quieren ser un periodista, cualquiera puede ser un periodista. ¿Quién va a decir que mi opinión no es la opinión correcta? Ese es el problema que tenemos. Aquí están los retos. Esos retos son muy reales, especialmente en el desarrollo, en países en desarrollo y en islas en desarrollo, porque nosotros no tenemos los retos económicos para afrontar estos problemas. Mis colegas que están aquí conmigo han también completado un estudio en los países del Caribe y hemos encontrado esta situación aparte de un proyecto de la UNESCO. Es también ahora hay una erosión en la infraestructura necesaria y también no sabemos cómo retener y hacer. Aquí vamos, todas las personas aquí que estamos en este cuarto, vamos a tener sesiones de 30 minutos. piensen acerca del público, también una variedad de intereses noticiosos, también acerca de la Internet. Ahí es donde la audiencia y la velocidad de la Internet tenemos que encontrar esos retos. ¿Cómo es que la infraestructura es necesaria en las casas? ¿Cómo podemos hacer crecer nuestras audiencias? ¿Cuáles son los arquetipos de respuesta a estrategia? Yo soy una mujer de negocios, me gusta ver entonces los modelos de los negocios de las personas. La estrategia y la respuesta va a depender acerca de cómo quienes son los defensores,
resources. So, open sources of information is good, but let's be real. All of us don't have it. In the Caribbean region, we don't have many online sources of information. If there was, then there would be no WikiLeaks, there would be no Panama Papers and all of those leaks. Analyzing data becomes the other issue. How do we analyze it and regurgitate it so that it makes sense to the audiences we are serving? How do we verify the information quickly? We are dealing with traditional newsrooms who get bombarded when there are social media bits of mis and disinformation. They call it traditional newsrooms. The public wants the information, but we just don't have the infrastructure to get it to them quickly to be able to dispel the mistruths. Cross-border collaboration is essential. I think that's why this conference is important, because it's not just about us getting together to unearth the truth as journalists, but it's also about us in this room coming together with our minds to decide how do we deploy the resources we have to make the puzzle, the best puzzle that we can. Illustration of facts, very important in our age because people don't want statistics anymore. We've gone past that. They want imagery. They want ways where they could see it. Memes are so popular, that's why, because the visual impact becomes important. So I believe we are in a period of renewal and renaissance. That's what it comes across to me as. We have to focus on collecting, processing, gaining insight, and obtaining information to build targeted news content specific to audience wants. If big tech can understand what we want through the interests we have, then why are we as news entities not using it in the same manner? We need to consider why. So journalism in the digital age is about creative disruption, and it's a new era of information literacy. But let me just point out a few things. It's a psychological battle. It's a battle for mind space, and we have to remember that. So each of us have to remember that what we're doing is really fighting for truth in somebody's mind, and how do we get them to the light at the end of the tunnel? It requires a whole of society approach. This is not something one person can do. You need to have government, you need to have civil society, you need to have private sector, because it requires the implementation of several strategies. What we found in the Caribbean is that media literacy was key on the agenda of how we solve the problem, starting with education in schools. The worst thing that can happen is the generation that grows up where the parents hand the child their phone or tablet. They are growing up on mis and disinformation. If we need to reach them, we need to start at the school level and work through all of the generations, right up to baby boomers. If you want to save everyone, you won't be able to. We're going to be able to save some people. So bearing all of that in mind, we are waking up and realizing this is the age of creative disruption, and the DCN Global Conference is a start to how we find a solution. Thank you.
Buenos días, yo soy Sofía Álvarez, soy directora de Educación de Sembra Media. Es un honor estar acá representando a mi organización y les voy a pedir si pueden poner la presentación para que comencemos. Pero antes de empezar, y porque escuché que tienen la intención, y me parece que es una intención súper loable, de que nos conozcamos, les voy a pedir que trabajemos un poquito. ¿Cuál fue la primera noticia que leyeron, escucharon o vieron en sus vidas y les impactó? Esa primera noticia que les vino a la cabeza no tiene que ser la más importante, tiene que ser la primera que les haya venido a la cabeza. Les voy a pedir que la compartan con la persona que tengan más cerca. Y si no tienen solamente una persona, la pueden compartir entre 3 personas. Y que se puedan empezar a conocer, también saber de qué otros países estamos presentes en la sala.
You're from different countries. Share. I want to hear you. I want to hear you talking between each other. I want to give you 1 more minute for you guys to share. I see you had a lot of desire to share. I'm going to propose you to continue with this exercise once we're done. The news are important, and this little noise that became out of it is an illustration of that. The news are important, they were important, they are important, and they're going to continue being important. And that's why we did a little bit of a tricky step with Jennifer. So we know each other. What was the main news for her, the most important news that it was impacted to her? I told her I did not remember that, but the first one that came to mind was when the golpe de Estado in Honduras. My mom always had an old radio in the kitchen, and I'm so used to it to get up at 5 with that radio, my mom going on since I was a little girl. And that morning, my mom was crying next to the radio. And it was very impacting for me. I was 18 when that happened, but it was incredible for me that something broke. That's the story when Sophia asked me what was the first news that impacted you the most. Maybe it wasn't the first one. My mom listened to news every time, but that was the one that really impacted me in my life. We can all connect with that. I like the phrase "with something broke." Miss and Janine, founders and co-directors of Sembra Media, they understood that the news not only important, but also challenges that we are facing in relationship with the news are very important. And also they understood that it was so important to support a different type of media. They're born in the internet to help them to be sustainable. Miss and Janine are 2 journalists, entrepreneurs. They found their own media in their respective countries, in United States and in Argentina. They were successful. They had a big impact over people, but also they learned with no experience, no specialized knowledge, no resources. Being leaders of a media channel, it was very hard. That's why they found Sembra Media, with the conviction that they were going to increase the voices in the region and content in Spanish. It was so relevant, and also relevant to support these entrepreneur media channels that we work in Sembra Media. The year that we found Sembra Media, this is just aleatory. This is a directory that is a digital media in the 24 countries in the region. In 2015 is founded Sembra Media. They were visionary in the tendency of the market. So they found that when there is a lot or a big improved in growth of digital media in the market. This is our mission. We want to empower media leaders so they can provide valuable information, independent, with integrity, and they can continue impacting positively the communities that they work with. I like to say that we harvest media. We are so happy. Since 7 years, we have been harvesting media. This is our birthday coming up to explain a better way the media that we support. For native digitals, we understand entrepreneurs that they launch their internet media. We don't have nothing against traditional media. We know that you create quality information for your community, but it's very different to launch a media in the internet than just do it in paper. So we focus into that. They create original content. They're not translators or they don't copy content. And they have a community and a niche that produce their products. They're transparent against their production. They are independent economically and editorially of their content. They have no funds from other people. And they are not dependent of the government or any private sector. Imagine they're journalists as Jennifer, a journalist that is well known in her country, that get together with friends. Friends are journalists as well, to continue getting information to their communities. When they get together to give information to their media, they realize it's not only to be a quality journalist, to produce content of quality, you have to also create budgets, create teams, be a leader of a team. And in these phases within Sembra Media, we support each other, we support them so they can continue a long time. Meli Reyes, she's co-founder of Efecto Cocuyo in Venezuela. She was a journalist. In the media that she was working, it was caught by the government. She created her own media channel and also put at risk her family and her money and her financial situation. And this is the type of leaders that we support in Sembra Media. And a local example, the Colectivo 506 in Costa Rica, Mónica Quesada. She's a Costa Rican, and she applied to be part of METIS, which is our program to support media groups in the region and related to business. Now, other of the main vision of Sembra Media is never do anything before studying it first. So this is why that we try to create a map of the media of the region. And in this labor, this is the 1,112 media. This is our directory of all these countries. And this labor was our group of ambassadors. You can see their faces here, researchers that they created understanding the ecosystem, what were the advantages and also the challenges they were facing, all that we can learn so we can support them with mentorship, all the classes, more than 30 classes that they can access to train themselves. Now, what do we know about the ecosystem of the media of this region? We know that the 43% of this media are founded by women, and that 35% of this media are organizations, non-profit organizations. Sorry, this is a different presentation, so I'm going to skip a little bit further. So to get to the point, like I said before, in Sembra Media, we take it personally, we take it seriously, the relationship with our ecosystem in the inflection point, in the relationship between Latin America and Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. You can also find in the chapter number 2 of this document. When we interviewed this media, it was like more than 35 researchers that did these interviews in 12 different countries in this region. The 51% of these leaders mention it, that their organizations suffer from online attacks. The 40% receive threats, and the 12% was victim of physical attacks. So they have this very challenging media and situations. This is one of the more frequent words in relationship of security and freedom.
These are some of the words that stand out. And to have a better understanding of the type of media that we work with, you were talking now about the checking of information. This was the first fact checker of the area. It's very generous. He created and contributed to other fact checker creation to support the trust building in the citizen. This is super important to talk about, speaking about alphabetization on the media. The fact checker, it's relevant, and that's why Laura Sommer, who's the president of our board. Okay, following with more data, more than half of the information suffered cyber attacks. 38% suffered D2 attacks, and 100% had harassment online. It's important for us to continue to support these media because they generate impact in the communities that they serve. 76% contributed to the increase of civic commitment, and she will talk more about this. And 22% contributed to an official to stand down from their position. There's a Peruvian media called Salud con Lupa, and they also talk about health. And during the pandemic, created or became a fact checker about vaccination and COVID. These are the current platforms in Latin America, the types of media that we're working with. There we talk about Facebook, about the apps, the texting in the region, and how that varies around the region. And then also information about the social media. 25% of these media had eliminated content from their social media. 54% wasn't fact-checked, not by Twitter or Facebook, because these are communication channels where they're building an audience. To wrap up, these are some of the topics that they cover. The media that we work with have external agendas from the regular agendas. They talk about LGBTQ plus communities, like indigenous communities, like one in the equator border. They also work in deserts of information, and they work on their threat. That's why it's so important for us to support the sustainability of these media. Like GK, another of the examples of our media. And to wrap up, the type of entrepreneurs from digital media and the social entrepreneurs is super focused into doing good journalism. That's why in separate media we help them for everything else, to build an organization, a resilient organization. Resilient meaning that they have enough economical means to support themselves, to protect themselves and their colleagues and their families. Organizations that are stronger so that they can also face the challenges that the disruptive area means. Organizations that can continue to do quality journalism, independent in the region. That's what we do in Sempre Media. Thank you for listening to me. I hope that you're intrigued and that you go to our website. That it's in English and Spanish, and you can read all the reports about digital independent media journalism. Thank you. Hello. Oh, I think that you cannot hear me. Yeah, I had some issues with my microphone and Morse code. There we go. Well, my name is Jennifer Avila. I'm the director of editorial content in Contracorriente. If I could have my presentation presented on the screen, Contracorriente, it's just this month we're celebrating our 5th birthday. Even though we say that with Kathy, that is our partner, the idea came on 2015 with all the indignation movement in Central America, especially in Guatemala and Honduras, having these international entities asking for help to international entities so that they could have an independent information mean. When we started thinking about Contracorriente, well, we're not millionaires. We cannot buy a newspaper. We won't have a TV or radio frequency. We don't have any money. We have about $1,000 between each other. How are we going to go about this? What we had clear is that we want to do good journalism. What we wanted to be is an ally of the citizenship that it's waking up and it's demanding and it's wanting to participate a little bit more. But we're going to do it online because it's easier. Probably most of the digital media in Central America started like that without even knowing what was to be online, against who you were or who was our competition online, and developing basic contents like virality, because everybody talks about, "Oh, I want to go viral," but how do we go about that concept? We really want to go viral, or do we want to be vital in this specific moment in history of our communities and societies? So I think that to be a small, independent media and online in a society so fragmented, in a society that has very little scholarity, in societies with a technological gap. And I could talk about the upper north triangle, where we have the lower indexes of economical development and internet access, and also access to education. So we had to start asking the right questions. Not only is it clear that we want to do journalism, but what other questions do we have to do to create an online means, and what kind of help we're going to do the citizenship. So we started asking the questions of what are the means for the communities? How does society see us as media? In general, I know that we're not all the same, and there are different types of media, which are the traditional, digital, etc. But how does citizenship sees us as media? Can the media create cultural changes? What's the true impact that we create? Not only to publish news, but also to go to a community and open wounds about the situations that we're living, that they're living. How are we impacting? I don't know if it's something that we're asking, but I invite all the people who have media, international or that whoever wants to innovate, to ask these types of questions. And it's a matter of trust. We're talking with Sophia about the problem that we have right now with the internet and virality. There is a problem with trust that media had before, and now we're dragging that. People consumes media but doesn't trust in the media, and that's just, it's a place where authoritarians can grow for all these political enterprises which generate misinformation and have the internet as a big pool where they can just put anything. These are some data from 2020 of the pandemic of a think tank in Honduras that's called the Reflexive Team from the Edicto Compañía de Jesús. And I see these years, year after year, but the media don't have that much trust from media. They have over 50 or 60% of distrust. Amongst the ones that have more trust are churches. The government doesn't have more trust. But then the armed forces in the Central American countries that do have them have a lot of trust. But the media, or communication media, doesn't have that much. Even so, they consume the media every day. They're always listening to the radio or watching TV and are reading the newspapers. It's very sad that the newspapers online, only 1% of the population say that they read them. So it's very heartbreaking. But that also shows us, one, what are people using the internet? Are they reading the large chronicles that we write? Are they using the internet to read all the news every day? Are they still using the TV? Yes, they're still using the TV to get information. So I was talking about that poll about a region that it's poor, that has an international internet gap, and with distrust in the media, and then this is viral. I don't know if you've seen any of these hashtags. It's fake news, um, bad press, lying press. It's a direct attack. And these hashtags are just regional. Latin America use the same hashtags. Well, sometimes we say, like, okay, we're in another net center. They put the Mexican in Honduras because that's not very common in Honduras. And that's how we share it with each other. So this falls in the society, in a fragmented society with high distrust in the media. These are some phrases that we received in a focus group that we're organizing. Some leaders of communities that are violent in Honduras, that the press has been international press to go journalism, tourism once in a while, but we've also covered in Honduras the stories of violence and maras and gangs, and some of them are, when we were asking them, what's the relationship that you have in Contracorriente, we really want to do journalism, but we're thinking and rethinking all the time, how is journalism a tool as well, and it can generate a lot of damage. In this context, how can we give something to the citizenship beyond our super research that we want to win the awards? Beyond that, how is journalism a tool? People also tells us that media tells us from their view, their story, but my voice doesn't pitch in. My opinion is not there. I don't know how I can execute something for my community. So that's where I see that it's important to think journalism beyond telling stories. It's a tool of democracy. We're not viral, but at this moment we are convinced that we're vital for the construction of democracy. How do we tell people and the communities this? How do we teach them that journalism is a tool as well? Not only something that just triggers me a lot of news. To the second, how do we create relationships in a long term beyond Instagram story that lasts 24 hours? How do we put communities that are committed to democracy? We're living a critical time. The autocrats are aligned with their speech everywhere, and we're seeing that not only with the hashtags, but also the press conferences, the way that they're putting the journalists as public enemies. Right now, we need our communities that are also using journalism to create democracy, protect us as well. So there we are, Contracorriente in 5 years. We've grown a lot. We have coverage nationally. We also have offices in San Pedro Sula and also Tegucigalpa, which is the capital. But we've been by foot. Even if we're a digital media, we could use a lot of digital tools, but we do a lot of offline tools and events, and we're face-to-face with people on the ground, reporting these lines of research, human rights. And to wrap up, I'm going to tell you that also we're thinking about all these subjects, but there's one thing that is very important: to the lack of trust, to these autocrats' speeches, that the media, that we want to do something different, that we have a pact of trust and transparency with the people. In Contracorriente, we have published who we are, who funds us, our story, who are the authors. We sign all of our notes, but we also have our style manual in the open so that they know how do we write our editorial promise. And this manual, or it's giving our audience information that wants to generate an opinion, and we want to be a pact and support this pact of trust and transparency. If we're there asking for the private companies and the government for information about lack of transparency, and then we're not transparent, then it's just not coherent. So we need those communities to have a vote of trust, and it will start as we stick to this pact of transparency and trust. What do I want with my journalism? I have to be very clear. Public websites or social media or the offline events, who is behind our people? They always ask this big conspiracy and who's behind the hidden digital media. There it is, all online and open. And it's super important that our intention with what we do, it's very transparent. And that's the first step, I think, this pact of trust that we need to generate with our communities. And then thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Are you feeling optimistic? Well, at least I am. There's one detail that it was mentioned, and I think it coincides where the three of you coincide and their point of view. That is that we can, as people who are joining the editing room and that work in social media and internet, we can assume that the impact has to be measured by metrics, and probably that's one of the realities at the editing room and redaction room in many countries. How do we really measure impact as journalists? How do we measure the impact of our own job beyond metrics? Bueno, lo llamo ROI. Y creo que lo que tenemos que hacer es ver que las compañías de Big Tech tienen constantemente una manera de
Ours may be
medir.
more in terms of qualitative, not quantitative. But I think we have the ability to do it. It's just that we have not been able to really implement it in our media organizations. And it can't be one media house. There has to be a coming together of several media entities with an understanding that we have to do this together, because that will give it the credibility that it needs. But yes, it can be done, and I think it has to be done.
Yo quisiera, yo creo que es súper importante eso porque, por ejemplo, en nuestras regiones a veces quisiéramos tener el indicador de un funcionario público fue preso por mi reportaje y tenemos unos países con una alta impunidad, por lo tanto, no.
And don't make yourselves that promise that with your report, only your report, someone will go to jail, because if not, you're going to be frustrated in the week. So it's very difficult to make these measures, but the law changed because we put something. No. In fact, when we put the Pandora Papers, yes, last year in Honduras, the law changed, but to upset the civil citizenship, it was a step back in the lawmaking process. I did more harm instead of doing good. So first, it's like, how do we do these measurements without getting frustrated with the impact of our journalism response? But then on the other hand, the indicators have to go about education. In Contracorriente, we have a project that it's called The Ship. It's about online education for the audiences so that people express their opinions in a better way. So, okay, yeah, you can write down a text about 1,000 words, 800 words, so we can publish it in the media. And then how many people that have been out of that formation right now, they're opinion leaders. That's a lengthy process. It's not something that metric can give us right away. But those are indicators that tell us that there's something that we're giving from journalism, from our platforms to the community and to education and media education. And that's my point of view. when we support these entrepreneurs, we do a lot of focus groups, and so that they can measure the impact. It's very complex because they also have to put their own structure where we start paying attention to that. But since our focus is sustainability, we also propose to them that they also start detecting what kind of income source do they have, how do they diversify, how do they tell externally that construction of an organization that is resilient about their incomes and sustainability and their audiences, what kind of alliances, what awards they had, without frustrating, telling about the good impact of the work that we're generating, the alliances like we were talking about with Jennifer. The alliances are super important for this ecosystem, not only because it allows us to find someone who's going through the same thing that you're going, but the impact of two means together. So taking into account the alliances, it's a way to measure the impact, but also to be accountable of the work that you're doing. So now, okay, like to wrap up with this mention that I did at the first, the difference between the journalism that brought me to journalism and the one that I have had to practice, it has been different. The editing rooms have had more power before to see what was the public interest and to defend subjects. In this current context for Latin America, how do we make these editing rooms, these vulnerable teams that are small, how do we define public interest and at the same time be sustainable financially? How do we defend our own definition in the context of what we think that it's public interest and what we want to cover and also survive? Si tuviéramos la pregunta, no estaríamos, la respuesta no estaríamos aquí, así que empecemos.
I think that, we can't be, as an independent newsroom, we can't be everything to everyone, which is why I think we are not being smart with how we use the metrics that is being generated currently. I think you need to decide what you are going to focus on. Who is your audience? How are you going to compete in that space where there is mis and disinformation? And once you target there, leave the other areas to the other media entities. And I think that's where we're not being smart.
I'll start again another data of that we shared, not only for the media to see, but also that coalitions of professionals that wants us to support them know where to focus. When there's a media, I know it's difficult when there's a digital media and when there's a journalist funding its own media, when there are the risks, I know it's difficult, but when they have the opportunity to bring someone into their team, they usually bring in journalists. But what we want to tell them is that, okay, put in someone who is in business development because they have more income than someone who's truly devoted to journalism. First, the sustainability comes from diversifying the teams, and that when you generate a niche audience that also supports you, that determines what's the focus of your media. I hope that gave you a little bit of data, hopeful data on the subject. I think that now more than ever we have to join, we have to be together. We've seen that political communication for the authoritarians has worked because they all have uniformed their speech and they are all together making alliances and political alliances. I think the journalists also have to see each other as a region, also learn from the mistakes from the others, and to start looking for funding, joint funding. We at Contracorriente, if we didn't have these much alliances with other means of the region, we would have been gone because we're very vulnerable. So the collaborative job, because if we are many small ones, the big ones will notice us because we're being loud. So it's super important to be together and as a region to stay away from the islands where, yeah, we're digital and global, but we also see each other as these little small countries so particular. We also have to see as a region and tell patterns and tell phenomenons, and then we will have more people to listen because we're gonna be raising our voices all together. And to finish, precisely, if we had the answer, we wouldn't be here. We're trying to look for answers to questions that we haven't asked ourselves before in journalism, or that the journalism companies and structures haven't done before. And now it's remarkable the approach that the one that DCM Global has to Latin America. And what I would like to ask you is, how does DCM Global can add up to these editing rooms and the journalism that it's done in Latin America to help create these responses, to help us find these answers? What needs can, where can DCM Global collaborate?
I think the fact is that what DCN is really doing is they are bringing us all together. They are creating a think tank and a resource center, which is what a lot of us don't have in our newsroom independently. And so I think what we have to ensure is that when we become part of this network, there is a constant feedback system, a giving and taking of information, a sharing of experiences, because we're all very different. In the Caribbean, we have much smaller newsrooms, and our economies are much smaller. In Latin America, maybe not so, but you have a lot of independent media houses who are constantly involved in investigative journalism. So we have to come together and we have to keep the information going. I think innovation is what is going to allow us to win. No one can say that we can't start a website called notfacebook.com and it's strictly started by news entities all over the world and it grows into something big. We have to start thinking outside of the box, and I think that forming networks like this will also allow us that opportunity to understand how we really form a strategic plan to fight what we are up against.
I think that we have many necessities and big necessities. Economically, it's a crisis. Our financial models are being diversified, but we're depending with philanthropy, programs, grants for journalism, and that's a problem. So we need new ideas and new donors. So, okay, it's important money, because without that we cannot continue to do anything. And then legal protection. It's more and more important to have people who are specialists, not only lawyers in laws, but also technology. How can we do this effectively through technology? How can we protect ourselves amongst everything, and how to protect from attacks that are from the law, that are increasing? Our regions are very violent. They're murdering our journalists, but the biggest weapon right now is the justice system. So we need a lot of that, and we also need a lot of hands. Okay, we need human resources. That's what's more important, and it's very difficult, and more specialists in technology and other social sciences, where we can be together and join this effort and understand how to work collaboratively. This is an important space. I've heard of people who are doing in their countries things that in Honduras we don't even know. We have a lot to learn, but it also has to do with getting together and seeing what efforts can we do together to get more money, to get protection in the legal area, and to have better use of resources and technology.
I agree completely with you. I have to also add on that it's so important to share with you this labor of more than many different regions tell their stories. I wanted to bring concrete cases, different countries, It helps us to create a network of another network, like a digital media like yours. They can know who is talking, and the journalism that you are doing is great for their communities. It's a great main factor, more along about networking and also alliances. Jennifer was saying the education for professionals. We think in our community that we need to create more consultants, specialists in different subjects. We create a group of consultants to be able to provide more knowledge in like UX and different subjects for all the entrepreneurs that need education, to support them in a specific way for professionals that are dedicated in the media industry, so they can continue building that sustainability. I think this is a great value to make this network stronger. I hope that these young global people are taking notes. These are resources that definitely, since the practice, like in Costa Rica and this region, are constant. This is a financial sustainability that we need. We need to understand metrics or different ways to understand our impact. Resources, budget, finding a resilient way to find budget, and the legal support is the main idea. I thank you because you guys place us in the right on point to understand how we can do journalism in the digital era. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Now you guys can continue about the news that really impacted you in life. Our governments don't want no one to supervise them. So there is a populism wave that is including Mexico and all America Latina, Costa Rica, also Guatemala, facing their own challenges, Honduras, and of course El Salvador. And misinformation is the instrument for these autocrats, because allow them to take away the journalists that are noisy. They're trying to supervise them, so they place us as their opponents. There is a non-credit wave, and allow them to do whatever. In this situation, we all have been facing these trolls, in which there are these articulate farms of trolls. They were making trollers accounts to take out credit from journalists, and all the information that all our governments have. They're also, for you to know, in the study in El Salvador, it's a very little country, as you know. There's like at least 40 digital webs. They sell themselves as communication places, and they just repeat information that is not real. We found these 40 places. They have social media and news, and also with public funds. They have done all this. So what happened in this context, the perfect storm, because we have autocrats, they don't want to be audited, they place us as their opponents, they create misinformation leads, they create content that is not real, and this is this taking out credit from journalism, the ones that are really trying to do their job to provide with proper and real information. And also you find yourself in the middle with people that lost their faith into journalism. And they're right. There's like a mea culpa situation in their self-esteem and mental health. And I understand them. I want to also turn off my phone and not to listen to anything else and get out of reality. The 29%, they get tired about the quantity of information. We're over-informed, especially in social media. And then the 29% said that the news are not for you to trust. There are other data. Well, I don't know the ecosystem in Twitter in Costa Rica, in the rest of the countries. I have an idea in Guatemala and Honduras, but in Salvador, we almost kill each other there. You're my friend or you're my enemy, and there's a very clear division, an aggressive division. There are reports of partners that are also women journalists. They have attacks with troll farms, 100 and 200 comments. They try to rape you, to rob you. When we start facing this situation, they told us that they were going to give us 3 gangsters so we can have them in our house so they can protect us. Imagine that. So that's a narrative that they place all the journalists. So that's it's like an orchestra. The Reuters Institute says that all this information are specific data for media because political crisis, in international conflict, the pandemic, and the catastrophes of climate change, we're facing so many challenges. And when the pandemic started, we have a very high peak, and then it fell because people was tired to listen about COVID. And then in that regime, we lost 4 constitutional warranties in El Salvador. There is over 50,000 captures in El Salvador when we have like 45,000 people that are in jail in El Salvador. There is such a mess. The pike went up, and now people don't want to hear about the regime. They say they believe that nothing is going to happen. They believe that we just continue to live in that matter. So how we can maintain this information fresh? So this institute, the Reuters Institute, is the one that has all this information. And young population are the most difficult ones to gather. And why do we need to to fight misinformation? People say, oh, it's not so difficult, it's just a joke, they're just making something up to create less pressure. But misinformation can destroy democracies in our countries. It is already happening in El Salvador. I know our president, I'm pretty sure you all know her about him, Nayib Bukele. He has been part of misinformation campaigns and trolls centers, and it has worked for him. And I have to recognize that the media and civil society, they have been a step back or rolled back, trying to understand all the misinformation about the work that we do. The case of La Prensa, this is a specific example about how a case that is not treated properly, it can take a toll in a country. This is the president of the Prensa Gráfica. In 2013, this website was on live. If you can see on top is the typographic and all the endeavors of the Prensa Gráfica journal. So then this interview, we are the owners of the media and the newspapers, and we can publish whatever we want. So you don't have to read the whole thing to understand that this is a bad news and misinformation about the president of the Prensa Gráfica. But then we knew there was a lot of false misinformation. There was a campaign for trolls and Instagram, Facebook, and many social media. It was viral, and we had to go out and make a press conference to try to create and to give the proper information. But it was already done. When we tried to go to this access, they have bought 4 sites, prensagráfica.com, and then there was like very, very simple, but there was like 4 different ones, and then you couldn't really tell which one was the real one. So then Prensa decided in that moment that they needed to, establish, and they create a claim, a legal claim about it. So after that, judge placed that judge in the Prensa Gráfica, in between the government, and all the process was 3 years. and the Supreme Court of El Salvador as the U.S. Supreme Court that facilitate the purchases of these websites in the US. It was also purchased in a way that you couldn't see who did it. When we have access to that information, the people have purchased them. There were collaborators that are very close to Bukele that they work in the San Salvador County. And then in a group of WhatsApp, you can they show the number of Nayib Bukele given information and when to pay paid ads, when to search and launch campaigns. He was the one leading all this. Then the justice was still not really on officialism. We lost this case, and the judge said at the end, and you can find the resolution in the web, he questioned why they had included Nayib Bukele, why they did not include him and related to the process, since there was a lot of data that showed that he was. Well, we lost the trial. These three people that you see, they were active tweeters. Those are the people that purchased the websites. Their credit cards were registering their purchases. Their personal credit cards were there. And the lady that is there is Sofia Medina. She's the communications secretary of Nayib Bukele, president. So what I'm trying to say is to articulate more than 100 years to work, which is La Prensa Gráfica, which is very sustainable and strong in a country. The president started in this fight against Prensa Gráfica and the owner of the newspaper. He had made personal attacks against his family, things that go beyond. So for you to understand the concept, he won the presidency. It was the election with more quantity that did not show to vote. There was a lot of absenteeism, but he had the 57% more or less. After a year, he was in power. The legislation has been like very crazy. There is a boom because he's the youngest president in Latin America. He's going to change oligarchies. He's going to change the status quo. And then his party, Nuevas Ideas, win 40 congressmen in the Congress. Take him to the presidency, has 20 more. So he only not succeed as majority, simple in the Congress, but also the biggest share of the majority in the Congress qualified. They can disrupt democracy of your country. When they first came to the presidency, they took the 5 magistracy in the constitutional and also the general person in charge that it was researching in the country related with the pandemic. So it was the destitution of the Attorney General that was the main thing happening. So some the Lawyer Association vote take candidates to the court presented to the Congress, then the congressmen vote from those 5, and then they have, that's the procedure, but it never happened for those 5. This person that he became to power, it will also corrupt that person, and then the judges that are over 60, they need to retire because they put younger people, they tell them what to do. So we don't have like a judge independent system, attorney general offices all over the place. We are in a stage that is very worrying and very difficult and very dangerous. And you know, people that are they're in jail because they're against the government. What I always say is that we're going to not have more democracy he is going to re-elect himself, even if the Constitution is against it. They're going to modify the Constitution, and they said in 200 years we never understood anything, so re-election is allowed. Also, the other presidents, they couldn't see that. So what you face is a very big challenge for our societies and our democracies that are super, super weak. What I discover in a bad way in my country is that democracy is flavorless and the institutions were super weak. It only takes a majority of magistrates or congressmen, and there's not a lot to do. So as a journalist, constantly I'll say that why am I doing journalism? My mom asked me, difficult. Also the social citizens, simple citizens, their families, they're fighting because one like the president, the other one doesn't like the president, and the other one need to be understood by the other one, because they do it based on the realities they have lived, based on experience. So creating a lot of empathy with what we do, we need to really make it stronger, the process of verification. We don't have in a prensa gráfica a fact-checking device or a space. It's our responsibility as journalists to promote the fact-checking, because if we don't do it, who's going to do it? And then provide the different generations that relate to media, and also get out of this bubble in which I am worried about democracy, but also people don't understand what I'm trying to say because they don't understand what I try to say, and they just want to go out to work and be safe and come back home after work. What are the opportunities I see? Well, a few of them. One of them is that we have to be forced to innovate, and also media like Prensa Gráfica has more 120 journalists, 107 years of existence, and has less capital now than 50 years ago. How has no capital? It's very challenging. But we have this challenge now that we have to run. The big heads have to deconstruct what they have in mind and now see things that they couldn't see before. For us now, the first groups that started protesting for what happening in the country and Department of Democracy was the feminists and the movements of LGBTQ plus communities. And the work that I do is like a conservative. So the department I work is conservative, that I used to put notes. I want to write a note. I cannot be here in between these movements. They're talking, feminists are talking, LGBTQ plus are talking, and they put in themselves there. So we had to unite and work among them, and you have to evolve. If you haven't done that before, then now you learn how you're going to do it now. You're in a different historic moment. So that is help us to strengthen our credibility, because there's a lot of people that don't read us. Very often they come to our notes, our news. Okay, so if people see that we publish it, people think that it is real. They know that if we publish it, we're not going to publish fake news. We're not going to put 107 years of history with a fake news publication. Changing the historic paradigms are very, very important. My editors go crazy when I tell them they need to start going in TikTok. They go like, oh no, they think that I have to dance or something like that. But no, we can tell them that you can do it in a different way. The opinion editor, which is a old man, the old gentleman, he thinks that he almost get mad at me when I said he has to go on TikTok. But it's still very exciting. That's a little bit what I want to share with y'all. And for me, the example of El Salvador should be in the journalism schools, in the citizen schools, in the construction of the civil society schools, when these aristocrats come to the power, but then they just erase everybody. What I have my intake for the battle for me is, I don't know if you remember this poem. It is the Holocaust. era, they came from the Jews. They came from the Jews, but since I wasn't a Jew, they didn't do anything. They come from the journalists. They don't want to do anything because we lie, because we're against them. But eventually, they're going to get to us. In our country, there is our politician that is already in jail. Transport director is also in jail because he was also in jail because he was trying to. There is a persecution against journalists, persecution against the groups, and I feel that we're going to face a dictator in El Salvador. In 2024, we have the presidential elections. I'm pretty sure he's going to win. And after that, there is no way to get out in a democratic way in everything that is happening with the corruption issues. When a government has no way through the democratic way, what they do is just to be a dictator. Take as example of Nicaragua. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia. A lot of strength for the North Central American countries. How many of you have sent messages? Have you received messages from WhatsApp? They're kind of like misleading, and then you read it and you think, oh, this doesn't make any sense. It sounds like a lie. But maybe our friends and family are the ones sending these messages. That's what we're going to talk a little bit about. We're inviting Paula Bravo Medina, a digital editor of CNN in Spanish, Latin America. Please come in. Welcome, Paula.
Hello, good morning. Okay, here we are. I love to be here. It's the first time that I'm in Costa Rica. And for many years I've heard from Costa Rica from my tia Gloria. She was a lawyer. She came in the 80s to this country to study criminology. And these are my other aunts. And it's not an overview of my family album. I'm talking about my aunts because it's an institution, Latin American institution, the aunt. She has the best recipes, they cook delicious, they give the best advice, they have all the stories of the family, all of them. From my aunts, I learned about strength and independence of women. I learned to tell stories. I didn't learn how to cook, even if they tried, and my aunts, who are super powerful. For them, I'm a feminist, even though for them, feminism and feminist are bad words. My aunts, who are super powerful, they have a problem, is that they think anything that they get from WhatsApp, almost anything, like these two sons, two sons that are in the border between Canada and this is my message from my aunt, or this solar storm who was going to destroy my cell phones and we had to turn them off and put them away. Probably they got it. This cool image that it's from my colleagues in Colombia, Czech. It was about one of these fake news. It was a helicopter that was going to spray Bogota to have COVID disinfection and close windows and close doors. We can laugh. I can laugh, or we can be scared, or we can underestimate these types of messages. But for me, it always caused me curiosity. Why? Why do these messages? Why WhatsApp? Why my aunts? Why do they believe them? And that curiosity is the one that I'm going to talk about. First, I want to talk to you about the pandemic, because the messages from my aunts were very much present and dangerous, like vinegar and salt that you would do, or that the mask caused hypoxia. This is a video of 10 minutes that compares vaccinations with Nazi experiments. So the theory of the aunt. That's how I call it. And I call aunt because they are the ones that send me the messages, but the aunt is anyone. An aunt is a father, a journalist, a colleagues, everyone could fall or were vulnerable to fall into deceit. So my aunts who have taught me so many things in life. So I appreciate the invitation, and this is the purpose of this presentation. Why WhatsApp? What is shared in WhatsApp? What do people choose to share in WhatsApp? Why do they share it? Why does my aunt get this message and she says, I have to share this with everyone? And what can we learn as media from this? Meaning, how can media and journalists and content creators take advantage of that power and speed of the content traveling through WhatsApp? And right now, what I've loved about these discussions is that we don't have any definite answers. We're building answers and initiatives. Okay, first, a self-promotion, because of course, in 2020, my colleagues from CNN created these podcasts with Elmer Huerta, MD, and as we produced it, we started noticing that there were thousands of questions and doubts from the ones from my aunts. Okay, when I do a wash with vinegar and salt, I can cure COVID. Dr. Huerta, he devoted an episode a week. There were 5 episodes a week that was produced, and every Friday, they interacted with the doctor so that he could give them more information. I mentioned this example because it is an example of community, and it's one of the big lessons that WhatsApp has. Okay, this graphic, this chart from Reuters and Oxford University, look at the 4th column, Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp. That's the order of the social media where people get news and information. And this other one, 2,000 million users of WhatsApp around the globe. There's no debate. WhatsApp is king. It's the preferred app for people communication, like one-on-one communication, direct communication. No algorithm. Okay, let's do an exercise. Who do we have on Facebook and who do we have on WhatsApp? On Facebook, we have the aunt. It's the aunt domain. But also, on Facebook, we have that friend from high school that I don't see everywhere, every year, and now, right now, thinks the earth is flat. It could happen. Okay, WhatsApp. WhatsApp, in theory, you have all your contacts from your phone if you have the app active. But who do you interact with? It's a more inner circle, because with whom you have professional, personal relationships, even from service. We have the plumber on WhatsApp, no issues. That trust, that the information is sent from a contact or a group of people that we trust, it's what makes WhatsApp so powerful, and what also makes it a very dangerous tool. Researching for this topic, I ran into 2 studies, one in Brazil. There are many colleagues from Brazil, and it talked about political instability from fake messages in WhatsApp. And they found that the decision that people made of sending or not sending someone, it depends on the trust that they have from the information that they got it from. And then the nephew sent it to the aunt, and then the aunt shared it. And then another Spaniard investigators researched the type of messages that were sent. And the highest point of the pandemic, which also, of course, has to do with COVID, but they found something very scary. There is an increase in the lack of trust in traditional media, in the traditional forms of media, and even more trust in alternative media, in alternative truths. When they talk about traditional media, they're talking about us. What can we do? Don't we want to be this WhatsApp contact, our point of trust with our users? Okay, look at this data. It's from Matias Ponce in Santiago de Compostela. A fake news travels 6 times faster than truthful information. Okay, what is shared in WhatsApp? Okay, topics. It has to do with the country, the region, what's going on, politically, entertainment, sports, but political, it's number one. We would need hours to talk about politics and to talk about the impact that it has on social media and politics. I also identified some other topics, and you could agree probably health, science, amazing data, the two sons, of course, super amazing, fun, information, and service. I have service in upper caps because here's where we can create a difference, help people to make better choices. Okay, my aunts, they love service. They once a week they send an alert, news, fraud, modality, watch out. Even if it's from another country, you could never be not prepared. Okay, about format. Okay, researchers identified in 2020 that the text was the one that you shared the most. Text is easily editable, fast, and it goes faster. The image, according to the researchers in Brazil, was the one that was shared mostly in political posts. The image with a text, and the text, it was about misinforming that image and taking it out of context and accompanying it with opinion, which is not information. Why do people share what they share? Okay, how do people go from I got this and I have to share it? Okay, this is a tough subject. Media loves to say that they are about facts, about truth. Well, truth is complex. No, like some people say, truth can't even beat a good story. And this researcher, Aguilian de Carpes, I have mentioned Brazil, the large market for WhatsApp, it's Brazil. And this research has some marvelous points, but I put them here in the slide. It's hard to fight disinformation when the message is sent in a fun context, designed to create emotion, alert, like the one with the robbery. The news, what we do, they're in a more serious language, almost dark. It doesn't have the same impact. Again, we can all fall in deceit, all of us. But there are sectors of the information and generations that are more susceptible. My aunts, for example, they grew up in a time where there was little media, so they said it on the radio was enough. For them, if the email starting, like WhatsApp, they are a media. They're creating content media, not a platform, not an intermediary, which they are. So if they resend, if you didn't resend it to 7 people, you would have bad luck. It's the same with WhatsApp. So I got it from WhatsApp, so it must be true. Okay, conspiracy theories are very attractive. It's because they reduce randomness, they reduce tragedy of human life. They avoid the inevitable and they just put it in control of a few. The ones that fall into these conspiracy theories, it could be anyone. They also feel a little power because it's like, I know something that people don't. Like COVID. For some people, it was easier to think that it was created in a lab and not that it's one of the thousands of viruses that could create these types of impacts economically, socially, like we've seen in these years. It's not the main point of my subject, but right now we're talking about this. What are we doing wrong? There's something that we must be doing wrong. I'm talking about media. How can we fight this misinformation? Okay, it's polemical what I'm going to say, but another guest said it. Fact-checking, it's not enough. Fact-checking, no, it's not enough. There are many wonderful initiatives in my country. This is from Telemundo on WhatsApp. You send them the link and they would answer and eventually say they did this verification and this is what we have discussed. But it's not enough. We need a larger commitment. Education is key, we all know that. I love TV, and in these past few days, I watched this TV show. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a medical drama. I love it, and one episode describes exactly what I want to say. There are many patients that come to these hospital with an odd cure for the virus. The lead, which is like a health hero. He's disruptive and wants to break the system. I understand why they took the cure, because they don't have access to information. So he manages to give them internet as a donation on the same building. And our lead realized that they don't also have cell phones or computers to access this internet for all. Okay, great. So what are they going to watch it on? He realizes, okay, so he manages to get donors to give them computers. Okay, great. Now they have access to information, but to all kinds of information. They've never been more exposed to fraud and deceit as in this moment. The episode, of course, has a happy ending. The lead, he creates a website, a trustworthy website, so people can, at least in health issues, take informed decisions, at least in health issues. Okay, this example, it's about literacy in the media and critical thinking. These are not easy subjects. You teach them. There are many initiatives in school and colleges. Teens are very vulnerable. Okay, WhatsApp. Why WhatsApp? What can and what it must do? It's not a very encouraging answer. WhatsApp, it's a platform of messaging one-on-one, or at least groups and lists, with the promise of privacy, with encrypted messages. What else can it do without breaking this promise of privacy, without falling into censorship? We've all seen that they tag a message that has been re-forwarded many times. My aunts don't mind. They just resend it. What can we learn how information travels? Okay, what can we do? And seeing some examples in Latin America. Thinking about the intention about massify the message through WhatsApp. Maybe the answer is not mass, but segment. We're knocking on people's doors through your cell phone. Not that everybody is interested in the same things. So, okay, this is important. Okay, we need to talk about languages and formats in WhatsApp. Emojis, voice notes, stickers. You can do it. Okay, so some examples of media to create groups. And the WhatsApp groups, they have limited amount of participants. This is blocked for only for the administrator to participate. Every once in a while, they send a link, and that's it. It's not the best experience because it's like natural interaction, like you interact in WhatsApp, but so people react to the message. Oh, and the groups. The cell phone numbers are exposed up on the tab. Something to think about. Another media, this is from Mexico, this is online. It's to create distribution lists. You know how they work. You can just have different subjects. They have a direct interaction. So people add your contact of the media, and then they get like, okay, we're discharged. Okay, right now we have access. We have a contact. Okay, they send newsletters like these, twice a day, emojis with a link, interesting headlines. And the distribution list, they can be as specific as we want. Okay, let's think about entertainment, sports, club, about weather, about dollar, how the exchange rate. If there's a lesson, it's in this lists is community. So small and medium-sized and large media, we need to learn from this. There are many examples that are using like this. So she talked about to the La Patria. It's a newspaper from Manizales in Colombia. It's a newspaper that it's with many years of history, so people has to pay for their online content, and they decided to give the online subscribers a little bit extra. It was a WhatsApp line. They already had one for general users, where they also took accusers, but twice a day they have this new line where they send information. So there's an ad. Why not? on the top. They know that it's a commercial information. They know that it comes with an advert. So once a day they send an adapted voice message. It's not a copy paste. They adapt it to WhatsApp and they put it to circulate in WhatsApp. So once a day they send 35, 40 seconds, 5 headlines, text on screen, created exclusively for WhatsApp. It was interesting. La Patria, it's not working. They have journalists devoted to this. And if it sounds like a lot of work, it's because it is. But for La Patria, it's important to have community. It's a local paper. What the community gives them, it's important. And the journalist that manages this line, we're almost there. And the journalist that handles these lines, it's trained to give generic responses to, okay, we're going to manage this information. Okay, they were saying before, when we publish on social media and we have the comments online, the hate that we receive about anything, it's impressive. Not because, okay, so you're left, center, or right? Why are you talking about this? And then thinking about exposing ourselves to a one-on-one interaction with the users, we could think that you're going to get a lot of hate mail. Carpes says it on the research, and then Alta Patria, the one-on-one communication, it's more respectful. It's your cell phone, so it's more respectful communication. So the users of La Patria, they tell them about a picture that it's not right or a topic that they're not touching. They owe themselves to the community. Since I started with the aunts, so this is a beautiful landscape, and this is El Ruiz, El Nevado. La Patria realized that through their WhatsApp lines, they get a lot of pictures shared like these. So in this community, they're very useful or very usual, these images, and they're super common, the sunsets, and they love to share them. So La Patria realized that, and they said, okay, periodically we're going to publish the best sunset pictures online and printed. And that day, the paper sells more. So how can we think about the aunt being as an influencer, our content multiplier? Think about WhatsApp as a vehicle, not revenue, but a place where there's active information. Let's think about creating community through WhatsApp. And then let's think that if WhatsApp is the third information channel in Latin America, and that information helps users to choose from vaccination to a lifestyle or a president, we also are responsible to give them the best information so they can take the best decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Who wants some coffee? Yeah? You guys have the desire of some coffee? We had at 11:25 coming back here to continue with the next talk, half hour for coffee break, and continue talking about all these great topics that we have here. Thank you so much. That conversation continues in the next breaks that we have. And now we continue with our program. And now we have the opportunity to listen Juan Bataleme. I said it properly, excellent. He is the academic director of the Argentinian International Affairs Congress, and he's coming here to talk about trust and technology and the digital influence and against the hacking that are disrupting the trust in technologies. Nevertheless, the government and technology companies asked us to trust them. So related to this, Juan is here to talk to us about that. Thank you. I hope you can listen to me. The presentation might be ready. It's an honor to be here. DCN people in Costa Rica and the government and Department of State that receive us as guests in your home. It's a pleasure for me, mainly because I'm not a journalist. Against that, I come from the policies sector, so I can add up the conversations that you're set up in here in a very active way and manner. What is happening now lately in all the discussions and conversations previous to arrive to here is what is happening with the trust. I don't know if the presentation is ready. Okay, they're telling me they're gonna start. And the big problem is that we have right now, from a point of view of the policy sector, is how are the conversations are taken in terms of politics in Latin American or Ibero-America in disinformation policies. I believe that it's interesting to set up the conversation at primary in human relations. Is one of the building blocks of human relationships, of the key basis in order to develop a conversation. As before in the beginning, one of our panelists was saying, he was saying, between gypsies we don't read our palms, yeah? So that's exactly the point. The starting point is trust. Everything has a context. It is basically related to the context, elaborated in sense of beliefs that we take as basic in the world, for example, in the Occidental world. So we don't have to trust technology. As you can see, I already should have my presentation solved. So now we know that we trust that technology is going to give us the answer at the moment that we need it. But in the meantime, the technology issue is being given. We're going to continue. I will ask you if you have seen a series that is named The Man in the High Castle. Have you seen it? The Man in the High Castle. And also, did you see a movie that is called The Hater? Both of these series are a lot of ideas that a lot of the political problems that we have in misinformation issues. What is the problem with the autocracies? The Man in the High Castle is an alternative version of reality, and that alternative relationship with reality make people doubt what is the problem that generates for journalism to aristocracy of this story. That is, I was thinking about you like warriors. You are part of this whole digital world war. The question that I may ask myself is, at some point you're warriors, but you can be warrior from one side or from the other party. And the political system asks you to protect warranties, but then it depends on the side you're on. You might be allowed to provide warranties or not. This is an element that is very, very important to take in consideration. The second point, I think I don't need the presentation. I don't think I need it. The second point is, this is not new for us from the point of view of the politics. If you go to the 1890s or the 1990s, you're going to find three thinkers. One thinker that wrote an article called, a book was called Trust and Credibility. Francis Fukuyama, and that moment known as the end of the history, but the key problem was, oh, here is my presentation. Okay, I need the remote. Okay, Murphy's Law, if it's going to go wrong, it can go wrong, it's going to go wrong. These are the two people that you tell us politically why what you do is important, because it's disruptive. It also generates knowledge. Also, and what does it affect? Affects the basis of the order and the stability, the political stability, domestic and also internationally. This figure, Macron, just gave a speech in the context of Iran war. Very, very important. It's a key. He told the Europeans, we're not only in a new lacking phase, we have to fight for what we need, what we thought it was ours, but also we have to deal in a time that post-trust and post-truth is going to affect the civil society. What are you facing as journalists right now at the societies that you're talking to? Basically, is that the journalists have to talk to societies that have no trust in the network, in the political networks, in the social networks, and also in the media. Basically, we don't know to believe. And then these two people, they wrote at the end of the 90s, Joseph Knight and Robert Keohane, an article very interesting, which is trust and credibility of the information. It says one thing: power and interdependence in the information age. The international relationships in the future is not only in which who are going to be able to set up the online information and media, but also the ones that are certified to be allowed to believe in them. So this is the international relationships. This is the point of view from where we're thinking the problems that you guys are facing. How we said it in Argentina, you are all like over the day. We're going to talk more about it in detail with other talks in these panels. But now, from the point of view of the governments utilize everything they have around them in terms of technology capacity to regulate, legislate, and affect the political conduct of the states, and then use that capacity to limit, in some cases, the freedom of speech. Look what they do, how they treat the laws and relationships of social media, the liberal democracies, how we call it, in Europe and United States, in which what we try to do is to generate education, regulate the education, but the minimum. They try to educate, to take the masks off. What do the neoliberals do? They're characterized more about the vote, regulate, bring, extract, and bring ideas that are applicable to other political regimes to their legislation. And that's what you're seeing in Latin America right now. There is a massive effort not for regulate or educate, but to control social media. And we're talking in bad terms and laws against hate, but who defines what is hate and what is not? And here we find a problem in which this type of discussion that you bring into the table is very important. The second component is autocracy and democracy. Bring it up. Not always in the context you're going to find that, but you will always face them against each other. Neoliberal democracies against that. The other component that you have are the big companies. The large companies, how their business models bring into the table, how they succeed and go on. Ask to the societies with faith in the effectiveness of technology. But we're now finding out not only only because of the social activism, but mainly the whistleblowers. In Latin America, we say soplones. Is a little ugly, the description. But whistleblowers were saying to us from the government or from the large companies are what the large companies should do in terms to give us the tools to us so we can be empowered. Now, one thing very important is the warranties or the securedness that the whistleblowers received, and also the same warranties and security that you can give to others. In Argentina, we call the ones that regret, the ones that they can cross the river, cross the mainland, and tell everyone what are they thinking, what do they know. A lot of large companies have taken by default and have made mistakes because of the internal informants, not because of the government capacity that has to get intruded into the companies. It's more a company's issue. So the third level depends in very big, large measure or term, not because the government are going to control the large companies, but also the large companies are the ones that bring the capacity to the government, not only to do what you are afraid to do, but also to use the impositive systems. The impositive systems are very integrated systems of intelligence over our economic life. If you allow me to give you an example, which is seen as curious, it was when it was used in an argument between a journalist and the president of Mexico, and relationship about the resources the president had in relationship about more what he was able to put in the news. This is a problem. The big companies are regulated by the governments, but also they're partners with the governments in order to be effective in their campaigns related to try to open the informational bubbles of the aristocracy. There, we need to find an equilibrium in which we need to move better. What happens with the autocracies are at the same time allies of the governments in order to expand their own media. What do they bring to the table? They bring an excess of technology in a very low cost, but that has a catch. What is the catch there? They improve the systems of information of the autocracies. In terms of the big power authorities or democracy, find a common ground, not only for that, but also to be deeper, more dangerous, and more difficult, like surroundings like Latin America. With that being said, you all know that nowadays we talk more and more the competition between China and the United States in the informational space of Latin America, and we stop and think in the big power, in the big potencies. They can control the election processes in the smaller countries. What happens with our countries? Our governments are going to be influenced by this game or not? This is the big issue about the trust that we have, and we're lucky to get to know it, and we're lucky to find out and put it on the table today. I liked your idea about the theory about your aunt, because it takes us to the last level. The individuals is the most difficult to educate. The individual has a basic problem. It's not only the aunt, it's you, it's me, it's all of us. Technically, we live in a society in which we believe what we want to believe independently what they tell us. Because from the 90s, we have get used to have like, my truth is mine, your truth is yours. No. There is no two suns. It's just one sun. There's no flat Earth. There is one Earth that is round, and we have satellites around it. Nevertheless, if I go to YouTube, I'm going to find 250,000 videos about how how the earth is flat, and they're going to try to explain us that it's real. So we have a problem here. Where do these sectors operate? Over the society and over the individuals, in which the society, the third sector in this list, is also in a very defensive matter, in a defensive situation. They try to generate movements that allow to bring to the table arguments that decisions that already have been done, have been taken. They already have been check in the Argentina. You have to check facts after they're established. So I was saying that was not the solution. In a political way, we always have to be checking these four components because they're interdependent, but they affect themselves. They affect each other. Even if we have the best legislation and you are making your best effort as journalists, people are going to continue believing what they want to believe. So then we're going to have a second argument in which there are truths. They go beyond of objection, and they're not in a way, because otherwise we're going to argue the laws of physics. Americans, but not only like Latin Americans, but also part of this Occidental society, because basically when the government has a bad use, so societies and individuals are truly affected. If we want to believe and continue living in a democracy and develop more political systems and the laws and the bills that allow us to grow and evolve, we have to work on the manipulation. But the manipulation is the bread of every day at the table. Otherwise we're not going to talk about the nationalism era. This is very, very important. And also, what is the main subject here? In theory, we all agree, but also you also said something before, because you were asking for it in the mud. This is a practicality. When you're in a consensus situation, you have to be practical dissent. We have to check the models that we are choosing at the moment that we have to make innovations in our countries. When they say there is an old saying, the devil, you find them in the details. You have to be more aware of the details nowadays. What is another problem is the incentives problem. This is key. I put it more in terms of a colloquial way to chat about it. But now, as a Latin American right now, who is going to provide me the technology to allow me to be more free? Or who is going to provide me, I'm going to be critiquing this, the technology that in this dynamic that we have to choose a side. They're also fighting with each other, but also separated from each other. So now they put us in the middle. We have to choose sides. The other component that I said before, the political systems matter, and they do matter a lot between democracy and autocracies. They're key nowadays. In our own informational ecosystem, we see that we call democracy to things that are clearly autocracies. And then we cannot be on the side of the Iranian women, and we're going to suppose politically then you're going to be above the political system of Iran. Be careful, because you cannot take an argument about the exportation of democracy. Because we saw that in the beginning of the 90s and then in the 2000s, that kind of like shoot us back in the foot in order to develop the democracy systems. And the other point here that is key for us is not only the states that are here, also the rest, the states versus the rest. over the companies, they talk about briefly about cybersecurity. The companies, the bank systems, they tell us trust because your money with us is safe. And there are the first one, there are vulnerable, being hacked. So we have a big issue about cybersecurity. That our societies are not conscious about it. And then the aunt get the message, oh, someone has your password. Desperately are going to go try to act without being informed. So the Financial Times is $3.0 million. They're going to give us warnings that their systems are not effective. They're not effective systems in this problem. What we're seeing in a context of frustration in society, in a context of ambiguity and lacking of clarity, the governments don't have the total board to use technology, but also can use it against their own societies in a business model that increases and walks and evolves to hide some realities. We are in the wrong side of the court. It's important for you guys to reflect and think about this. This is another point that you have to have present, dependence. But we cannot break the basis of globalization because it's going to have consequences. But we know that today, in the informational system that we are, the weaponized interdependence system is a problem for any problem that is strategic, political, social, and in the international system in the nowadays. Now, the Russians in Ukraine use their own social media to affect the public opinion, not in Europe, not in the United States and Canada. That's marginal. Africa and Asia, which the support of the war of Russia against Ukraine can see clearly on Russia's favor. Cultural facts. Tell me from where you're being nourished, and I will tell you in which sphere of influence you are. When we see what are the faults of Russia created by the Ukrainian army, in terms of we don't really know what are their faults. We don't really know what is exactly going on because there's a logic in the political and military logic. Think on the social media also be part of a movement. They are part of a movement that are more complex and vital movement. Why? For two reasons. There is one more image that we're missing. The strangle movement, we can open and close. We have power in the social media and above social media, over social media. And this strangle movement that we have to find what are the knots, the main knots, and close them to affect one ecosystem and close it. And then the other effect is we are very conscious about, but we still use it. The panoptic effect. We are transparent. We have a lot of systems to friends tell me, you use the VPN. These are barriers that makes it look invisible, in which you can have the willing in the technology world to be visualized. We are persons of interest. So when we try to generate action in order to operate, even with those are the closest to us, but what would we believe about our brothers, because they trust that we're going to do our work without affecting them. I don't know if you have thought about that. There's not a lot of solutions. I call it not wishful thinking, the wish list. First, we need to articulate conversations, more healthy conversations and more honest between our sectors, the government, the big companies, and the civil society. And then second, we need to put together a concept. What are we speaking when we talk about misinformation? All the different manual levels, all the discussion that in Central Latin America, how are we going to talk about misinformation? How we're going to establish those fake news that are affecting us? How is going to improve from misinformation? One tweet from two different point of views are easy to take on, but then situations that are being created only to create doubt, they're being established to create doubt. We need better dialogue. And also the legislation allow us to argue or to have conversations, not only to regulate, not only for that, but also to educate. Thank you so much for listening to me this morning.
Thank you. Well, we're going to get started with the next panel. So now I'm going to call our speakers, Cynthia and Caio, so that we can arrange the room. Okay, first, perfect. This panel is going to be in English completely, so if someone needs a translation, on the back there's some monitors, just for all of you to know. But first, let's get started to the next panel. Frontier digital technologies and their policy implications, artificial intelligence, inteligencia artificial y sus implicaciones políticas, inteligencia artificial, protección de datos y desinformación. We have Cynthia Piccolo with us. She's a lawyer from the PUC of Campinas in Brazil and public law from a Leiden School in Dutchland. We also have Caio Machado. He's the executive director of the Ibero Institute at the Oxford University. Ok, entonces vamos a tener una presentación primero para cada uno de ellos. Cynthia va a empezar y luego esperamos tener algunas preguntas. Ok. Está viniendo. Un segundo, por favor. Entretennos. Well, first, we also want to remind you of our social media, DCN Global and Twitter and Instagram. You can tag us, you can tag them. So you can make stories. They're super nice. I was checking the Instagram of DCN, and there's stories from people all over. So we invite you to do that, and for us to get to see some of the stories later in Instagram and also Twitter. I saw many tweets, super nice. So we'll also invite you to tell your audiences what's going on here. Okay, we're here with a presentation. We're almost ready. There's a presentarte. Ok, no hay problema. Entonces, empezamos en este momento. Muchas gracias a todos por la invitación. Estoy súper emocionada de estar aquí en esta gran discusión. Lamentablemente, mi presentación no está funcionando, pero voy a empezar de todas maneras. Mi nombre es Cintia Piccolo. Soy la directora ejecutiva del laboratorio de ONG de Brasil. Investigamos los medios sociales relacionados medios digitales, y en las partes extranjeras cubrimos inteligencia artificial, vigilancia digital, información y gobernanza de datos. Hacemos esto por medio de investigación, articulación, levantar conciencia y también a través de litigación estratégica. Estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con ustedes para compartir algunos pensamientos acerca de los marcos regulatorios que tenemos en Brasil, que intentan atender algunos asuntos acerca de la desinformación y la discriminación de algoritmos. En mi presentación, la cual no ven, ya viene, les iba a presentar un resumen de lo que voy a conversar, así que básicamente les voy a tocar algunos nuevos retos que han sido traídos por sistemas basados en inteligencia artificial nuevos, porque digo nuevos aunque no son nuevos, aunque ya tenemos más información acerca de ellos, los entendemos mejor, la dinámica detrás de ellos, así que es más evidente en estos días. Y luego les doy un poquito de características de los marcos regulatorios que tenemos en Brasil, y luego voy a explicarles un poco acerca de la gobernanza, instrumentos de gobernanza que son muy importantes para hacer cualquier regulación efectiva. Sin eso solamente vamos a tener principios, así que ocupamos instrumentos de gobernanza. Y luego también cierro mi presentación conversando acerca del rol de la sociedad civil y las coaliciones en este contexto. Así que primero, mi background es en leyes, pero trataré de no hablar usando esas expresiones raras. Así que el primer punto que quiero atender son estos dos nuevos riesgos que se relacionan a la desinformación y a la transparencia algorítmica. Perdón, discriminación algorítmica. Estos son riesgos y problemas que echen a perder un sistema democrático, porque ellos reflejan, impactan el pensamiento crítico de la población y también levantan la inigualdad entre las personas, así que eso reflejan en los desarrollos sociales y económicos, así que cuando pensamos acerca de regulación,
We do have to really address these issues because they are not so easy to tackle. And my colleague Caio will also touch upon some disinformation aspects and the challenges as well. So having said that, I would like you to have these two issues in mind during my presentation, because the regulatory frameworks that I was going to present to you that we have in Brazil try to address some of these issues. But please have in mind that I do understand that no regulation is a silver bullet, but my intention here is to show you that we can count with regulatory frameworks to find ways to tackle these problems. Of course, they do present some challenges, but we have also to find some important and positive aspects within them. So the first regulatory framework I was going to talk about is the data protection law that we have in Brazil. This law is really important in this context. Yeah?
Is that it?
Oh, no, this is not.
Okay.
But it's fine.
Okay, let's go.
The slides are easier because you can follow the information, but anyway. The general data protection law that we have in force in Brazil is really important because it's a landmark in terms of principles that try to set some guidance for the process of personal data. So I could mention here the principle of non-discrimination, the principle of legal purpose, and these are really important when we are on the internet environment. And also this law in Brazil brought some important data subject rights. And one of them, which is very important for this discussion, is the right to request a review on decisions taken solely by automated systems. So a person that feels that his or her interests are being affected has the right to request for more information on how that decision was taken. And also the Brazilian Data Protection Authority can also investigate discriminatory practice if there are evidences on that. So this law is very important because it puts the subject, the person, in the center. So we have rights stated on the law. So the other regulatory framework I was going to talk about is the bill that we are discussing in Brazil. We call it fake news bills, which is the bill 2630. And this bill intends to regulate and give some guidance related to transparency for social media platforms, for instant message providers, and for searching tools. So it's very curious that this bill brings some mechanisms for that. So, for example, it has stated that these providers have some transparency obligations. For example, they must identify automated accounts. They must provide reports on transparency reports, sorry. So every 6 months. So it's an important discussion because it's the first time that we see these big techs are getting a way to be regulated directly. The other point I was going to mention related to this bill is that there is a clear indication on the importance of investing on media literacy. So this is something that we are working on in Brazil very much, and I'm super happy to be here also because of this. And lastly, regarding regulatory frameworks, we are discussing in Brazil a regulation a bill to regulate the use and development of artificial intelligence. And here I was going to start the link with the role of civil society, because this bill has been discussed at the National Congress right now. And the first draft was very poor, was vague and only based on principles. And the civil society got together, and we have a strong coalition in Brazil. Unfortunately, you can't see the photos because I put some photos of everyone as well. We have a big coalition in Brazil, which is called Rights in Network Coalition, Coalizão Direitos na Rede. And we got together and we debated and articulated. And so, for example, now we are in contact with the commission that is preparing a new draft for the regulation of artificial intelligence. And we are, for example, explaining the importance of these concrete instruments I mentioned before. So how to comply with transparency reports if you don't have a roadmap for that? What elements do you have to have in this report? What language you should use? Because you have several audiences. You have the general people, you have authorities, you have technical people. So you need to have a roadmap. If you have a legislation only based on principles, you cannot get it effective. So we are in this point of discussion, and also related to algorithm discrimination and the use of AI systems in general. We are pushing for the obligation to prepare an algorithm impact assessment before implementing any system that is based on AI. Because with this impact assessment, you can have an overview beforehand about the risks and safeguards. So you have a more controlled situation. thinking about the social goods. So this is the point related to the frameworks and the role of civil society, because we are pushing for these mechanisms and also for a more inclusive and open debate, because when we talk about any digital technology, we have different contexts, we have different people. Yeah, I will show at least the photos, which I think, let me see. So here I talked about disinformation. Okay, not working. It's not fine. Okay, so yeah, I was going to talk about, to close my presentation, about the role of civil society, and this is very important because we are all here, and in Brazil at least, this coalition I mentioned, we have 51 entities from the civil society and also academics. Oh, here. And we get together to organize events, workshop, and also we get together with stakeholders and authorities. For example, here, I am in a debate for the AI national strategy, which is very important because this strategy has been discussed in Brazil, and there are loads of representatives from the private sector and from the government, and there was no one from civil society, and we, LAPIM, could get in an expert. So we are now trying to raise the points of civil society. Here also another event, and so on. It's just to let you know that this type of work, like a collaborative work, can really make an effect. We are really causing impact in Brazil and also in the region. And the way forward, what is the way forward? We don't know, that's a 1 million question. But of course we have to regulate. We have to regulate this scenario because we cannot leave these companies in the vacuum. So regulation can, of course, I'm not talking about a strict regulation. We have to be flexible because we want innovation together with legal security. We have to foster open and inclusive debate because media literacy, for example, is not about explaining what is disinformation or fake news. We have to explain people they have rights guaranteed by the law, for example, and how they will exercise their rights. So this is part of the awareness program. So with that, we will have legislations that reflect the social and economic aspects of any population. We have also to have any legislation based on principles plus concrete instruments, as I said, to ensure effectiveness of these principles and to provide roadmaps for the people that will have to guarantee these principles. And lastly, we have to get together civil society and organizations and foster the implementation of these working groups and coalitions because with this collaborative work we can articulate with stakeholders and not just locally because technology is not something that is local. It's transversal and is everywhere. So we have to have this net of communication, and I'm super happy to be here and present this information about the Brazilian scenario and to state that I'm super in favor of this type of coalition, and I hope for the best, and I'm super excited for what Caio is going to present now. Thank you.
Caio, please, go ahead.
Alô, alô. Olá. Claro.
Apologize for speaking in English because I'm from Latin America, but my Portuñol it's not very good for my presentation, so I'm going to change.
Next year I promise I'll present.
El próximo año prometo presentar en español. Mi nombre es Caio Machado, soy el director ejecutivo del Instituto Vero y también algún día terminaré mi maestría en Oxford si los dioses me ayudan mucho. Bueno, como la presentación, mientras está la presentación, espero que por favor funcione porque tengo algunos memes para mostrarles. Pero quiero empezar con un evento que sucedió hace 2 días, pero es muy relevante para lo que vamos a conversar. Cuando hablamos acerca de discurso político en línea, regular desinformación y caminar hacia el frente. El cofundador de Vero. Ok, ahí estamos. Ok, ¿pueden mis tweets salvar o destruir la democracia? Vamos a hablar de ir.
Can we pass the presentation from there?
Oh, la tecnología. Ok, vamos a continuar. Ahí estamos. Ok, perfectly. Sorry. Aquí, esta es mi presentación.
If I don't time it correctly, it's going to start really nice, and in the end, it's going to look like that drawing. So I'm going to start with the story from my fellow YouTuber, fellow founder, and he's a YouTuber. Describe a little bit the problem, tear it apart a little bit, try to understand what sort of issues we're talking about when we're talking about disinformation and regulating political speech, and share a bit what we've been doing and how we see the way forward. So as I was saying, Felipe, who's a huge celebrity, unlike me, has 45 million subscribers on YouTube, has an entertainment channel, but he also uses his visibility to address political issues. And he's very vocal against the current Bolsonaro government and criticizes it openly. Recently, 2 days ago, YouTube gave him a strike, which is a form of, it's a punishment within the company's policies, and Felipe won't be able to publish political videos until this Friday, okay? So I'm not here to defend Felipe. We don't know what happened, even I don't know what happened. The idea here is not to take a side, but to bring this issue, because some questions, some very important questions show up. We're talking about political speech. We're talking about 45 million people who want to hear what Felipe has to say, his opinions on national politics and so on, even his entertainment content as well. So freedom of speech, political speech, and we have a platform that is somehow moderating this, using its infrastructure with its rules. And this raises questions of, okay, who makes the rules? How are they applied? What accountability mechanisms? Why is this fair? Taking down, why is 10 days fair? Why not 5? Why not take down an account? So I'm not taking sides. I realize content moderation is extremely important, but it brings a huge issue. And I want you guys to have this case in mind because we'll explore it a little bit more. So when we're talking about moderating speech, what's the big issue going on? And disinformation is a type of speech, hate speech is a type of speech. So the rules we have in place mostly were devised considering printing press, radio, television. And now we have the biggest printing and copying tool we ever had so far in our history, which is a computer linked to the internet. And this is another meme where you get a little, maybe you got it, like your printer needs attention at Windows, so even printers have feelings and sometimes they need some attention. So how do we go from this written text, you post it on a church and it becomes a read, people need to copy, and this is spread one way, to, this crazy things where these copying machines have a mind of their own. What sort of differences are we identifying? First of all, we're in a context of mass self-communication. Think of Felipe again. We have one guy who's reading the news, who has his own channel, who has colossal reach, and he's both consuming and producing content. So are all of us. We're producing content in our Twitter sphere, in our academic sphere. Some of us sometimes go viral and it's fun. Sometimes we're attacked. That's one characteristic. The other characteristic is we don't have set time and space for things. So if before you had to turn on your TV at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. to get the daily news, and you know, the presenter would just tell you stuff and you'd nod or say, no, I don't like that, and change channel. Now you interact with it, and you interact with it real time, and everything happens all of the time. It's timeless time, and it's what was called by Castell's space flows. So Black Lives Matter movement is interacting in Brazil, in the US, in other countries, and you have all these movements that start sprouting all over the place, and they're interconnected. So what are the challenges that show up when we're talking about interacting with these new characteristics, with these platforms, right? Remember, our rules look at TV and, you know, written stuff, letters and outdoors. So first challenge is defining what's public and private. So if you think of a private space, you're going to think first architecture, your bathroom, your living room. You know, you're going to think of a physical space. Space in the internet isn't the same thing. Private means maybe peer-to-peer encryption, which is one person, which is maybe a WhatsApp group with 256 people, soon more, 1,000 people. Where is the boundary between private and public speech? We don't have that architectural cues anymore, and we depend on all these affordances from the platforms. Is it a group? Are you, posting something to your close friends? Have you blocked someone? All these little tweaks that we use that somehow define public and private in a gradient, but the rules we have are strictly for public speech and private speech. This is very important, because if I say something that is disinformation in my living room, it's very different if I say it out in the public square. What's also difficult is attributing authorship, especially in these authorship and liability in these complex chains of interactions. It goes viral, it hops from group to group on WhatsApp, someone takes a print screen, shares it on Facebook, and shares it on TikTok, then someone makes a video out of it. Who's responsible for this? Who's the author? Especially when you have algorithms modulating who's going to see what. So you can go through all of the work of making content, then all of a sudden Instagram says, well, Reels should have greater reach than photos. Okay, they're not an author, but they're defining who gets to see what. Is that authorship? We don't have that defined in our laws. We have issues of establishing credibility and authority. Nowadays, you have a blue tick on Twitter. Hey, you must be important. You must be saying something serious. And the biggest issue, or one of the biggest issues, which is, again, Felipe's case, how do we moderate speech? You can take content down, then maybe 45 million people didn't get to see it. How do you protect the rights of these 45 million people? Is, affecting reach a form of content moderation? What if I put a stamp on that content saying this is a lie? All of these resources that are being used by platforms for legitimate reasons, but we haven't discussed them from a legal angle, because, and we're tampering with very, very core liberties in our system. We're talking about freedom of speech. So we have an issue, which is, how do we establish public interest in all of this? Which is also, should we keep that content up and everyone should get to see it? I mean, the Brazilian president literally posted a video of one guy urinating on the other on Twitter. I'm not lying. So is that public interest, or should that be taken down? Should Twitter decide that? Or should we leave it to a court? Should we automate that decision? All of these issues, we need, okay, before shameless self-promotion, all of these issues we're grappling with, and we don't have adequate legislation to tackle that challenge. Now to the shameless self-promotion. This is me discussing the fake news bill Cynthia mentioned. That's why I thought it was better than just putting text. So a few things we tried to address in that bill. Content moderation. Two types of content moderation. One is the individual. Okay, Caio said something stupid. Caio said something racist. We need to take that down. And we need to give him a reason. So Caio doesn't do that again, also because he's breaking the law. We have collective content moderation. That's the case, for example, if someone wants to put Islamic State content or child pornography, that gets filtered automatically. No one's going to say that someone posting this type of content has the right to free speech, and a judge has to look at it afterwards, and that has to stay online. No, we want it cut down automatically. But we need to discuss what are the situations where automated content moderation makes sense. Because again, this is an extremely delicate situation. You're preventing people from talking. Another issue that we brought up in the fake news bill, which is far from perfect, but I think we had some good points there, is due process. All the procedures we have in evaluating if something is right or wrong, if taking down content, you give the person a chance, before applying any sanction, applying any rule, our legal system says, we got to hear both sides. That's not going on. And that's something we tried to do in this platform scenario, which isn't easy because we're talking about huge scales and things going viral overnight and cat videos reaching 5 million views within seconds. And, how fast can you take down the cat video or people to access information? So I'm the academic, I'm obviously not famous. Felipe is the social media influencer, and that's how we try to find some synergy to get this type of complex, hard content out to the public debate so that people have, understand and have an opinion, because I'm pretty sure everyone is entitled to an opinion on what the president is doing or moderating and so on. So anyway, you guys can check all of this afterwards. Thank you very much, and I hope I didn't bore you too much.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you so much for your both presentations, despite the technicals. We're gonna do closing remarks. So we're gonna have to circle back for Cynthia and then Caio, and yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Caio. It was great. And I think that with our both presentations, you could have a perspective on the importance of regulation, but also the challenges of defining concepts and, as Caio said, how to attribute a responsibility. And of course, we have to have in mind this whole scenario. And as I mentioned before, I think it's important when we are talking about media literacy to have all these in mind. So about the regulatory frameworks, about the issues on the ground, let's say like this, and to think together on the way forward, because this is a collective issue and we will tackle it with a collective effort. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Caio, please.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Maricela. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. I'd like to come back to what Cynthia was saying about the regulation on AI. We have extremely complex issues, extremely complex regulation, but that touches every single one of us and every single person in the world, really. Like, everyone is using social media, or almost everyone. That is a big issue. But, who's online is using social media, is being affected by these automated tools. And one thing that was very sad, I'd say, in both legislations is that media literacy is really being left to the side. In the fake news bill, we managed to insert a paragraph that was purely programmatic, like, yeah, we should talk about media literacy. And no congressman or woman cared about it. And that's an alarm, especially for an event like this. Something is going on. People want to fight each other on social media, on the legislation, but we need to start bringing this debate to something more structural, to the legislative, to the executive, and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. A big applause for them. Thank you. So we move to our next panel. Miguel, please come on here. Yes. y den el... Ajá.
¿Me siento o no la hago? Bien. ¿Y mi presentación anda?
Esperamos que sí. Ok. Súper. Entonces, perdón, Miguel. Tenemos a Miguel Fábrega, que él trabaja en House of Attention como Chief Creative Principal de Neology, NFT, and Metaverse Designer. So, our creative input, come on, got here. Thank you very much. An applause for Miguel, please.
Gracias a todos. Yo sí voy en español. Voy a tirar un par de palabras en inglés de vez en cuando, así que no se ofendan, pero voy en español. Ok, aquí estoy. Bueno, ante todo, muchísimas gracias a los organizadores por haberme invitado. En Panamá estamos muy felices de poder tener representación aquí. Creo que hay otro panameño también, así que después nos vemos para Panameña, nos vemos para tomar tragos ahora. Esto es la única parte que es en inglés.
Unleashing the future of Latin American creativity. I am not a reporter or a journalist. I don't work in journalism, but I work in communication, and I work in the ideas as the social development. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about my particular path in the creativity path and how creativity, well used, it has the power to unleash a wave of growth in Latin America if we do it properly in the whole world. So please help me with the presentation. Do I need to have apparatus? Do I need a remote? Yeah? Okay, aloha. First of all, what is creativity? Creativity is a very complex word, and not everybody uses well. When majority of people think on creativity, they think about these images, small children with a whole bunch of paint, and then that's not the creativity that I'm talking today. I am here talking about creativity in agriculture, creativity in education, in that we need it desperately, and creativity offered to service for urban strategies, tourism, economy, and medicine, creativity in engineering, and mostly creativity organized and with processes, because creativity and a difference of people have make us think is this not this magical pill that it comes in the shape of a magic pill. There's no lighter. This is a human process that everyone has access to and very well trained. It can be utilized to solve anything. If we start using creativity to solve social matters that we have right now worldwide, we can unleash a spectacular future for our planet. The creativity is a divergent thought, is a cognitive process in the human that make us create concepts, new possibilities. Possibly the word that we can use more is innovation, but innovation has also a technological context, because it's not also truth. There's also agro-innovation that is fantastic. There's not a lot of people or knowledge, there's not a lot of knowledge about creativity, but it's also used to solve any type of problems. So creativity is a toolbox that is infinite, and in which has a lot of uses: social development, creating jobs, and more economical possibilities on our continent and worldwide. We only need to understand it and activate it. And this is why I believe they invited me here, because this is information. This is information that we need to spread, and we have to spread it fast. So my history about creativity, I have to talk about where I know. It's my story. So it's Anti-Outlier. I don't know if you have read Outlier of Michael Bolton. It talks about 10,000 hours. There are a lot of incredible people like Bill Gates. He lived next to the most biggest computer in the world. He not only was smart as a kid, but also blocks away from his house, he had one of the greatest computers from his planet. I did not born next to a massive computer. I did not also born in a place in which creativity was something that it was exposed. At the contrary, my career, I made it with a very hard work. When I born, this was happening. That was Torrijos-Carter Treaty, in which Jimmy Carter decides, I have the opportunity to meet him, the President Carter. He decided to give the Panama Canal back to the Panama people, because the canal was never from the Panama people. That was a beautiful idea that President Carter had, and also it took out his presidency. Then Republicans trying to find the canal afterwards. But after that, it took us here. I don't know if you know this person, Manuel Antonio Noriega. When I was little boy, I born in under a dictator, like a lot of you Central American fellows. What kid born from a dictator government, which your fundamental rights are out of the question? So in 1994, I told my parents, I want to be an artist. My parents told me, no, you can't be an artist. You have to learn something that is going to create more investments to this family. So then communication. The communication helped me the importance of the narrative, to bring one idea to reality. It provides me with a training that it doesn't exist in the schools. In the schools, they don't teach creativity. They don't teach creativity. They teach maybe a workshop of arts or creative writing, but there is not a creative career. As a product of my communicator career, I auto-finance my artist career. And I find out that the art is an excellent weapon to talk about social economic issues in which in other ways is difficult to talk about. And then I found out that it was important to bring in other artists, other collaborators. We have something that is called Diablo Rosso, which is one of the main galleries in Latin America. Fun fact, indeed, the Federico Herrero art is in the corner. He's an artist, a Costa Rican artist. If you go out in the lobby and you look up, you will see his art. Diablo Rosso becomes a hyper nodriza weapon for art, because we realize we need to continue growing, because there's a generation that is ready to create. We level up, we create festivals, scale up, Fashion Week Panama, Macro Festival, which is one of the biggest in the country, creating more projects because other artists, designers, architects, gastronomy artists can also expose what they have to say, and also to live up upon their ideas. Something interesting happened as a product of all this work. They called me to be part of the Aspen Institute. Then Latin America, from Cali, Central American Leadership Initiative. They took me out of my context, the world of the ideas, and put me up in this new planet from people from all over the world. Not only I understood the potency of the different ecosystems and the importance of activities like this one here today, but also that creativity has different processes that can be utilized to solve anything. Thanks to the Aspen Institute, I get educated in designing, thinking, and collective impact. I don't know if you're aware what collective impact in design thinking are. They're creative processes and help us to create more potency of creativity. Not only creativity that comes from creative people, but also creativity that comes from different people. Creativity, we all have the capacity to create. We all have the capacity to imagine things that don't exist. And what happens if you put together a doctor with an educator, with a programmer, and do it through design thinking? Really, you can solve anything. And then when I said that, I'm not overreacting because I have seen it happen. Once that I have this knowledge, I realized that my country, the same as other countries in the region, needed help. In terms of their narrative and the social narratives, what are social narratives? They come from the culture, and the culture is something that unfortunately is not in the top part of the list of the agenda in a lot of nations or our countries. So I start going around my country and being in my region. So how can we create more potency? How can we empower the local imagination through design thinking? We were going to do a magical project, and then this came, the pandemic. I believe everybody knows what happens in this chapter. The first 2 to 3 months of the pandemic, I panic because a lot of these things can be done in the same place. And how lucky we are to be in the same place with people like you and not doing it via Zoom. But over Zoom, there's also a lot of things that we could create. A lot of people start writing me, how can I explore my creative side? And this was like teachers, scientists, engineers, people that couldn't feel that they were from the creative segment. What is the creative segment? Why creativity is like a monopoly of the architects and the artists, dramatic arts and writers and poets. Creativity is everywhere. Creativity is everywhere, and it's a human skill, it's a cognitive capacity. From my house, from the quarantine in Panama was terrible. We started creating this series. It's literally we all can create, and this series start gaining a lot of visibility, and then people start writing me from all over the continent. I realized in that moment that creativity, at least in Spanish, it wasn't being taught. It wasn't being shared. And the creative processes was something that was like locked in. In that moment, I found like a big petrol well that I can find more possibilities. So utilizing the practice of the design thinking and the collective impact, we put a group together, scientists, educators, academics, logistics experts, experts in data analysis, and we create, which is called Todo Panama, the virus, you're the one that stop it. And we have to work with the governments, even if we don't like it. We don't believe the governments are cool. We have to work with the governments. So we brought this platform to the government of Panama government, and the Panama government say yes. And together, hand by hand, we, through creative processes, guided creative processes, we solved the pandemic in Panama. We rescue hundreds of people from death. We create all type of help programs and aid programs, and everything born from creativity, from the mind of an artist, helped by mathematics, logistics experts, scientists, doctors, etc. So I have seen the power of creativity. I have seen the power of ideas changing a nation. And this can change a continent. It can change the world, the whole wide world. Exploring in the pandemic, I got into the point of the NFTs. We already have the pandemic solved, so let's do art. And then I start understanding what is a NFT, the blockchain and the opportunities in the blockchain. But I realized that my country, this still is in diapers. By the way, this is in diapers, the whole planet. Don't think there is a planet that has this figured out. This is going slowly but steady. The blockchains in particular have the possibility to solve a lot of problems that are related with misinformation. We can talk about that later on in the next version of next year. In order to be able to articulate my project, I understand that I have to find people from other countries, other continents and countries. We create a house of attention to that. It has a very important DNA. We build bridges to bring from the real world, to bring the humans to create that step in a dignified way. There's a lot of fear of technology because a lot of moments there is asymmetry of knowledge. Maybe you have listened what is a blockchain, but maybe you don't know what a blockchain is, and you don't know how to ask the question, or you don't know where to access that information. So we create House of Attention in order to be able to help to create that bridge. Now that you're seeing here is a borderline. The borderline is it's a room that you can see that could transport human people to the metaverse. And now we realize for education is such a big help. It has hundreds and thousands of applications of this technology that I had to learn in order to connect with people from all over the world. It has a wide spread of possibilities. The big majority of people have a phone. You have access to internet. It's not the same. There is rural access of internet. We also have platforms like WhatsApp. They are in a bad usage. Maybe we can start using this technology to propagate and to spread real information, to propagate and spread technology that is creative, and start educating humans about the potential of creativity. Thanks to House of Attention, we were able to launch our first collection of NFTs. They're based on, like Mafalda's principle, ideas and things of infants that created on a country under a dictator. This was the first collection of NFTs in Latin America of this pace, and then we create other projects to help other people to understand the passage from the analog to the okay, now you can see it, from the analog to the metaverse. This is an art project that we're doing right now to create literacy about the possibilities of the Web 3.0 and the things that you can do and how you can use talent, places like Latin America, to create things that are amazing. That's our piece inside of our piece, inside a museum that never going to exhibit any of these art pieces. From there, this creative education, we realized we needed more. So now we're going to launch Creatopolis, which is a school for creativity. It's an educational center to educate what you don't learn at school or in college. We have a waiting list of 10,000 people waiting for us to launch it. We're going to launch it in January, so we are going to have a state-of-the-art facility. They're going to be, robotica, virtual reality, and we're going to explore absolutely all the dimensions of creativity. So now we are incredibly excited because this allows us to change paradigm. now as an artist, as a strategist, it took me a long way to get here, to get invited to do things like here, like this. It took me a while to get into a board, a member as a board, because the person that was a creative person was considered a crazy person or a crazy lady and not necessarily are taken seriously.
However, we live in a world where creativity can improve humanity enormously if it's put to the good. So right now what we're trying to do is change or break paradigms and disrupt the curriculums of the colleges and schools and change the narrative of creativity and convert it not only on the muse of the inspiration, but also a social tool. So these ideas that have been proven scientifically, and yeah, they're right that the left hemisphere of the brain is different to the right one, but we have one brain. We all have the capacity to create. We can all use our brain muscles. So what could happen if we'd release a chain of creativity? We could do new solutions or social solutions. We cannot wait for a room full of economists to do a great breakthrough in the economy. That's not going to happen. The breakthrough will happen when we join economists with professors, with analysts, with data analysts, with artists. So the real integration of the social mosaic, so total reforms in the education needs not to evolve. The education needs to start from scratch. We're not educating for the 21st century, and the 21st century, it's about to finish, so it's first cue. So the creativity could bring total reforms in education. Creativity could create jobs. I've seen in Costa Rica how ecotourism has created tens of thousands of jobs, and these are just ideas, and it's not idea that it's a frame, it's idea that's a strategy, a national strategy about ecotourism that has been working for 50 years, not 3 years, and then we wonder how it doesn't work. So we strengthen national identity,
Recording in
creativity.
progress.
That's the Department of State. Being watched, sin observado. So it's identity strengthening. It's so important because many times the languages, the indigenous languages, the customs are being lost. Creativity, education, technology help us keep that, not only keep it, but also enhance it. And that's also directly attached to cultural identity of our nations, which in many cases, especially in a country like mine, it's being lost. So the social gap is reduced 100%. New technologies, new tools. There are right now hundreds, if not thousands, of new technologies that could release a new wave of economical growth in the continent, but these technologies are not reaching to the people that need to be arriving. So that's why education needs to start teaching those tools and start designing them since kindergarten. Resilient ecosystems and resilient humans. The human being has the ability to sustain anything. They can find new solutions, new possibilities. And I think the pandemic, that's why many people wanted to explore creativity, because they thought that they were trapped. Social innovation, new ways of solving old problems, institutional innovation, which is needed in the whole continent, decentralization. Creativity has the power, and that's very interesting that happened during the pandemic, that countries like Panama were not depending totally on the capital. Every province had to see how they could solve their own situation. and the creativity, it's also a generator of equality. So why teaching creativity? It's important and its processes, and this is very irresponsible that concepts like design thinking are not being taught to kids from 3rd grade. Design thinking, for those who don't know this, it's a nonlinear process where first you need to understand the human being. You need to understand their needs, their data. And then you have to define what problem are we going to solve. I realized during the pandemic that the health ministry of Panama had to solve the pandemic. The Ministry of Health is full with doctors and bureaucrats. The pandemic was a problem of problems. It's a meta problem. So there was no one solution. We needed solutions of solutions. So we needed an ecosystems of minds that through processes like collective impact and design thinking, that's when we could define, and then you test, and then you do a prototype, and you do ideas, and if the process doesn't work, then you go back. This should be taught in 3rd grade. A 3rd grader that knows these tools could solve anything, anywhere, anyhow. So what are we waiting? If we don't fill with good information the minds of our kids, of our people, someone else will give them information and will fill that void, and will fill it with trash. Every time that I watch parents with little kids that put them a tablet so that they could watch, I don't know, Peppa Pig, I think that's the future of our nation, Peppa Pig. So who should we teach creativity? To the creators that are already creating, because many times they don't know that they can do more of what they're already doing. Everywhere you look, where you see the cultural fairs and all the crafters, they could be doing so many more things. Innovation in that sector. To the media, it's time that as education, it needs to change. The role of the media, it's another one, right? The media could be doing huge work on this area. Not only digital media, but also traditional media. I come from advertising. I can tell you that 10 years ago, we were talking about the death of the TV and the death of radio, and there they are. And they're stronger than ever. The radio in Panama is stronger than ever. So what are they doing to spread these ideas to the educators so that there's a thick layer of knowledge of the creative processes and that they're included in the curriculums? It's a soft skill. It's an incredible, strong, soft skill. But why aren't we teaching it to all the institutions and to all the people, the private sector in general, and to whoever lives and breathes? What have we seen? Yeah, it works. We've seen that it works. And if we see strategies like the ones from Peru, that through gastronomy, which is creativity, it has been positioned as one of the gastronomically most important countries. That's a strategy. That's a creative strategy. They're being published like South by Southwest, that it could be replicated around the regions. The blockchain, the technology, all this helps us share information, share techniques, how to create a fertile territory. We change the narrative on creativity. We educate educators. We educate institutions. We do the best use of traditional media and the new media. That if they're not going to do any good for humanity, then it's time for them to stop existing. So helping new technologies, trying to understand what we do not understand, that's a new phenomenon. Donnie Kruger, and if you haven't heard about this, look it up on Google. It's super important to understand that when we don't understand, we need to look for information and understand it. Integrating all society to the changes that are already here and fight corruption and misinformation.
Okay.
Y tener tiempo de preguntas, ¿ok?
Noon is my actual project that I'm running in
Noon es
Brazil
mi
for the
proyecto, el
last
que
3
estoy
years.
manejando en Brasil de
Basically, a
los últimos 3
technology
años.
framework
Es
that help
un marco de
communities to
tecnología
enable
que ayuda
themselves as
a las
decentralized
comunidades
communities.
a ser descentralizadas.
Basically, empower
Básicamente,
communities to solve
empoderarlos
something that for me is
a
very
resolver
important, is how can
algo que para mí es
decentralized
muy importante:
communities sustain
cómo
itself
descentralizar comunidades para que se
economically
sostengan
and
a sí mismas económicamente y financieramente.
So, we are blockchain tech platforms that
Somos
allow
una plataforma
decentralized
tech de
communities to generate
blockchain que le
opportunities
permiten a
and
las
value
comunidades a
exchange
generar
using utility
oportunidades.
tokens. I don't know
No sé
how experienced is
qué tan
the audience in terms
experimentadas la
of the
audiencia en
terminology of
términos
blockchain,
del
but just
término
to
de blockchain,
use
pero
the very important one is utility
es
tokens. That is
tokens de utilidad.
basically is a monetary
Es
currency that's actually
una
pre-allocated.
moneda.
As an example, I'm gonna issue
Como un ejemplo,
food
por ejemplo,
utility
voy
token.
a tener
And people
una
can use
utilidad
it to buy
de
food,
comida
or
y
I
lo puedo
can
usar para comprar
issue
comida. Y yo
education
puedo
utility tokens that
usar
people can use
una moneda
have access to
utilitaria de
education
educación
and
para
many
poder
other,
accesar educación. Y
things that are
muchas
useful for
otras
people's
cosas que
life.
son
It's
útiles para
basically
la vida de las
strategies that we are
personas.
using to
Son
increase the
estrategias que se
amount
usan
of
para incrementar
directly to things that are useful for
y
communities.
llevarlo
And what we
directamente a
do,
cosas
we actually
que son importantes para la
foster,
comunidad.
member relationships, as
Y así
everything is
hacemos
designed through community
relaciones donde
based.
entonces se
We
hace
enable
por
them to create their
comunidad.
own
Y
communities.
eso entonces dentro
We
de su propia
reward
comunidad
collaboration,
se les da
in
premios
monetary
por la
currency. We have a
colaboración de
system
acuerdo
of
a su
stablecoin. It's not
moneda
a
de
cryptocurrency
colaboración.
model.
No es
It's
cripto,
basically
es
all
básicamente
the tokens that are issued
los
on our
tokens
system
o
have
las
the value
monedas
of
están en
one.
nuestro
It
sistema,
could be
tienen el valor de
$1,
uno,
one
puede ser
peso,
un
one
dólar, un
sol,
peso,
one real.
un sol, un real.
And people exchange this with
Y la gente intercambia esto sin intermediarios. Y eso es muy importante en términos de traer la tecnología, porque algunos de los problemas que teníamos con la Web3 es que la gente entiende el valor de las cosas. Y una de las cosas que tenemos que ser educados es hacerlo más fácil, entender lo fácil que es hacer una ganancia y tener sus billeteras llenas, y los miembros llenan sus monedas de acuerdo a lo que saben y luego lo útil que son esas monedas. Nuestra tecnología trabaja con un algoritmo que distribuye esos tokens de acuerdo al nivel de involucramiento, y eso funciona a través del mundo. ¿Cómo funciona? Intentamos crear una economía circular donde la gente viene y es parte de la comunidad. Dentro de esa comunidad hay organizaciones y personas que abren eventos que los llamamos como espacios de colaboración, donde ellos sueltan sus fichas y le dan a la gente acceso a esas fichas. Por ejemplo, soy una compañía de comida y voy a ir a una comunidad en Brasil y le voy a preguntar pollo o pasta. Y la gente me puede dar una idea y de acuerdo a eso reciben tokens, esas fichas se acumulan en su billetera y ellos deciden accesar a mercados dentro de esa plataforma para comprar cosas y tener acceso a esos productos y servicios. Y esas comunidades, cada persona tiene su propio panel donde puede entender la información acerca de su producto. ¿Quiénes somos? Somos 1.6 millones de personas en Brasil, de 18 a 45 años en todas las ciudades de Brasil, especialmente clases B o C en la sociedad brasileña, 58% mujeres, 68% de la red son en el lado como del campo. Somos comunidades en el sistema, más de 67,000 se han creado por estas comunidades. Quiero dedicar un tiempo para poder explorar ese tipo de concepto que para mí es algo que nos va a ayudar pensando en global, qué es lo que está pasando con el modelo y las herramientas que usamos en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando con eso? Básicamente, si usas el concepto de diseño universal aquí, todos quieren ser, todo el mundo, voy a usar Mariana, ella es la que está conectada conmigo, todo el mundo quiere ser Mariana. Mariana. Mariana quiere hacer que las cosas pasen como Mariana, pero ¿qué es lo que le ha pasado? Lo que Mariana hace en la red está capturado por la nube y los algoritmos, lo que genera una concentración de poder, pero también de dinero. Así que es un modelo de explotación que está destruyendo economías. Y lo que proponemos aquí es básicamente usar el mismo tipo de marco en donde se crea una ficha que puede ser intercambiada por las comunidades y crear protección de valor, un sistema de protección de valor. ¿Cuál es la diferencia aquí de los paradigmas que hemos usado? Bueno, puedes ir a Instagram, tenés tu perfil, el perfil de tu organización y posteas cosas y la gente le da likes y todas esas cosas y los mercadólogos captan qué es lo que está pasando con lo que quieres y cómo quieres expresarte. Y aquí, cuando creamos una ficha que puede ser tangibilizable con esta relación, es una manera en la que este dinero sale de la persona y se vuelve una protección de valor. Y de esta experiencia, lo que es relevante es que la única manera en la que puedes encontrar una comunidad sostenible es por medio de intercambio, feedback positivo, que le permiten a las comunidades. Por eso estamos viendo a través del mundo la destrucción del diseño de las comunidades base, porque estamos usando como tecnología que destruye, porque no les permite tener retroalimentación positiva de sí mismos. Y eso es lo que crea que la comunidad crea en intercambios. Esto es gráfica muy interesante que salió de Brasil ahora en julio, pero asumo que es algo que está pasando alrededor de Latinoamérica y potencialmente alrededor del mundo acerca de lo que está pasando en términos de dinero. Esto es básicamente lo que llamamos
talking about creativity, is the use of creativity and knowledge to create means, and we are talking here about press as well. So what is happening here in Brazil, just to let you know the big tech damage, what I'm calling here. If you see the graphic from December 2019 on, the pandemic have speed up the big transition in terms of accumulation of power in the center of the big techs. You can see the volume of money going to culture here, and go into traditional media. Those are local media, language. There's an issue here of language, culture, and this is becoming a big mess. What I'm showing here is what is happening in systems that actually increasing exponentially the exploitation of consumption and the usage of technology and consumption. This is big tech that actually is abstracting value from the local economy that is reflected here in culture and media. And is already reflecting on the market force that is dropping, and the creative power is starting to drop as well as a consequence of things that we actually like a lot, that is data-driven society, machine learning and all that stuff that is turning off humans to become obsolete somehow, if we start seeing that. So we are talking here, our volume in Brazil of $50 billion market that is actually being destroyed from local communities and be absorbed by the big techs. This is a simple example. That's something that we did in New Zealand. We actually rented up a community for the Auckland Council, centered basically in Maoris and Pacificas. I don't know if people know about New Zealand, but New Zealand is a very important hub at Auckland as the capital of indigenous people coming from the Pacific Islands, from Fiji, from Samoa, Tonga, Cook Island, and some others that are smaller islands on the South Pacific. The mission of the council at that time was to invite us to promote civic engagement by practicing collaborative advocacy among youth. What they did, they actually start raising some of the questions like this example. They have the problems of flood on their streets because it's a place that has a strong incidence of rain and wind, which actually accumulates a lot of leaves that actually creates floods on the streets. And they actually open up a call and say, how can we sort out that? And the people starting putting data and putting information, and they they provide money for that. Like an example, they put like $50,000 to sort it out. Instead of putting in consulting services, they gave to the population. The population start giving ideas, and they start like distributing this money to the best ideas, but also giving access for people to money to express their knowledge. And actually, up south in the community, to learn and work, city topics are placed, and people start being engaged with a topic co-creating the city they want to live in. This was a very powerful tool, and now is being replicated by the government throughout the country. This is basically what I would like to share with you guys. I don't have a lot of time and being very cautious about the time, and I'm very open to raise questions and go to a discussion that I think could break a little bit the ice here, being digitally and you guys being there physically.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We run out of time. We might have time for one question if somebody wants to ask to our guest. Do we have anybody? Like ¿tenemos alguien que quiera hacer alguna pregunta? Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta y si no, lo cerramos. Listo. Okay, so thank you very much, panel, for your intervention. It was lovely to hear you. And there are some tweets about you, so I recommend for you to look for them and about your talk. And thank you so much for being here.
And if you have any question, please don't be afraid to send me an email. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Hey guys,
Bueno,
enjoy. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye, hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Buen provecho.
Vamos a almorzar, vamos a tener
Have 1 hour to lunch. It means that we will be back at 2:22. Ready to begin. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Bien. We are ready to start. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. We still have a very tight agenda. So, super wonderful. We have here the workshops. So people that already subscribe themselves in workshops, there is a list of workshops right here. People that already subscribe in a workshop, just go to those. And the ones that haven't subscribed themselves, just show up. Show up to the ones that you're called on. The workshops are not here. We're going to open this door. Then Mariana can help me open up the door. Okay. So, the workshops. Federico, can we show the map in the screen, please? Okay, good. So like I was saying, workshops are 90 minutes each. They're going to be in some classrooms. They're nearby. On your WhatsApps, there is the map, how to get there. It is very easy. I'm going to explain you that too. Here on the right, you're going to see a building, the banners of DNC. There is no way to get lost. You're not going to get lost. The workshop number 1 is Twitter, slave double threat. And then number 3 classroom, the name is Auto Pendola. Then number 2 is hackathon, creating ideas to spread among communities on how to spot and avoid misinformation is going to be here. And then the number 3, infodemia, is going to be in the room number 3. No, wait, hold on. I made a mistake. I give you the wrong information. So, yeah, the workshop number 3 is going to be in the number 1 room, which is called Amasilia, and the number 3 is infodemia classroom, and Amasilia classroom number 1. And then the last workshop number 4, the workshop of DNC Global Networking, that will be in the room Tangara, room number 2. This information is in the map, which should be here on the screen, but otherwise is on your WhatsApp. Okay, so here we go. I cannot see it properly, but this is us, number 4, the first circle here, and the workshops are in these 2 places, 2 and 11. On your WhatsApp, you can see it bigger. Okay, but the workshops are number 2 and number 11, okay? And then you're gonna get there through this door in the back, or this door right next to me. You're gonna see some buildings, small buildings, yeah? On your right-hand side, you will see the roller-ups of DCN. Everybody got it? Ready? Okay, we're going to open the door. It's 90 minutes. We're going to be here at 4 sharp for coffee break, and then we will continue. Is there any indication? I forgot. If you haven't subscribed, just drop in for whatever the one you want to go. And let me remind you, the workshop second 2, the hackathon, is going to be right here. Hackathon is going to be in this room. All of them. So people, please follow Juliana right here. She's gonna take you where the workshops are. You can follow Juliana on my right-hand side on this door. And she will take you to the other buildings where the workshops are.
tengo como dos sombreros acá. Uno coordeno la Alianza Global de UNESCO de Educación Mediática de UNESCO, que en París, que es una alianza con más de 1000 miembros, que soy de Brasil, pero coordeno desde París esta alianza, que tenemos como medio de comunicación, tenemos universidad, estudiantes y una serie de personas, pero yo también tengo un trabajo con mi organización que se llama Zeitgeist en Brasil, que es un nombre alemán, que significa espíritu del tiempo. El Geist es el mismo del poltergeist, sí, pero poltergeist es el espíritu del diablo, ¿no? El Zeitgeist es el espíritu del tiempo. Que pienso que es un concepto de Herder, un concepto del filósofo Herder que significa contemporaneidad.
Pienso que cuando hablamos de comunicación y arte, estamos hablando de contemporaneidad.
Aunque también soy presentador de un programa de televisión y de radio sobre educación mediática en Brasil, en TV Globo.
And you know, like Globo is one of our channels in Brazil, and also radio, national radio. So why am I here? In UNESCO 3 years ago, I'm going to talk only about these things, but then we're gonna work. And UNESCO, my work was 3 years ago. Why do we consider a city or a community that educates, or educational community? It has two paths for this. A digital community can provide education like social media, or thinking in a physical community like the surroundings, like the school. The development here in mediatic or media information, how we put together these two realities. How do we think in this community or something physical or something that is digital, and also that you can educate for different type of media. And when it starts like radio and TV and television, but also algorithms and intelligence technology that we follow in this university, the Pontificia University of Brazil. Here and the practice, we're doing this in the television because the 70% of Brazilian community were informed about COVID through television, not through social media, and more than 65 through radio. So this is a different type of scenario, like very conflicted scenario. But the traditional media are also present too. So when I presented this work like 4 years ago, was to for media education. So we will be in a good point, in a good place when we talk about education for media or polarity, that we ask ourselves how we ask for a Coca-Cola. We have to pop the bubbles and talk naturally, incorporate the speech of media education in the now in the everyday activities, not only in school, but then I work a lot of years, more than 20 years in this, school curricula, mainly in the university and college. But now it's a challenge I have that I thought for my life is how to become more popular with this subject. I went to TV and radio with this intention. But we thought with this intention we can do even more than that. Think beyond than TV and radio, but also the media. Digitally and physically. I like this African proverb, maybe you all know it. It is necessary a whole city in order to educate one child. Kids are educated before school. When I think in education along the whole life, lifelong learning, I think about the first concept of education is educate people through community, libraries, families, community education, like a main fact and factor on education. There are other factors. So, sorry, this is in English. So right here, there's a concept from the UNESCO that is more advanced. The city that I'm aiming, the city that has information that I'm trying to work with you now, and how a whole city can work for the media, not only the media. I like to think an educational network, how I appreciate from a airplane window. The first photography that you can see here is a city, through a window. The second one is a network. The second image is a network. So I believe that a city is a network, like digital and physical network. So in the proposals in 1992 in Barcelona, Spain, and a lot of communities, educational communities that I like a lot. I work in Brazil, that it became a case in Harvard as a neighborhood that it was an educator factor. If you want to research a little bit, if you want to research a Cidade Escola Aprendiz. And those neighborhoods, the kids will have chemistry classes in the bakery. The PE in the plaza. That concept of an educational community, how can we think about that in the media educational realm? It makes us all think, oh, sorry, I didn't notice you there. How can we think in media education that in relationship of the UNESCO, I have the definition right here, that everyone can understand, comprehend, and communication with authenticity. This is the great question. When I think about this way to educate, there is a very big role, which is the not formal education. Because we normally think about the curricula, that the educational center that we call formal education. When we talk about formal education, we believe that the signatures and books, but there is still an education that need to be structured. But when I talk about non-formal education, let's talk about this game, for example. When education turns a synonym of culture, we can then structure it very formal in a curricula, but we also can acknowledge that we are educating as well. There is a danger when we think like this. If everything is education, nothing is education then, How do you differentiate the processes between the ones that are educational and the ones that are not? And back in the 80s was very easy. There was a little bunny they used to point out. The little bunny will say, this is correct or not. It was educational bunny. But now it's edutainment, with education, with entertainment. How can we perceive and measure the process of education if it's not a structural process? That's the real question. And so, thinking in that network, I have thought this network that educates, I have the main image of a multidimensional network, which is exactly the culture. So, for example, at the earlier that Caio and Claudia thought about, they talk about the steps how to moderate the messages and media, because digital media can educate media. That's a way how we can study in a formal way. There is a plan of studies in the city that learn the educational community. When I think in the lifelong journey of literacy, I believe in this curricula, which is dissolved in a multidimensional network, has the physical and the digital together. And what is that? If we think about educate in network, if we produce like this, we have tools for this. The education is a homework for all society. The school is a recent invention, then society, then education. And the school is not the only place that we can find knowledge at. And each factor, social factor, has their own role in this journey. And then the school, as the city of school, I talked before, the neighborhood as a school. So there is the concept of learning. I'm not talking about distance or virtual education. I'm not talking about homeschooling. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about the hidden curricula that more visible now than the city or the neighborhood community or the digital gaming. They are express way of learning. So I'm not going to talk a lot because I wanted to get to know you and getting to know you more. I want to put this video in 2013. It was 1 minute and 15 seconds in the Chicago Center of Learning, which is a great experience of the city of Chicago in the United States. During summer, all the city, it was transformed in a school. Every single corner of the city, there are workshops or biology, and the streets are skate, there are PE with the skate, and the public education buildings. There are also workshops, photography workshops. The urban poets, they will do like rap and workshop educations and different type of knowledge. And also there is like seamstress classes to design your own clothing. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about something happened 9 years ago. This school certifies that you learn outdoors. So in the curricula of everyone, they have the disciplines of the formal education, but also this is school certified. This student that goes to cinema or any other subject, the post-truth or the truth, the school certifies that this student in particular, argue was in this outdoor knowledge and is certified by it. Please, please play the video. It's just 1 minute and 15 seconds only that I want you to imagine that with the media education.
Over 100 Chicago organizations, hands-on
together to put the power of learning in our hands.
When we learn this summer, we earn badges.
It's a new idea to recognize and show all the learning we do anywhere at any time.
Start earning entry-level badges by doing activities on your own or participating in a program.
Level up to city badges in science, technology, engineering, art, and math to unlock special privileges and higher challenges.
Complete these challenges and your work will be featured at special events for all of Chicago to see.
But the best part about badges? We get to share our badges in the places that matter to us. Friends, teachers, and even employers.
You don't know it yet, but this is big.
This summer, we can change the way people think about what learning really means.
Learning what we want to learn, the way we want to learn.
Learning anywhere and everywhere, with the entire city of Chicago as our classroom.
Where learning is social, learning with friends, and making new ones.
So make summer count.
Choose your own adventure.
Explore the city,
earn badges,
and build your future.
Thanks, Nestor.
Thank you. This video provokes me a lot. The experiences that I create in Brazil as a commissioner, but here's more structured. Media, buildings are the spaces that provide certifications and they get all together. So this is like a particular or private school for students. So the media education can take podcast, video, critical lectures, and all the fanzines, local media, community media. I really think that this is the principle for communitary media will be the main subject of this. It will be a community that educates everyone, not only in their places, but other places.
If I can use the PowerPoints, thanks a lot. This is a book that
This is a book that we launch and the TV show that we launch in it. Me as a journalist and researcher and the artificial intelligence, I try to find a place to have access to more people. I have a friend that created a game, and she thought this type of things or games, we can create a prototype here. This is just a small box. The little small box where you can take little papers out. And then you see a question, and then like a challenge for your family or your friends. This is made for two women journalists, and it's very good for you to develop skills. Before everything, this is a game. If every single Coca-Cola can has a saying against misinformation in the whole wide world, for example, you see research more than 2 researchers from the same team, or don't read news on social media than the official media. They're more trustable. So the other idea that came from the students was like, like Chinese luck cookies, the lucky cookies. Instead of a luck message, it should be a message for misinformation. So then did you know that you can do so and this and that inside the little lucky cookie? So they produce the cookies and they cook the cookies and they put the messages in there for all the families. There was a very creative idea. So we can think there are so many ways, but there is one that I really like, that I believe that it can be a path here, which we can do. And this website is very, very safe. You don't have to share your personal information with anybody. You can create one of the groups that I work with, they build up something here like in 10 minutes. They saw the whole structure of their community in 10 minutes. Libraries, museums, each group create a solution of misinformation for one institution, but all of them they created a network that put all together, that connects everything. So 3 or 4 steps as an app, and create a network. You create a game. You could create questions and answers, a Q&A, and it is for free. This is a digital way to think, to create something together. After, yes. The other things, I save it for my presentation, but when we think on a city that creates for education, we think about 7 layers of important matters that starts with the structure, clearly, like it was in Latin America. But then it goes to the creation of certification of innovation knowledge for the city. So it has 7 stages until you get to a city that is IME. So the interpretation was wrong as IME, Educational Information, and Spanish and Portuguese as well. So AMI. If we can create more questions to understand each other better, if we can think about where you're coming from, where is the institution, is it a library, is it museums, a social organization, is it a private business, it doesn't matter. If we have ideas that we can create a prototype digitally here, in which only we can have as an example, but also digitally, NEP is actually something interesting. And then, but also thinking on to see education, media education through the airplane window. So we left out that curricula that we are, and we just look, where are we? How can I collaborate with my idea? I would like to hear from you, if it's possible. Yes, please. Now that you say non-formal education or workshops that are non-formal, I didn't go to college. I started working at 15 years old.
So I did had an official Microsoft resume for software development. I was already working, but 4 years ago, we get started about soft skills. So we started launching and created software for companies. In Honduras, we have been working with over 100 companies. Because in Latin America, corruption dominates. It's served in the state, but it's created in the private sector. So the problem is not the state, it's the private sector. And it's like you're battling, with a 1,000-head dragon and trying to have people be truthful about their own taxes. So we had another company called Apatur for an app to make internal tourism, but then you have to buy with lempiras. So they purchased our billing system. So that's where the companies that, the ones that are selling like Microsoft or Oracle, they have a problem when they're going to implement in a business. The owner of the business hires Juan to be the person in charge of technology for us. So we created our own software. They can be certified for free because no one tells you how to use the software. And we created new business, or negociomejor.com, that it's a community of accountants that have been certified in business development. So you go, you study for free, you're certified for free as a freelancer, so you can just sell your service as an accountant. It's not like you're going to recommend them, okay, buy QuickBooks. Okay, so I'm going to charge you this, and I'm going to give you the system. And these people get 80% of business. So it's going to be like an Uber for accounting for small and big companies, and for small companies or areas, because the small town entrepreneurs, they have to wait for someone from the city that comes in. Right now, you're going to have someone in your city that is going to help you with your business so they can be changed and developed digitally. So we funded this as a pilot from the BID. It has been working from 2020. It was validated by the pandemic. So we're here because it says about information literacy. We're helping people with digital transformation in the business environment. And we have had good acceptance. And we have been looking for funding so we can take the project to Central America and the Caribbean, and to be able to educate 10,000 people that don't have to have 40 years old, so they can be experts by 20 years old. You could dominate the subject with those funds that you can create. You can study in your town, you can pay your college. So that's what we're aiming. When I saw the workshop about hackathon, okay, we already have this. Earlier, I heard that if I put a media of communication, sometimes the business is good, but the owner is the one that's not good, so doesn't have how to let everyone know about how good your product is. So here, you have someone who takes your accounting and have someone help you so that the business doesn't fail, because the owner doesn't know where the business stands. So they know their role about being the owner of the business. They know how to be a journalist. They know how to be an advertising agency. They're very good with that, but maybe they spend more on a project than what they're charging, so they don't know. So that the business is not going to work like that. We're from Honduras, San Pedro Sula. The challenge that we have with the certification, you have solved within the process. Because they can certify. What I like about this is they can personalize, customize the certification. Once we created a movie, and whoever was taking care of the screenplay, because he wasn't working with the filming. He knows he has a specific skill. They can be certified in something specific. This is very interesting. What's the name of your company? Okay, that's your name, Mauricio. And our business is called... I couldn't catch his name. I'm going to give you my card. Someone else would like to share? Please. Thank you. Good morning. In limited context, porque la realidad de la situación es que en muchos de nuestros países hay muchos retos con periodismo de vieja escuela. Cuando tienes buenas estadísticas que apuntan a unos altos niveles de alfabetismo, pero funcionales bajo. Si lo pones junto con las circunstancias económicas pobres, te das cuenta que hay acceso limitado a los medios para implementar las ideas que has propuesto y poca conectividad en el área tecnológica y también de movilidad social. O sea, yo escuché lo que dijiste y creo que tiene muy buena aplicación, pero solamente dentro de un contexto limitado de que yo estoy lidiando con personas quienes ya tienen parte de los bienes que estás sugiriendo. What you're saying is very important. There is a research that suggests from Frank Myers, Frau Mesh, from the Sorbonne of France, where she says that the countries with the worst literacy, formal as reading and writing, that don't have media information are far worse than the ones that don't. No, were far better than the ones that didn't have any kind of literacy. So this disconnect, okay, shares some problems, but okay, that was her question. Okay, that the countries that have structural problems of literacy, because there are problems in literacy, that they have their own problems in literacy. The media information it's important per se, and sometimes or many times it pushed those other for development. In Brazil, in my TV channel, in my program, there's something very curious, because I really agree with what you're saying, but there's a professor that didn't have any type of connectivity in the classroom. In the classroom, there was no connection in the school. But when the guys went back home, there were fake news problems in the family, from the mobile, the father, the mother, the big brother. What do? There's no connection. How do you work on connection or education if there's no connection? So he did a media lab without any connection. So the students came to the classroom with written news, and he put together the map and the sources of where these news were coming from his own personal connection. So he went back home, checked all the information. So the reality from Latin America, according to UNESCO, it's 33 countries with very related but very particular realities. How do you treat? I live that conflict every day, because when I am at UNESCO, I have to reduce the size of the world. And then when I'm here, I have to use this community. How do you do that shift? Because when we think about public policy, we have to think about everyone. We always think about everyone. We should at least think about everyone whenever we're doing policies. So it's a real management, but I wouldn't dispatch these types of media education. We have to address both simultaneously, because one supports the other. one supports the other. There was another episode that I recorded with the indigenous community in Brazil that was criticized by part of the indigenous community, but it was praised by other part of the community because they said that they didn't have to use the digital education with the indigenous community. Some people didn't want it. Some other people wanted other types of structures, other types of help. But it was a UNICEF initiative, the UN initiative for childhood. But most of the indigenous community, they said that it's important because at least we have access. It starts starting from 2000. There was access in the middle of the forest with antennas, huge antennas. So then, for them, it was then important. We think about everyone whenever we're doing public policies, but we also have to address the particular characteristics. Who else would like to share? Hi, I'm Lisla Machado from the Dominican Republic. I would like to comment about what you have been mentioning the presentation about education and how we give from our line of business in the government of the Dominican Republic, and about the education and the access of the digital gap. From 2016, we have been working with the community centers, and what we have created is a plan, a project that has been running as a pilot and has moved forward a lot, where we bring education, STEAM education, to low-income communities through gamification, design thinking, and maker culture. And that has helped us to take the kids out of the schools with the thing about you don't only learn in school or in high school. You go to other spaces where they can interact and face the problems that they see every day, and give them the tools so that they can solve the problems from their own community. And that has helped us and has given a lot to the guys, teens that maybe had access to technology, but and also to learn math. They didn't even dream from graduating school because of the conditions, because they didn't find something that drove them. And right now they're learning, they know about technology, they have a career, they have access to colleges through those programs, STEAM programs that integrate them with design. They are discharged knowing math, knowing design, engineering, and other subjects. And those were through a program that includes gamification and all the maker culture, and to learn by doing. In Colombia, there was another example of STEM and media education together working. And if you want to talk to Tomas, you can also do that. In fact, one of the people that helped us with implemented was Jorge Restrepo from Colombia, that it's a startup that works the methodology over there. One of the things is that when you're connecting, you're learning throughout your life, and then there's one place in Bahamas. Is there someone from Bahamas here? No, no one? Because in Bahamas, it started 15 years, a network of radio and podcasts in the libraries. And there was the disinformation started to be discussed at the public libraries, radios. And right now there's a network of public library radios at the Bahamas that is very interesting. If you want to research, you can Google it. It's very quick. For example, if it was awarded in Bahamas, but in the Dominican Republic, it's a small country, but that's an example, because that's the example where we grow for other larger policies. Very awarded. In Brazil, just to complement, the radio has a main role to the date. Whenever I say radio, I'm not just saying FM. For example, there's an organization at the Amazonian forest that does information for health with radio on a boat. Because the houses are far away one from the other, like 2 hours on boat, small communities up on the river, and the boat goes with the little box, like a boom box, transmitting, broadcasting the radio or the show for the public health. That's the importance of the radio on the river, on some favelas, the point that connects. Hi. My intervention is like a general question relating to non-formal education from the use of technology, particularly in Peru. We don't have like comprehensive sexual education. The organization that I work with, we work to use the technology to create methodologies to have integral sexual education, especially with child and teen communities. There's a gap, very different gaps in the technology area to the public that we're approaching. But however, right now, something that it's not, that we haven't been able to approach from this organization, it's the literacy of the digital for the educators. Listening to all of you, I'm interested in the position of these actors or these players. How do you educate them? And how the technology works, and how the public spaces can be appropriated. Where are the gender appropriation that historically haven't been into women? It has been usually used by men. So it's like a broad question. I don't know exactly, but I'm putting it out there because the function of the educators to have these kinds of amazing networks and the examples that you have been promoting, it's important from what we know in Peru. It's a deficit that hasn't been approached, that hasn't even started.
The formal education in Brazil is that way. One of the efforts here is that we work with the UNESCO. That is, maybe not so democratic. There's 2 examples of curricula that can be adapted to the education of professors. The only one that the UNESCO did was public consultation in the digital era for this. So what he thought it was very important was the favela, which is this network in Spain in media education for the next weeks. So that create a curricula thinking on the teachers. So there's 2 curriculas there for free, English, Portuguese, and French. So one of these ones will be from the UNESCO in Spain, and the 2 curricula are very complementary with each other. There is no solution, because in the educational need to be reinvented. Now in Brazil we have a new base for the workshops of education, and all of them need to be reinvented. They need to be studied. The theory in 1960, we didn't study neuroscience, we didn't study media education, we didn't study technology as a language, more as a tool. I believe that that what you described was not true. Look, all these workshops and all these talks this morning about cosmotechnia, cosmopolitics, language. If we consider NFTs about cultural technology, it comes from a language, and the language is a digital language. Then we live in a technology that is as a language. We have to forget the word tool. We have to forget the word tool. It's not a tool. It's just a vision, a way to see the world, the way that the young generations see and interfere, produce the world, and create the world with the creativity of the world. I like to see this vision. The Pierre Levy, which is the technology that look who that we have to develop our own technology in order to create never less in a global technology. This guy from Hong Kong, he talks about that. He speaks that the technology in Andes, Peru, for example, you can warranty is a technology, their own technology, that it cannot be considered a global technology, because the technology on is not only in one place in the politics for a global vision. When we are more independent, you will find your each language in your own countries and our own cosmotechnia. This is a technology which is more local. These two are the concepts that I like to complement. It's a pleasure. I'm Luis Jimenez from Costa Rica. I work in ethics and transparency, a lot on the development and sustainable development. I have listened a lot today, this subject of alliances, cooperation, and networking, about these strategies interrelated through the media and other sectors, and a lot in the educational realm, what everyone is doing. And I see the program that tomorrow is going to be a launch of a network during this platform, or on this platform. And I think it's very interesting. I don't know if it's going to be a platform. Is this going to be a platform? This is a question. Where we can exchange knowledge, or you can interpret that in a long run, introduce that, or you can make or create your own badges, and people can share their own resources, and those resources can become knowledge that can also be transformed as a certification, or like a standard certification, that in the long run it can be a quality signature or quality seal that doesn't exist nowadays. So now we're looking for international standards like ISO, and there is very little what you can find in this type of subjects in communication and information and data manipulation. So I believe that this is a great alternative that creates community, and the same way community validate the tool. Yes. I believe that this is a rich realm that has a lack of exploration in the media education. These resources are not very well researched yet. And I always see ideas to create certifications, because it's a space that haven't been researched so much. So your question was about the CBN or my project? I didn't catch it properly. I would like to, you can be part of UNESCO MU Alliance, and there is a form that you can fill up. There's multi-actors, just physical people, businesses, governments that are all in there, communication, business, private business. So I think that there is 2 to 3 things that are the present and the future of the mediatic communication. Coalition, alliances. Alliances need to be diverse. Because listen, there is no space in the world for orthodoxia. That you cannot fix it with one discipline. What can you fix with one discipline? Only the economists are pure and orthodox in Chicago, but not all of them. Well, when you think out of the orthodox thinking, first is alliances, artificial intelligence, which ethical impact. We have to open our eyes to that. And then the third one, lifelong learning projects. The media education is not only in the curricula, that's a challenge, but also there's different challenges for a long life learning. Hello, my name is Ernesto. I'm Costa Rican, and I'm my leader of a communication agency. I want to comment a couple of things. I believe that the gentleman in the back, he is right when he talk about the resources. When he sees these ideas, not on all of our contexts, we can do all these things. One of the great sins of our journalists and the majority of organizations that create content is that we think from our privilege and our circles and our closest circles, how we communicate to our circles, and then a lot of people stay out. Now, that being said, people maybe not be able to read or write or have any incapacity to do so, and also to be in great literacy level in terms of media education. For example, my grandma, she never finished 6th grade in primary school, but she's a woman that she is frightened in the financial world because she's such a great manager. I don't know how she can, be able to do all that. Not necessarily we need to correct the educational journey in that situation in order to have or receive literacy in the media education. With that being said, I also believe that we cannot deceive ourselves and think that if we can create a utopia, everything that is out of the airplane is excellent, like in media education, outside the box, outside the schools, that we're going to put a solution to the problem. Because the schools are one of the greatest agents of socialization. So what we can do out of the airplane, what we can do in the airplane, you can erase it you write it with the right hand, you erase it with the left hand. What you write with your right hand, you erase it with the left hand. It's a metaphor. So it's necessary, and you never should think all the media or the factors that are not the school can solve this problem, even if they're perfect. In terms of education, what I am aware of in Central America, what I know in Costa Rica, what they can do very well in the media, that they don't really do it. They're going to erase it in the school. Our partner, she talk in education and sexual education. We can generate a lot of content, great content on the media related to that subject and that topic. It gets to schools that, no, you have to be abstemious, that no, gay people doesn't exist, transsexual doesn't exist, it's a sin, then there's nothing is going to work. And then about the resources, I want to comment that is very important, that sometimes our sin is that content creator and journalists would never have to done this before, make this before about digital disruption. We create our content, we will put it in, in a driver that already exists, like a journal, and people will receive it. Well, we never do any marketing, nothing business. Now, this game that you show us, it is important to think in how can we share expenses with other people, and, like, it's a saying about killing two birds in the same shot. But different entities that can help each other, and they can support the same product. If I work in ramification, I cannot cover the cost of that game. Who needs to create a game? Me as a journalist, I don't need a game. I need the driver of it. but then someone else can have the benefits to receive the game. I can create alliances and networks, or coffee table books, or bars that have, all the type of games that you can add it. We can go to all those cafes, and we can say, let's help each other. We can tell them, you can pay one part of the game, and we will create the content that it goes in that video game, and we will receive a revenue from that, and in all the events.
It's very typical to be done like that. In journalism, is much like collaborating with other media. That's great. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. I would question the rentability. I don't think that it's not measured in journalism. We have to think about something else. A content creator, whether it's a journalist or an organization like UNESCO, can think about allying with a food company or a beer company or napkins, skates, a beauty parlor, etc. And that's not being done. Okay, that leads me to another question. I'll shut up. When you talk about gamification, I was wondering what up to where UNESCO has produced material or gamified products and this logic of creating apparatuses that continue to educate beyond schools. Because I don't know the case of UNESCO, but my experience in Costa Rica, it's that most of the institutions are just freaked out whenever they hear about a game. Like, even if it's just a moderate game. Okay, they were talking about sexual education. I know campaigns where they have been allied. Of course, not for children, but for teens, they have been allied with porn actors. And there were the porn actors before their videos, the ones that showed how a condom was put on. Okay, of course, you say that in this. Yeah, exactly, that face. Thank you for the illustration. And they just freak out. But it's absolutely successful because they're watching porn. And then these performers or actors are the ones that teach. It seems like a very disruptive and successful. It's a successful disruption of education in the sexual area. But the question is about the UNESCO. How is UNESCO gamification, or how, to what point? Thank you. Okay. I think it's performer is better than actor. Okay, then the community insults me, and I don't know. First, there's an aspect of the lifelong learning that I have been saving up to talk about the upcoming session, because I have another session at 4 that it's going to be about the subject. There's education that separates adults from old people, and that it's also placed at the end of the education cycle. So they also need media education. Not only the spaces, but the times. How do you educate beyond school time? Outside of the school cycle, there's a problem. There are some initiatives for media education, like the TIA, like the aunt, the one that the CNN girl was saying. She's presiding media information. When we think about Europe and the European Union, they started thinking about education and lifelong learning as education for adults. It started like that, but then afterwards there was a device in 2016 in the legislation that says lifelong learning, it's from the cradle to the grave. It's from the grave. It's from the cradle to the grave. Why? Because they think that lifelong learning starts whenever they're kindergarten. As of 3 years, and it ends when they die. Education, adult education, is shifted to another term, and it became lifelong learning. It's education for all. About UNESCO, it's a huge institution, very bureaucratic in many ways. So that's why the things that have been done by UNESCO are very segmented, like a big college where there are various segments and they don't talk to each other. There's no an exchange of ideas. So UNESCO, in the department that I work for as an alliance, it's communication and information. So this matter starts from the journalist or from the communication or from the librarian, communication and information. But there is, Ernesto, the field that you may be interested. There's a big part of education from UNESCO that it's talking about everything, but also in gamification, much more beyond from information and education. There's an event in May in Paris that it's called Mobile Learning Week. Mobile Learning Week. At the UNESCO offices with the departments of education, whether if it's gamified or not, in favor of education and learning. So, from the point that I'm talking from, it's not mine. I'm more an educator than a journalist. I do many more lessons. Because the past few years, 20 years, I have been being a teacher, as a professor. I have more experience as an educator, but I am in the communication department. So that's why if you go online at the Department of Education, there's all the tools, all the manuals, all the things that UNESCO has produced about gamification. Even artificial intelligence is another department from human sciences. What I'm trying to do as a co-president of UNESCO, my goal is to do education, artificial intelligence, and media to be one thing. Because it's one thing, it's what we're talking. Algorithms, there are algorithms in gamification today. Or they could be, or they could not be. But what I think is that for gamification, you can reach out to the education department. There's the Game Mobile Week in May. It's the high point of UNESCO for this matter. It's not as creative as your metaphors. I don't think it's just like there. It's more organizing of the trends and the thoughts than what has been produced. I agree. Okay, Mariela Castro from Costa Rica. I work with the election department at the Education and Democracy and works with the citizenship. One of the things that we have done is in the line of what Ernesto was saying, because we talk about education a lot in child, in teen, and society, but we're getting old. And we have to invest in that society because most of the people alive at this moment were not born with these tools. Okay, at my house, there was a computer when I was 14, and I'm 42. So before that, we didn't have any. The first years at college, I paid to have someone write our texts. Who are from Costa Rica, at the Calle de la Amargura, so that they can write it down on a computer because we didn't have any. So we forget that because of how fast everything, the technology is going. Last year, with the presidential election, we created a project that was called Digital Citizenship, Responsible Digital Citizenship. It was thought for teens and teens, but how to not fall into fake news, and I don't know what else we did, and some other people. But then we realized that material that we did, the videos, the cartoons, the course, something like mock, very simple, that someone was telling the story, short videos. Finally, the ones that signed up for this course were elderly people. It was very simple. It was learning, just clicking, no codes, no passwords. They could do it from their phones. And they were just browsing through the course that was telling them something. They would answer 10. This is why this idea of lifelong learning, we really do invest in all spaces, and it's fundamental, and there are many important experiences. And with the issue of gamification, I think it's important, and Ernesto was nailing it. That's what we have been doing, looking to have someone with sponsors, because we're interested in the game. Whenever we're working with communities, with groups, that I'm not going to just stand there and talk to them for 2 hours because they're going to fall asleep, but we need to have them to learn by game, by playing, and we have 5 or 6 games of that kind that have been working for us. But what we have been looking is to have someone sponsor these things. They're not so expensive, some of them, but yes, through alliances. If not, we cannot do it. Institutionally, because when I proposed it institutionally, to come from our institution, their faces were like, okay, that's just a waste of money. We need to find how to generate these spaces. But then I do think that we need to talk about the adult population, the ones that are 40, 50, 60s, 70. We need suddenly more formation, more education than the kiddos, that they already know how these apparatuses are to be used. All digital appliances, not what they can do. I think that for the kids, there's something intrinsic, but the ethic is also built at the school and with the use. For the older people, in reality, it's a reality of all Latin America. We're getting older. We're going to be in Europe in 50 years, in 50, 60 years. What are we going to do with all these unliterate digital shocked about talking media education, and no one referenced what kind of media education they were talking about. There were many types. There's educommunication, media education, education for the media. There are many, and they all have different epistemology, but my conception, my media education includes ethics. And it's just not a skill, it's the ethics, the ethical use and active of the media, not only the media, but also the algorithms. Yeah, at the end, the course is about ethic, yeah, and public ethic. Oh, the electorate course, they have that in Brazil. And I think that it's very well done, but it's not addressed to the right audience. It falls a little cold because it's very general. And now, like we were saying, we have to have direct communication. It has to be direct. You have to choose your audience. If you don't have an audience, the message fades. It's lost. That's in Brazil. But there are not many efforts in communication to reach to that audience or that final audience. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Sorno. I work with the UNED in Costa Rica. And what we work, a project of AMI for kids. But it has been, I always say that I have a lab, a very interesting lab at my house, because I have Mateo, my 9-year-old nephew, and my mom that is 68 years old. And she's the caregiver of Mateo since 6 months old. And the relationship, it's very interesting because my mom evidently teaches him some things, and Mateo somehow has become to the teacher for her to literate her digitally. So the challenge of this project, which I'm still in the construction process, we have launched it as a first micro podcast. It's called the Info Hackers, which I'm going to present at the Pechacucha. And we have thought about it for kids, starting about their caregivers, that many of them are these elderly, the grandmas, the aunts, because in the end, Mateo was the one that taught my mom how to send an audio message on the WhatsApp, which none of her children have taught her how to do. So these types of things are to be thought, that even the little people, children, can be educators of other generations. I think that's very powerful, because somehow it's empowering the kids and just stop thinking that they are just absorbing everything, but they also can become part of the essential part of the literate or the education of the media education, very necessary in Costa Rica, because I thought that it was just in Costa Rica, that it was not in the formal curriculum of education of the schools. Okay, I'm 41, so when I was in school, I remember that we saw something about the newspaper, and we did a newspaper, and in the end, that's why I finally ended up studying something in communication, because I liked it from that moment. But right now that doesn't exist. So how it's missing that type of activities, extracurricular activities, because the newspaper, we saw it in the classroom, how the newspaper worked, but then we did the newspaper as an extracurricular activity, and we have lost that over time. So my project, or the ones that we want to develop, it's actually to go back to that essence and try to incorporate it in the curriculum from the informality.
In Brazil, we have a different experience, which is successful. Some experiences that are successful. I believe that you also call it like that in Spanish. Is an experience that is a good relationship, when you have the boy learning at the same time with the elderly and adults. So transgenerational is very interesting. It's two different perspectives. The elderly, that is one perspective, the adult is a different perspective, and the adult and the younger they're different, but they're so important experiences in this class that they exchange culture, and they create a bigger spectrum. They create more respect for the elderly, and so on, and back and forth. This is a great laboratory. I thought she was going to talk. Hello, good afternoon. I am Laura from Brazil, too, and I work in the Institute Vero with the presentation of misinformation. I believe it's so interesting to listen to all your experiences. I would like to bring to the table the subject about that we have worked in terms of education, with media education, also in general education during the pandemic. I don't know how it was in your countries, but in Brazil, we needed to create like everything remotely. We did that for almost 2 years, and all the media without planification, without planning it, without even knowing how to do it, through WhatsApp, with data, mobile data that were limited, all this digital gap that we faced during that. So all of us, we were immersed on this informational pool with the children, learning, having classes and workshops, and the teachers not knowing what they were doing also. So what always come to my mind is a relationship with this media information and education is we had this experience and things were how they could be in those circumstances, but now that things are better, what are we doing to face the problems that we had during the pandemic? You know, we saw how children didn't know or didn't have access or significant access to connectivity. Like also the teachers didn't know how to utilize those systems and big technology, which was a lot of issues related to that. So I would love to know about you all during the coffee break or now here, how it was on your countries, because it has been already a while that we have these experiences and now we go back to presential education in schools. But what are we doing now to counteract the problems that we identified in that time that were so fundamental, like without internet or without media education, people didn't know how to have this experience of educational journey. And what are we doing now? So I always think about that, and I thought it was important to just add this to our conversation right here. That was it. Thank you. I believe the best part of this workshop is that we have been listening to each other. We don't talk so much before. Now we are talking with each other. It's so important. Who would like to talk? You? ¿Quieres you want some help? No. I don't know what language to speak with people here. I am Vladimir. I'm from Chile. And, well, first of all, I would like to apologize because I don't have an area of expertise to share. It is more I have some questions that still I don't have it clear in my mind, and they're related with the way that we problematicize the situations. What is the problem we're trying to attack or solve here? Some way, which is the disruption in the age of disruption. I mentioned this because of the following. I feel that when I was listening to the first part of the presentation about how we think and the city and how we think of the city as a space that can be educational, I was trying to think about what used to happen before, like in the 20th century, which the big part of what we can understand about that was like it was united, that some social institution will bring some information, political parties, churches, all of these institutions will educate the people that will follow them about their vision of the world. In that sense, I tend to think is that maybe the actual problem is that the famous cliche about the fall of all these institutions have no more power or less power. It can create fragments of society that are difficult to visualize. Maybe, I don't know, that's why I'm asking if that's one of the problems here. And then now my other question comes up when we talk about misinformation. Are we treating a problem an aesthetic issue, or this approach about how we can detect fake news. How can we detect that information? Usually it has like a manual where maybe we can mark in some parts of here that are not right. It's hard. I'm from Chile, for example, and we have an ecosystem that is a media ecosystem that is very centralized and close. So the typical advice that I have give is go find the source of the media. But yeah, but the sources also have media, and also the sources are this media also lie by mistake sometimes, or sometimes because it's convenient. So I go back to the subject. One person that has an education and understand that any speech, a human speech, is related to an ideology, it can do that and can read a newspaper with that idea. Probably that's a skill that you can pass it along to read news in the internet or news on WhatsApp or a Twitter post. Now, again, what is the problem itself? How can we detect the problem here? Another phase of the problem is that simply new tools, and people not necessarily are familiar with those tools. But it's not also like a big problem or particularly hard to attack. And then the last example, not knowing how it works, WhatsApp or Twitter, is not exactly something that generates a bigger problem or a bigger social problem. If we have other options. So what is exactly the disruption here? I would love to know what is the approach of UNESCO, what is the vision of UNESCO, what is exactly that has changed essentially, and why is that a problem? Because sometimes I feel that there is, we take some affirmations as a fact, and then we don't have it really clear what is going on. Talking about technology has a role in the polarization of society, in the surfing of ideas like the flat planet, flat Earth. How can we face that, and what do we need to do to face it? There's a lot of questions. I said at the beginning, I don't have many answers, just questions. Thank you. To add something to what he's saying with a lot of respect, I am from Honduras. She's from Costa Rica. She just mentioned that at 14 she had access to the university. She had access to a computer, and then in the university she paid someone to do her homework. I have access to a computer when I was 20. And I started working when I was very young. And then it's a different reality. Chile has like 30 years ahead of us in so many aspects. I'm more up north in Honduras, and then in Chile they have a lot of more ethics and principles that in your house you don't have. Maybe you have them. My mom abandoned me when I was 40 days old, and I met my dad when I was 30. I grew up with a lady that born in 1915, so I sell candy in the streets. And then on Thursday I was presenting in one of these workshops as well. We don't have the same reality. Honduras and Costa Rica, we are close, but even the same Spanish that we speak is different. So when you mention where is the disruption, Chile is more advanced than all of us. We don't have the same reality than you. You can be 10 years behind the United States in terms of technology, but the veracity of the media, I don't know how it's in Chile, but in my country, there is no media of my country here. There is from El Salvador, but from Honduras, there is not, because all of them lie. So one lady that presented from Honduras, and what was the most impacted news that you heard? For me, it was when I was 35 years old, like two houses away from me, 2 jets passed through on top of some houses, and they took the president in pajamas out of his house and brought it to Costa Rica. And now his wife, his actual wife, is the president of Honduras. And now the media communication saying that she's a socialist, saying that we're going to have the same reality in Venezuela, the same reality that you have country by country. We don't have the same one. And the media make a big scandal about it. So this is what the disruption is, the manage of the truth. And this is what we want to say, something the reality of the South and reality from Central America. And people can be in Europe and Brazil. How can we be speaking the same language and face so much different realities? And then Costa Rica is struggling because the president has left-wing tendency. No, the contrary. I will say what happens. 2 months ago, I was with the committee of the university, with the committee of the U.S. Embassy in Honduras, and the commercial service of the United States said, we have this amount of money here in Tegucigalpa. From 1,000 millions that they offer in the Los Angeles, 100 millions are for Honduras. And why I said, why didn't give 200 to Costa Rica, 200 to Nicaragua? And they said, no, Costa Rica had 1 stadium from China. El Salvador has a port and 1 stadium with China, and Nicaragua has something from Russia, and Nicaragua went with China. So Honduras is the only one that they feel that can invest as a territory that can invest. That's why they give us more money to us. So the realities of our territories as Americas, they're very, very different. I wanted to add that up so you can use that. I am so worried about time, but I'm going to talk with you personally later. In my presentation here, we're going to talk I'm going to talk in my presentation, we're talking like a situation like an onion. There's a lot of layers to it. The access, the first one is the access to the structure. In the world that we live, and the UNESCO understands that it has no access to the digital world. It's like you're a citizen, a citizen of a second line. But then it goes deeper and deeper than that. And a question that you talk about it just now, which is almost like a philosophical way to see it, which is also truth. What is the impact of the science in the society? What is the impact of the political or economical impact that it has democracy? For me, the concept of the UNESCO concept, it has like a big umbrella with a lot of things in it. But now the lacking of digital access is going to create a bigger gap in the social differences. This is the big one. We can start here, and then I'm going to talk with you. Particular, we have to close here because people are coming back here. Thank you, everyone. The workshop started now because we're going to create a prototype, but we talk a lot. But I thought it was so useful. We all needed to talk, so I think this was very useful. I really thank you for your attention. I hope that tomorrow we're going to see each other. There's another workshop tomorrow. Thank you.
El siguiente panel, el cual va a ser moderado por
international and local, Univision and the opposite ERP, and it has been in transnationals, uses of education with political issues and immigration. She has won several awards like the Ortega Iraz. She has a master's degree in corruption and in the England. She graduated with honors with the best dissertation of their generation. It's an honor to have here Maria Fernanda. What it means is media for Costa Rica. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, all of you, to be here with us. Media, information, and long-term literacy as a lifelong learning process. It's going to be in Spanish. With us is going to be Alexandre Levosi Sayed. He's the CEO of SIGES, co-chair of the International Steering Committee and UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Also, Tomás Duran is here with us, General Director of Research, Development and Innovation, Scientific Park of Social Innovation in Uniminuto, Bogotá, Colombia. He's also of the UNESCO Alliance, and he is also working in the curriculum in 25 schools, public and private schools. Also going to have 10 minutes to have a dissertation, and then the rest of them are going to see if you can make any questions, mine or the public. 25 minutes total. We can start. Yes, thank you. This is spectacular. Some of my friends told me. If this was a spectacular, it's so much than this. Can you hear me? This is my English is better than my Spanish, but I will try to talk in Spanish, but I believe that I'm in Costa Rica. In a moment to share with you all. I apologize that you were in my workshop before, that it was closed like 20 minutes ago. Some of the information were similar, but also I'm going to talk in a different direction right here. The presentation here is ready. The presentation is ready. Yeah? The Invisible School is a book that I'm writing right now that I haven't launched yet, that I decided to use this name to provoke the subject about the informational and mediatic literacy as a process for long life learning. Here I have two hats. SIGES, that is an organization that I work in Brazil with a curricula that I work with in Brazil as an advocacy, TV, radio, with concentrated and mediatic information, and also co-chairman of the UNESCO Alliance of Mediatic Information and Education. So right now I have the zeitgeist hat. For the ones that don't know what is it, I don't know if there's German people here. Zeist is just gas, like the Poltergeist, the movie, and the Poltergeist is more the devil, and then the zeitgeist is the spirit of the time. The zeitgeist is the contemporary time. Why? I work a lot on my career with this curricula and this school. I am a journalist. I did a master degrees and then a PhD in media education, I decided to talk here and a different thing that is not curricula, more as a provocation for all of you guys. How do we think in the media, take information outside the curricula? After the life goal, the educational for adults, for elderly, how can we think the media information as an element of the contemporary world, of the zeitgeist? That is a term of the philosopher Jonah Herde. So what do we do now with the lifelong learning? I'm going to present this TV show in Brazil, De Futura and the Globo TV, because I thought with Stephen Laftia in Lithuan, I saw this TV show that it was fake news, based on fake news. So I wanted to be not only in the curricula, but also do advocacy, that a lot that I do in the UNESCO in Latin America, that is a global comedy. I would like to be in the culture. Lifelong learning is a synonym of culture. So when we get into the TV, is my objective in the fourth season of the TV season is to bring the subject in a popular way. In radio, you can also find it in YouTube. There's 3 initiatives. I would like to talk more in a conceptual way, what we can consider in Latin America as a culture of learning for long life learning opportunity. And my friend is going to put the emphasis in a numeric way. Look, this castle is, when I ask what do you think about this castle, I don't think people think it's better with a graffiti. They say it is ugly. The reaction that you think is later, because the castle is secular, is from long time ago, but the castle is contemporary. This image that is in Scotland is the real Scotland, represents what is education for all of us, because education in the schools, the traditional curricula has an essence that is traditionalist, to preserve the knowledge, like the castle, preserve the culture of the journey. But the graffiti is different. The graffiti comes and take down the door. It is like a skin on the wall. Is the digital culture, is the media. The graffiti in the walls of the castle is the media, is an enigma. It's an equation that we're here during these 2 days trying to solve. So when we think about education, and only to talk with Ernesto, he made such a great question in the workshop. I believe that it should be central. It's like a conquer of Latin American communities and culture. Education, only the primary section is not only enough. We have to be also overlap the time that will be a synonym of culture. Educational in a non-formal way, it should be massive. The complexity along Edgar Morin, he's a French philosopher, all the elements of the world are interrelated. Therefore, they're part of bigger systems, bigger than themselves. Instead of being objects, they're separated within themselves. What is this? When we tried education, media education, we had like 3 hours. We didn't have enough time to talk about it. It's like an onion. We're going to take out the first skin of the onion, which is the first skin that we talk about long life learning. If we change that model of education that is basic, the school of Frankfurt is too strong in the education of the radio. It's important that we know that they are the antecedents of the mediatic information. We have to talk about them, like Kolchak and Freinet. The French, they're so They're so important. Yes, it's important. Who are there? 1930s, working on the radio, in journalism, in school journalists. Now we see here the network. So also the Gutenberg and Stockbird paradigm. Now Stockbird works with the confusion and segmented education with artificial intelligence. How do we work this with out of school? I like to think in education before the formal education. When we talk about non-formal education or long life learning, we have to think about different roles of education. Mainly in the non-formal education, and the non-formal is more important than the culture, TV, radio, like we spoke at the beginning. This is a provocation. How can we educate to be out of the school? This is the provocation. If we take the Tribune, is the three basic disciplines: the Middle Age, the logic, grammatica, the grammar, and the rhetorics. How can we face complexity, learn to learn? It is very important. Sometimes I send this one for media. Is the one that I launch, is one of my books. And then when we think in education out of the school, we think in this multi-dimensional network, which is the regular school curricula, which is central, and then the digital curricula, and then the studies of the city, the right to learn from your city. Look, all these opportunities that we can use for the media communication to work with us along with this. So here, when we lifelong learning is that each actor of society has a task, not only the teachers, not only the parents or families, but the media. Like in the morning we spoke, like they all have homework, and it has a complexity that each of them have different homeworks. So I'm almost done. You need a whole community to teach one child. This is an African proverb. So in mediatic learning, we need to think about how it takes a community. I like to face technology at this time as a language, not as a tool. I think the translation of the word tool is wrong, because Pierre Levy spoke about a tool. Like Hui talk, we have to create our own technology. Like in Europe, what is the difference between lifelong learning between the formal processes? So in the laws of UNESCO, there is a law that says media education, it doesn't happen only one time. It happens from the cradle to the grave. This is like how Europe oversees the media, information, and education. The lifelong learning is not spontaneous, is not only technical, oriented to work, is not a training, is not a structured either, as we understand it as culture. I'm going to jump this, so this will be the diagram for the culturalization in Europe. You have literacy, digital, citizenship, entrepreneurship, cultural awareness, and expression, like long life activities, mostly adults and elderly, like a right of citizenship. I create projects like this, like they're like a Netflix of interviews that I interview people on demand, so people can see diverse subjects, so elderly and adults can get in there and see whatever they are interested in. Excuse me? Now I'm almost done. What can we leave behind when we talk about culture? I had an example, but I left it down there. It can be a game. It can be a digital game. It can be a radio program. It's like the city gets to the city, it uses the city as a fountain of knowledge. There is a project that is called I Am Me, the city that helps for a literacy process for libraries, plazas. They can teach you, or they can help you among the community and society. So we can talk about critical thinking. They're diverse. And to finish, Richard Saul Wurman said, it was the creator of the TEDx, the TED Talk text. He's 90 years old. He says, when I was a little boy, my father told me that he needed to decorate the encyclopedia. So I needed to find what it has in it. So learn to learn and search for good resources, and those are the homeworks that the schools are not able to do, but in places during life you need to learn how to learn. So I'm sorry if I pass myself for 2 minutes. I have also time to talk to you particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. And we follow with Tomas. I'm not sure if my presentation's there. I'll steal the laser. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for this invitation, Alex. Thank you for the introduction to this subject. My name is Tomas Duran. Like you heard on the introduction, the first scientific park of social innovation in Latin America. It's an experience a very different experience. And we do a lot of research that have to do with these issues. With another hat, like to steal Alex's words, I'm a researcher of literacy, data literacy. I've known him since 2014. We have worked with UNESCO Juntos, and we have been part of many projects. This lifelong learning, it comes in handy because that's what we have been trying to do. When I said trying, it's because it's not a process that's easy. Okay, I'll carry on. Well, first of all, I wanted to summarize the concept that brought us by Alex. Okay. He's the academic and I'm the practice, so I'm going to be doing a summary. I'm not going to do many references. UNESCO, in the first image, finds that this process, it's a cyclical process. Like Alex said, it started in the crib and goes on through school, high school, and all formal education, but also through the spaces that are not formal education, the courses that we do at home, for that curiosity that we have sometimes, the same strategies that the state puts on, or the professional that comes from with the companies. But the most important one is the personal. But we also have other policies to land it on the literacy that need to start to coincide. And look, on the bottom it says access. Here it's information, but then over there it says to media, to technology, or to all those conditions that can be a tool that we don't have on every country. That's what we call the holistic frame of policies. We also see it as a converging approximation, where we start to talk about communication as a right, as a human right, a fundamental right, the access to information as well. And that converges with the other efforts that other organizations are doing. They say that there are policies that are centered in empowering, and we're going to see a little bit more of that, whether it's not the role, and that they're immersed in the society of communication. So now they put an extra challenge to use the communication in society? Do we have equitable access to communication and to technologies? Do we have a field for open communication? We had a panel this morning about alternative media and about all the difficulties that this media has to stay afloat during coffee and these events that I'm quoting Alex a lot. I know him. It's not the exposition. It's what we discuss over coffee and over dinner. It's not easy to have a balance point, and there are many initiatives that you have to access. Universal access to information, public domain information. I don't know if all the countries have this access, in a universal access, and whether it's transparent, and also put some limitants. I don't want to stop on all of them, but there are three that are obvious. These regulations through practices. Aware practices, lack of lobby. I don't know how many of you have knocked on doors of Congress. This morning, we discussed about 2 projects in law positions. There were presentations. They knocked on every door and didn't even go to the first debate. Focus exclusively on the digital. How many policies are very automatic or at a very operational point, and how many are they actually focused on someone to get the algorithm, to get the technology, and to incorporate it, and also to have the state rest? Because when technology, it's your own, the state doesn't have to be the one investing on it. The person is the one that invests as lifelong learning. So that's where we're at. The last one to reflect upon, it has to do with the dichotomy between protectionism and empowering. Okay, there are policies that need to be in place to empower the society. So, okay, open spaces, I assume a role, a challenge to verify the information, to see if this information is true or not, control my aunt, like they were saying, or my friend. Be an actor on this debate to see if this information is actually on real subjects. As one of the studies that was saying, they end up in fighting that no one wants to be part of. We fight with the brother, with the sister, with someone else. Whose responsibility is this? Is from the citizen, from the state, or is it a shared responsibility? We're still in the subject. That's still not clear. I was quoting David Buckingham. It's a very Anglo perspective that the state has to lead, and the continental one says that no, the citizen has to have some tools. So that's where we're at. Okay, I like data. I really like data. Okay, so here is some data that I have from Colombia. So I'm gonna do a teacher because I cannot see. These are real data that we have in Colombia. First, the internet penetration, the official rate, it's 74% of the population in Colombia has access to internet. The 100% of the municipalities, or in 32 departments, they have access to internet, a coverage of 100%. And we're also indexing the digital gap. It has 4 components: digital skills, use, motivation to use, and one that's key, that it's the material access. And look, the data. 100% of the municipalities are connected. 74% of the internet penetration, but the gap, it's 0.41. That's the Gini. The closest to 0, it's better. That's the Gini effect. It means that we have good access, we have good use. When you look at this data, it has the 32 departments. Bogota is not over 0.2. Okay, from Amazonia to the bottom are departments that are very isolated and have an index or a gap that it's higher. What it means that there's a correlation between the material access and the digital skills. And sometimes I say these data don't make any sense if we don't look at it in perspective. These are the results from 2010 to 2020 of one of the policies that are its largest in the country. Computers to teach. One of the indicators is how many terminals are per student in school. In Colombia, we're 4. We're up to 4. I don't know if it's a positive one because we have many years in 4. What does this mean? I don't know if we have the context to understand Colombia as a country that can sustain an autonomous updating in the process of adapting and implementing the digital skills. And now, like I had given you some large data. I'm about to finish. A lot of data, but very concise. These information, I really liked it because it tells us what do we have to do to achieve both. First, to maintain a learning culture, that the educational system responds to the demands that we have to stay up to date. So from the crib, from preschool, to high school, to college, to non-formal education, and it's clear, and the updating processes. So access to internet on schools, 78%. We're talking about 76. In official schools from the state, just 70%. And then the rural schools, only 50%. Well, there are 30% of the schools, but that's not true that we have 100% a coverage or a 76% penetration. How about the COVID? What tells us? Educational physical strategies during the pandemic. With those 3 indicators that we have on the top, 80% of the strategies included physical components, giving material, etc. Digital app strategy, only 63% could have some participation in technology. Then it fell to 52% in the rural schools, and then email strategies were 76% in the cities. Email, we're not talking about a platform, an advanced platform of educational resources, just plain email or WhatsApp. It falls down to 43% when we go to the rural areas. And then the utilization of the platforms on the official platforms of the schools were 60% around the country, and it fell to 43% in the rural areas. That's part of the topics that we need to talk when we talk about the process and long life learning process. And when we check the statistics that were given, I know because I have studied it, I just wanted to give impulse of my country that this is the reality in many countries of the region. And the statistic that we're consuming, it doesn't work to make decisions around this. Okay, we're going to talk about the other process. Let's see the infrastructure. We need to guarantee it. Okay, very quick. These are the results of the tests. Saber 11, which are standardized tests of the end study in the country. In Spain, they call it ESO, and other countries have other names for it. And you're going to see. Okay, here's the pointer. Here are the higher results. So they're in 4 levels: green, orange, red. The critical reading and math have the better results in the country. This is the A calendar, which is the official calendar. When we look at it in the other country, in the other schools, of course it goes up by 11 points in private schools and 13 points in math. English, it goes to the roof, but we're going to focus on the ones that measure media reading and critical reading and the components that could have to do with what we're discussing right now. They're focused on the higher level, but with very little average, and every year it diminishes the ones that have proficient levels. And I'll finish up with this reflection, or with this thought. We do the same exercise in Colombia, like with everyone that has standardized tests and that respond to PISA, which are mostly what we have here, with the competencies of the OPTE and from UNESCO, we can do correlations. And there's a correlation, a positive correlation in critical reading and citizen competency, and also quantitative thought at the tertiary graduates. We also have the technical tests or tasks that are 2 or 3 years of study, and the professional ones, which means, what does it mean? That unfortunately, how people leave or are from school, from high school, also are from college. So it means that there's not a significant transformation in these skills when you finish college. And this is somehow an eye-opener. It could be because of lack of an aware strategic placement, or it could be just because the lack of structure, lack of curriculum that we have. To wrap up and to take advantage of the introduction Alejandra did, we're doing a pilot of the curriculum of the UNESCO for literacy in media that it's destined for educators. This pilot, it's done in 25 schools in the country. Out of those 25, half are public and half are private. And they're in all the departments in the country. We had to do 3 teaching, totally offline, no internet, no access. We had to check around 240 results that the curriculum has in 14 modules, and we cross-checked them with the learning of these schools, also with the national curriculum, and we found that the differences were in what the professor knew what they were going to teach, that they were so big that they didn't allow us to create a standardized instrument to apply in all the schools. Another alert. It doesn't depend on the curriculum, it doesn't depend on a strategy, it depends on the qualifications and the will of the educator. I don't know if that sounds close to your countries, but it's something that we have to take into account when we do public policies, and we have to take this into consideration. These tests, I don't have the stats because it would take me longer, are correlated with the TALIS tests. They're the standardized tests. In the countries that was correlated, Colombia had the lowest point. Argentina, it was Buenos Aires, Mexico, and the rest it was just out of Latin America. We only had a few results over Georgia. Everything else was way below. What we say that we have the highest results in critical lecture, and then you put it into comparison with other standards, the country still has a long way to go. And the policies and strategies have to go through the same table and cannot be separate from basic education. They have to be taken into consideration by colleges and also by the other non-formal educators that we could have in literacy. Thank you. Thank you. We have about 10 minutes to talk. Can I take this from here? Thank you. Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's better, because if not, I can't see anyone. And I wanted to ask you, to me, the topic of misinformation and lack of trust in media, but also in the systems and institutions, it's a problem that we're trying to combat with media literacy and informational literacy. But it also seems like it's an urgent matter. We're talking about that we need a whole life to learn to improve this communication that we have with our society. How do we combine both? How do we accelerate both? How do we do that, and who is in charge of doing that? Thomas was mentioning it. What's the responsibility of the individual, and how do we have to reclaim to the institutions and also to the giants and the monsters that we have behind to Facebook, Twitter. Who's responsible? And how do we accelerate that process of education in media? The question is for the both of you. Should I start? Well, we talk about today a lot, and tomorrow for sure, about alliances, about relations, about coalitions. There's an answer that comes from you, not from me. What are we doing here? We're doing alliances. Why did I choose TV? To start with, 43 years old as a TV host. Why? Because in Brazil, 74% of the population were informed about COVID in open television. So we have to face how complex that the digital are over there, but the traditional media is still very active. When we talk, Maria Fernanda, about a process that is from the cradle to the grave, it doesn't mean that it's only at the tomb that we have the answer. The process is long and throughout life, but if it's not updated, that process all the time, in a year, it's outdated. It's old. So the lifelong learning is, okay, how social transformation moves in the speed. We also have to learn at that speed. An example that we have in Europe, it's from Estonia. Estonia that was digitalized brutally in 20 years. From 2000 to 2020, it was digitalized. There was a curriculum that was corresponding to technology in Estonia. The use of blockchain, the use of artificial intelligence, creating bots, and it was, you can vote from your computer. You vote from your computer. So there's a society that has to be developed, and then there has to be a response at the same speed and the same length of time. In Latin America, okay, look at Uruguay. There's someone from Uruguay. They know that they have the CEPAL, which it was very fast to COVID response. All of the media response and education of COVID was faster than other Latin American countries. So they have that example in Europe and a Latin American example. Thank you. And Tomas, can you please take that same lead about the examples of something that has worked well, that has accelerated this process and has had an impact? Well, yeah, I think that there are many examples, but I'm going to summarize. The first, to accelerate, it's stop doing just by doing. Sometimes we just do to do. I need that you do this, that you put this law, that you include it. And sometimes when we take those decisions lightly, we invest resources swiftly, and the result is small. And that's an example of what not to do. It happened to Portugal, a big country with a strategy of 1-to-1 that we were seeing there. That Colombia was 4-to-1. Portugal invested a lot to 1-to-1. One computer for one student, but not a policy of appropriation. They lost a huge amount of equipment and there was no rechange, so they had to invest twice and lose time that was valuable within these types of strategies. So I responded with an example of what not to do. Okay, let's move on to what to do. The most important, it's to make networks and alliances that break that academic discussion. I think that's the way to go, and the way that we can talk with the industry, with the practice, and that could reach to a broader audience. It's going to be easier. There was a discussion with Alex with someone that I don't recall their name, but I remember their face, and I'm very embarrassed. And we were talking about the information up to that point, or where does it go? Do they believe it? If you check the memes after every false information, that lack of information or misinformation that you almost think it's ridiculous that no one believes it, it's evident that there's a reaction of the society and there's a reaction of the users and that they're not eating. But look at the format where they're presenting this. In Colombia, there's an initiative that it's in various media. It's called Vera. It's an example of what works. It's very effective. They publish all the time the news that were or were not true, and that's one of the key subjects of the discussion. And this goes beyond fact-checking. Media education, it's not just fact-checking that we have big initiatives for fact-checking. Fact-checking depends on someone to do it or a skill that you put to work, but there are many other elements. Many other examples that have to do with associations, and the problem is that they don't have a voice. They're accelerators, but they don't have a stage like this, or a stage where they can actually talk to the people who do the policies so that they're more efficient. That's the challenge, to put it in public debate. And it's good to make these types of events because it strengthens and collaborates to put it on stage as a discussion of the politicians, of the companies, organizations. Even there was someone who was talking about a startup about accounting and digital media. At first I was like, it doesn't have to do with this, but then I realized that it has all to do with this. The industry has to go into these subjects. Okay, I'll stay with that need to create alliances and to respond at the same speed as everything moves forward that Thomas was saying. To break the endogamy about the academic discussion to action, but we're not going to have questions at this moment, but you can reach out to them between today and tomorrow. Thank you, Alexander, and thank you, Thomas, for joining us today.
Thank you very much. You're very good in Spanish. Okay, so we continue in our next talk. I'm going to call Beatriz Quesada, Info Activism. She's going to talk to us about that and how we can organize social civil societies to fight misinformation and also hate speech. Thank you for being here, Beatriz. A round of applause for Beatriz. Hello, thank you so much. I have to confess, I'm a little nervous. I never talk in an audience so big as this. And then number two, we're a little bit tired, and I'm gonna be super punctual and brief, and mainly tell you a story. Mainly for what we have talked or worked with. Info activism is it's like a project and a strategy, an advocacy of science to put a strategy communication for social change. Then a strategic communication for social change. The presentation, how can we do this? Oh, I have a remote now. Thank you. Okay. Now, this is a project and also a strategy of our ecosystems are mainly activism groups and social organizations that they dedicate to strengthen and accompany the other civil society organizations, as well as activists and activist journalisms. We work in social TIC to respond misinformation and disinformation at hate speech. It is we are an organization that we worked 10 years ago already, and strengthens and working with civil society organizations to strengthen these capacities. And what do we do? Mainly, we have 3 programs here: info activism and methodology, school of data, the use of data for social impact, and then digital security, more, set up for more journalists to strengthen these capacities and these skills in the context that can be difficult here, Latin American contexts. So here, now, I'm going to talk about how, from our experience, we can interlace the misinformation and how can we respond to that, how we can work along organizations. We have found there is a very important overlap with the hate speech, specifically directed to vulnerable groups in society. Very well. I would like to share what we have worked in the last few years, which is on this line. We have called it the analysis of social listening. What is the analysis of social listening? It's a methodology that we are developing from social listening. It is just an adaptation what the brands do from marketing to understand the reputation from a brand, but we want to use it to diagnose or to have a proximity and a narrative of the social importance of the matter. We have worked with all this with a lot of social resources, like abortion groups and also LGBTQ plus community groups. Okay, excuse me. How do we do analysis of social listening? First of all, we do it in collaboration with the associations, and we want to create a trust bond and also support, so our work can help other organizations to focalize or concentrate better their efforts. Well, basically, our first objective is that one. This type of interventions, we do it with an organization as a partnership. Once we generate this contact, we establish this contact when we do like a diagnose of their communication channels of this organization, digital channels that they receive, also hate speech and attacks, cyber attacks. And then from there, we will different type of analysis, like quantitative tools like scrapping and data, like some platforms of social media. All this with the opportunity to get the major data. As a group, we have also the access to some tools that not always are reachable for all the organizations. So, as I was saying, we use different techniques to increase and support data, and we set up the objectives related with the organization. Some of them want to talk about the conjunction, some of them want to talk more about historic line of their company, and then depending on a group of words, a group of narrative. So then, and something important here is that we try to create like a mapping of the audiences that they consider that are related to them and receiving the messages they want to inform. So we quantified and classified all these topics. Once we have all this analysis done, normally we try to do like, classification of it. In this case, the example is, you can find this in protege.a. This typology or type is developed and work together with activisms and social and human rights organization. It goes beyond from misinformation situations, but also distribute of content is also present in there. In this case, and this purple frame, it tells us that it's a human attack. So the main issue is not the technical component of it. You also will see there's different attacks. There can be human attacks or vulnerability in the technical way. So this has helped us a lot to work among organizations. We consider this is a great practice to create this type of typologies. They're very descriptive, this in a description way. They can be more used in the practice. Sometimes it's hard to name all these things in this measure, this matter that we can create this description or make a description of a phenomenon that is not confused with other things. You can have a better proximity and diagnose to go over the solutions. So that was an example. Our proposal, general proposal, after we do what we call the analysis of social listening, this will be more than narrative intervention. It will be more resume in 3 steps. Each step has additional steps. As a time matter, I'm only going to cover these 3. And the first part is exactly the knowing that we have the diagnosis based on social data. We start, how can we design strategies to find different narratives? For example, if the narrative is fear, what is this fear component? To whom is directed? Who received this information, misinformation related with fear? And find these key components that are creating toxicity for some audiences. From here is where all the data that we collected can help us for step number 2. We use a lot of analysis of data, like quantitative and qualitative analysis of data. So we can put it all together in anagrams and combination of words. Like the text analysis is very complex in terms of analysis of data. So what we're interested about is what is the discriminatory language or some type of narratives that can be disruptive. So this is translated in a combination of words depending on the subject that we're talking. I'm going to give you a more concrete example. Some consulting that we did before that and then a narrative that we ended up finding after this analysis. And one advantage to do this type of proximity work is that at the end of it, we have the digital tools to do finding of impact metrics. They're very difficult to define, and also to define the amount of interactions that they have in social media. Their aspects are qualitative from these experiences that we can take along as learning processes, that also how these organizations from the civil society allow to give tools to other groups that are sympathize with activism to be able to take these initiatives as their own, that we are helping to teach each other. What we're trying at the end, maybe they're not going to get in an argument in social media. Some of them do it, but also they have more like an activism vein between the sympathizers of some activities and organizations of civil society, and they take them as their own. And then there might not be a whole organization called itself, but maybe they're in this democratic way of being a positivism person or organization. I wanted to show this case. This is a case of success. Maybe the numbers don't sound like very great or fabulous. It's not that they reach out like millions of people, well, maybe some thousands of people. But we believe this is a subject that can crystallize or bring to the table that disinformation can spread hate speech and misinformation in the city of Mexico. I will tell you some information about the context. In this case, the context is that in 2019, in a parliament exercise that was open, it was like this exercise to get to civil society organizations to present some initiatives. Some of them were, taking the initiatives, and some of them not. The initiative was passing a bill that was proposed to help the trans people that were minor of 18 years old, so they can rectify their birth chart. And then the story before that is that if they were already old enough, they can do that more in the civil register. They can do that themselves. But the problem, there were minors. They didn't have access to do that because they were minors. So before that, I can say that they need to go in a trial. Then at the end they changed the trial because it wasn't so doable because they will have to bring people to get into treatments and medical exams, so they put the trial outside. So I like to say that the media coverage was like the trans kids, and they were talking about like mutilation and child abuse and child and it kind of elevate the concern and worry about the situation of the minor trans people in Mexico. There was a lot of misinformation from the parliament. There were more conservative visions and digital platforms, and there is information from the past that there's some channels that they dedicate themselves to attack people from the LGBTQ plus community to promote more hate speech, and they attack them, blaming them about child abuse and all that. So I know that you might be thinking, okay, gender and all those subjects that are very hasty, but from different platforms and from different profiles that were public profiles, the authentic channels of information, like legit people and institutions and platforms that people will listen to them. Some of them were legit, some of them were, we don't know so much, but they were like, creating more like moral panic, mistrust against the legislation that was proposing this new bill. So when we did the analysis, it was the main narrative was to protect the children. So the narrative were all the adverse situations that this situation will bring along. It was just a change in the birth certificate. It has no impact in anything else. It was only more like an office change in their birth certificate. Nobody was going to touch nobody's hair or body or anything. It was just on their birth certificate. And this process, it can also be reversible if they wanted to change it back. So I have to mention that if they wanted to reverse that, they also can go and undo it. There's no limit in the times that you can just undo that. So there was an imbalance, very strong imbalance of those narratives. So that was the diagnosis. So with all this hate speech that were circulating is because they were saying that the organizations were trapped. They didn't have, until that moment, the funds to generate real response that was easy to share and what the bill and the law said or it didn't said. So, because sometimes what happens is that the language of the lawyers is difficult to translate to the civil society, to the regular citizens. So this is something that we work on with this organization. So what we did at the end was like, we did not invent, hot water. It was something very simple. We generate content on the platforms, Facebook. So we help them to point out what were the principal myths people had. This organization coming to us that they try to tell the truth differently, making the internal analysis because they had a lot of legal content, they had a lot of spinning in order to express and explain something that was crucial to explain it differently, because it was vital to them to understand that the law bill, it was only to rectify a birth certificate, only the paper. So this is the gallery that we use. The design, it wasn't us, it was more a proposal from the organization. But what we work is to synthesize the myth versus reality. It was like an exercise of fact-checking what the initiative said. And then interesting part of this, in order to analyze the data, is that they had a different speeches. They were kind of like against each other, not only the conservative, but also the feminist groups, some of the realms of the feminist groups, not all of them. So, well, at the end, creating the metrics and the evaluation in quantitative terms, in the interaction, this content was triplified on the social media channels, mainly on Facebook was the principal channel. Not only that, but also was able to break this barrier and jump through a different phase. There was like a replica of this gallery, reposting of this content that we created with different graphics. It was also hugged by this community of influencers. They didn't have it like clear about what was the legal implications of it, but all the noise that it was created in relationship of this initiative, it was hard work to simplify it, and the bigger gap was between the civil society organization and in terms of public economic and public politics, and then also more the organizations that have like more pop media, that they have allies, that it was a hard work for them to be connected between each other. So this is just a small case, and then I didn't want different tools, relationship with the objectives, so related with the content that we need to analyze, imagery, copy and text, comments. So what we try to do is to work among the organizations in a more customized way. And then the analysis of data has like more complex tools. We work in alliances with them and explain the process to them. And on our area of data analysis, the idea is to work with tools that are more accessible and free tools to teach these organizations to do a replica of these methodologies with the tools that they have on reach. So that will be the subject. And then we have like a year and a half after that. These are the notes about the complementary analysis that we have done. On the same line, and I'm going to close shortly, sorry. There is a lot that we can continue sharing. I wanted to do just a small story. If you are interested in this subject, we can share the data with you, the visualization and the conclusions and all the narrative that we created. So just reach out to me if you're interested. Thank you, Beatrice. Well, at any time you have drink a journalism beer, or you have a playlist from journalism, this person teaches how we can have this Costa Rican journalist and all known from the Collective Communication School. Welcome, Ernest. Ernesto Núñez Chacón.
Well, news phobia, that disgust to the news. That happens when journalism is so boring that even the same journalists fall asleep reporting. This is a real image, and if you Google it up, it's not the only one going on. And it's one thing that's going on around the world. 40% of teens in the UK have no interest in news. 41% says that because they're boring, 23% says because they're little to non-relevant, and 11% because all are the same. In the US, 50% of the US consume news by YouTube, but 6 out of 10 teens go to celebrities and influencers to get information than to newspaper channels. Latin American doesn't escape this problem unless someone here can tell me that in the morning they say, oh, what a glorious morning to read some news. Or they finish a newscast, what a wonderful experience, I cannot wait to watch this news show again. Someone? No, I don't think so. Okay, that happens because informing oneself, it's a task, and no one likes to do homework. Our job as journalists should be moving from this to this. That's how the consuming journalism should look like. The journalism will be bleeding out of audience and funding up to that moment, and when something bleeds out, it's because it dies. And if journalism wasn't necessary for society, then I would say just let it lie. They made all the changes they need to do, but it's necessary because there's always a difference between opinions and journalism. There's always a difference between there's going to be the need to have different opinions and take them to precision, context, public interest, and balance. It means two sides of the coin. If not, journalism disappears. If journalism sources disappear, substitution from journalism to opinion, there will be no problems to decide journalism sources, but also propaganda sources. That's what happens when you take journalism and put it with opinions, propaganda. Journalism, it's a yawn. And one of the solutions, or there are several, attractive and sustainable journalism. That's the premise of the Double Traction, which is one of the media and agency that I funded and run media that mixes research journalism with humor in games, gamification. We have gamed media, especially to cater the needs of youth, from radio theater to TV, game show, comics, jingles, beers, parties, jingles, songs, etc. And as an agency, we have applied that experience in gamification to produce content that is strategic for other commercial and social brands of public and private sector that want to take their content that is from public interest and take them to the audiences. Our formula, it's research, journalism, humor, and gamification. And that has managed to create engagement, shift, and funds. In this presentation, I'll show you some examples so that you can see evidence that the formula works. It can be a route or to find sustainability in journalism. One of the vehicles in journalism that we created was a game show in television to cover the election in Costa Rica in 2018. It was a game show where 5 young people from different backgrounds, ideologies, from communism to neoliberalism came to the show, and they tested how informed they were to vote through games. And when were tested amongst each other, they tested the candidates that came to the show. The problem was that there was a 40% of the voters that was young, but no one was creating content for young people. So we started trivialization, that it's like trivia as in guessing. It's not about trivial, but making it trivia or guessing game. And those mechanics are the games that were on trend at that moment. Okay, for example, in the segments of gaming, we had Trivia Pong, which was an adapting of beer pong. Don't do that face because you know what I'm talking about. So whoever lost in Trivia Pong had to answer a question, and this one was about the fiscal situation of the country. Okay, this what looked for was to solve the lack of context and identify our voids in information. Many of us vote about what we think that works for us, but we have no context or what's the current status of the country. So, okay, we also gamified or trivialized My Little Bottle because it was about a pineapple, because it was about the environmental approach of the pine companies in Costa Rica. So, if my partner didn't know the answer, they had to shoot them, and they were the ones that were wet, chubby bunny, and then at the desk or the sofa, like a psychoanalysis, they psychoanalyzed the candidates. So this is the former president. So we played a version of Never Have I Ever. It was just a matter of having the candidates as players, and they don't position themselves on topics. So what a better way to have them to commit that with a dynamic that forces them to commit to a topic or a subject. Okay, for example, okay, I am on pro-abortion or not so. So this product, we managed to fund it in a budget of over $100,000, and we doubled our social media followers. We had the interviews in the digital versions. They doubled the numbers than the traditional means with the same candidates. It was about transmedia broadcast, and we managed all of this with an ideology balance, giving a leadership and putting young people in the center of the program. So we had these dolls that were satires of one of the candidates, and on that part there was some information on the research that we had done. So these had different costumes that were about the results of our research. The beer also was a journalism mean. These are the candidate beers that we just released for the past presidential election. One design for each candidate. Yeah, we had 25 candidates, and on the ingredients there were the amount of proposals that each of them had in their government plans for the 14 topics that are the most concern of the in the country. A lot of Costa Rica. Welcome to Costa Rica, I know. So the problem is very clear. 25 candidates, 3,500 pages of a plan. In an ideal world, everyone should read all that to see who do we vote for. So who votes for someone who they don't know? So it's like drinking something without the ingredients. Boop. That's where the idea came from. Okay, what about if it was literal? So we ludified a product like the beer, and in journalism, like, okay, the products use journalism to position themselves. So in the other way around, we use the product to position journalism, taking advantage that in Costa Rica there's a high intake of alcohol. Okay, under the premise of read the ingredients before drinking your candidate. So that's one of the labels. This one was from the one for our current president. It had 0% for indigenous communities, 3 for youth. These we did an alliance. First, we looked for a foundation that was interested in these topics, and we did the research for the foundation, where we took one proposals of the 3,500 pages of plans from the candidates, and then we did the research of the beers, like crafted beers. It's still circulating in case that you still want to drink your candidates. I don't know if you want to promote alcohol, but well, Costa Rica. Okay, we managed to sell over 300 units in the Central Valley. It was a Christmas gifts. There were candidates that ended up using them on their videos. We managed more than $8,000 in advertising because it was around the country, and we ran out of beer. At the beginning, we knew that we had some capacity or certain capacity, and we reached it. They were very intense. We didn't know. All of this managing to balance journalism, because all of the candidates were part of the process. So these candidates were not relevant. We managed to take them all into consideration. So that's a live of one of the former candidates, and we also did a satire, a non-alcoholic one that was iced tea with Jamaica. It was a satire with the same ingredients. Another means it's poop, but not literally poop. In this case, it's a platform, Wakala Detector. It was called Shit Detector, but it was censored. So what we do is detect that journalism that it's so bad that smells like because there are means that are called themselves as journalists, but they don't fit in the principles of quality of journalism: balance, precision, context, and public interest. So we grade them to Wakala, and biological weapon. So we took arts like this on our social media, where we explain how someone missed the mark of the journalism principles, that is connected to an app, so people can sign petitions so that they can correct and so that those don't fall into that mistake again. We have about 100 citizen requests that are sponsored, and also Wakala detectors that are citizens, that are leaders. Another gamified journalism detector or mean has been, this one is from us as agency. We produce this for the Presidential Commissioner of Afro-Descendants. They did a research on the gap of the African Costa Rican population, which had made them more vulnerable for the pandemic. So we did an interactive video where you choose your own adventure. Okay, so you move on from choices, and there were 3 characters, superheroes that would combat COVID mutation, Pokemon-like. I'm so sorry that it didn't display, but it was very nice. I love it. They combat a mutation, and they would have to choose who to combat according to the stats of each character, and on each cycle there were different stats like stamina, but we switched it to the gaps in education, in job options. The most effective jobs where more African Costa Rican descendants worked. And another toy, another meme that we used as game was toys. This is a broad sense of toy. Okay, Solution Center, that is part of the psychologist school. They were interested in creating a product to diffuse tools to descale a discussion. So we created a kit of stickers to descale discussions that were to download on WhatsApp, because the family groups on WhatsApp start to fight. So we made a satire, and each of those stickers is a tool. Okay. So the power jams that are celebrating the agreements that we reached, because it's reaching out to a successful agreement. It's like a saga. This is for a campaign that they have for a website about information rights. It was dead, the website. So they wanted to reach the niche of different communities and local communities with forums of those communities. So we inspired on the little tweeties that they share, these tweeties like "Good morning, neighbors." We wanted to do tweeties taking advantage of those good mornings with pieces of information on the campaign, and that they could link it to downloads of a tool. So these communities, there were about 50 downloads of those materials to present information requests or legal tools to defend rights, etc. This was for the University of Costa Rica. The Juncos are games where different countries in Costa Rica participate. They did some interviews to one of the athletes, and they asked how to create a product that could create engagement with the people. So, because I see whoever, Jane Doe, why would I read an interview of someone that I don't know unless I love Juncos or love the sport? So what we created was a test. So we took all the interviews and created a personality test that in that moment was very popular. Do the quiz of what character from Friends I am. So the people took the quiz and checked which one of the athletes that was representing them was closest to their personality, and along the test they started to have those pieces of information from the interviews. This quiz, for example, had at least on Facebook or something. And this was a virtual walk to defend the college funding. A lot of students could not go because it wasn't, they didn't have any permission. They had to be on lessons. So we had a virtual walk where they could follow the stream by tweets, and they were following this walk. So about 1,000 people was part of this walk. Having 1,000 young people be part of this walk, it's a success because it's difficult to engage. So this formula has presented evidence of engagement, change, and funds, and that's exactly what we want to do at Doble Tracción as an alternative, sustainable journalism. So you can call me maybe in case that you want to pitch in or help us. Thank you, Ernesto. You were 20 minutes to the dot. Federico and Federico, I'm calling you up here.
They're coming perfect. We call Federico and Federica. because they're here. Now, thank you. We're here. After this presentation, we can only lift it up with Federico and Federica. That presentation was massive. We should come before you. That presentation was so good. We'll try to do our best. We brought you a game. But maybe you can stand up a little bit, so we'll do a selfie. Stand up because we're also falling asleep. Leah, I see you. I see you, Leah. Okay, I know you. Elias, I see you. Como the song of Bad Bunny. Let's take a selfie. Okay, come. Come right here. We're gonna do a selfie. 1, 2, 3. DCN. Okay, hold on. Now it's Parkinson's shaking hand. And now, somehow we kind of awake here. Let's have a conversation. Production. The slides to the beginning. I'll do it. Excellent. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Federica. It's a pleasure to be here with you. We have a dynamic that is a little bit different, which is social media against humanity. This is not conspiracy. I am ambassador of an internet account that the Hispanic parlante has issues of digitalization and the governance of internet, that the documents are not in our native language is a barrier. So social media, what is social media against humanity? Is our response about these questions. Who decides what needs to be on social media or what it needs to be removed from social media? Who is in charge of this homework? Be the moderator. Is it possible to establish a global consensual? So social media against humanity, it is just more like a game that is allow us to talk about content moderation online in a different dynamic, because Federico and I were going to be moderators and you are the ones that are going to facilitate and modify this dynamic. Before this, the rules and the games that we're going to do, the proposal for this game is more about the moderation of digital content in the media. We will going to use like fake news or fake facts and also real stuff that are also happening. It can be provocative content or difficult to discuss from some, but there is nothing is inappropriate. None of these subjects have any DCN interest or DCN Global, any of the internet ambassadors, none of the point of views have to be related with them. So this is more like a disclaimer. This is a safe space, so we don't tolerate no racism or harassment. Also because I explain all that because we also play it online. So the game is very simple. And the reality is that you are all almighties, and you can do whatever you want with the digital content in the internet. So you're going to have in one tweet, and a determined tweet is going to be justified in the aleatory way. So there is one savage tweet like Pokemon. Maybe you can't read it. Tell us if you can't read it. But this content has 4 options. When you see it, it has 4 options that you can click on accept, and they're going to make a decision here based on these 4 editions. You can accept the tweet, and then going to show you, okay, vaccines are bad. My friend, after a doses, he was completely sick. You can accept the tweet or not. Remember, you're God Almighty, or you can warn about this tweet. The content is not going to be removed, but it's going to jump a warning like this one to the person. And then the content, the third option is the content is going to be removed. If you consider that it shouldn't be there, you're going to take it out of the platform. And then also you can condemn the person that published the content is going to be reported to the authorities. So you have all that power on your hands in an instance of a click. Let's go into the app, Mentimeter app. You're going to see the images. These 4 options are going to show, and then you're able to see it in the next slide, the results. I don't see the code. Okay. So little advices. We're going to show you 5 cards. It will be 1 minute to vote and 1 minute to discuss results. Someone wants to raise a hand and talk about something, you're welcome. Don't think a lot about the answer. Nothing is right or wrong here. It's just a game. We're going to be an open mic for just a few minutes because we're running late with the time. There's not winner or losers, but you're going to get extra points if you mention us in social media and DCN Global Net, ambassadors of internet, and the small hashtag that we create for that. And this slide is important that you make extra points, but there's no prizes. But it makes no sense because there's no prizes. Then when they ask for a prize, then we have to run. Have to escape. Okay, let's do a tryout. Let's do a test. Take out your dispositive here. Your go into menti.com. Menti as Mentimeter. Menti.com. Go into menti.com. It's going to ask you for a code. The code is the one that shows here. 84057124. Nope. Who does not have internet? 84057124. So people that don't have internet can raise their hands, and we'll just do on-flight online, so we can do a hybrid. So you get in. The other ones are able to get in. You see that card over there? Can you read? I know this is not a popular opinion, but I don't like ice cream. I rather eat fruit. That's just a test. So you have options. You can accept the options, and then for the results, I believe that is the S or I don't know. You might want to try to touch the S for the results.
¿No? Excelente, no hay problema. Me encanta. Nada, solucionado acá. Vamos a poner una.
This is live. It's happening live. Okay. That was a test. We're going to continue with the next one. So this is how we start. This is Brittany in Instagram. And update of this very high magnitude earthquake in Mexico. She told everyone that you shouldn't play bags on the earthquakes. They shouldn't done that. We are all energy. They shouldn't play with that. You think that she said she's against earthquake simulations. Do you vote that should be removed or? No. Have you tried to give reboot it? Have you tried to reboot it? Yeah, it's not working. Can you see it on your phone? The graphic? Okay, now we're going to integrate you in the offline modality. We were testing you. So now we're going to continue. Have you read the tweet correctly? The first option, who accepts this tweet and leave it as it is? Raise your hand. The tweet that says that there shouldn't be earthquake simulations because you attract the energy. We are energy. If you do simulations, then you're going to attract those events. So that's the response. It should be accepted. Raise your hands. Accept. Removed. It should be removed. Who will remove this tweet? Who will send an alert, but it will not remove it? And who will send Brittany to jail? Why would you send Brittany to jail? She's a danger for society. People creating believe in those things, and you're getting prepared for earthquake, and people believe in those things. But when you see the user, she's like, I am energy. I don't believe that she's a real person. The tweet is just like a joke, memes. Two different opinions. Two different opinions. Okay, the next news. This is like Argentinians know it and the rest of Latin America. News of Argentina. Bajo Argenta, Bajo. We can tell you all the details of the trial of attempt against Cristina Fernandez here. And then Julian Perez no anyone. I don't know you, but if I was me, I wouldn't miss to shoot that corrupt lady. Not about the news, just the comment of this person. Who will accept that comment? Who will accept that? No, have no fear. There's no good or bad. Excellent. We're moderators. Who will remove it? Okay. Who will put an alert, like sensitive content? Who will condemn to Juli? Who will condemn the author? Here's another person. Here's another person. On this side, I want to see. You will condemn to Juli? No, I don't know him. This is all fake. Words are actions. Words are actions. That's a punchline. Who accepted? You accepted. Why did you accept it? Because it's just an opinion. He's not making a threat. He's just making an opinion. Excellent. Free speech. Freedom of speech. The third one. Here's some resentful young person with the ex-partner. I saw that my ex was ghosting me. She blocked me all over. I left you with her contacts and her address. Who understands that this post can be accepted and it should be online? Raise your hand. No one will accept this post. I saw this person like a timid person. Sorry, I can't translate that because I can't hear. Yeah, the data will be exposed. Who understands that this post should be removed? Be as an alert, sensitive content? You will put an alert on it. And who will put him in jail? Okay. You are all lawyers here. Who will initiate a claim against? What would you put him in jail? Tell me. Misogynist. Nobody gives you the right to place personal information from other person or woman. Perfect. Nobody votes for accept. Fede, please switch. Okay, this is the last one. We'll celebrate this one. This is the fourth post. Non-wish pregnancy, non-desired pregnancy. How can you use misoprostol pills so you can have an abortion? And there's a guide here how to do it. Who accepts this post?
Okay. ¿Quién lanza un warning?
Who will throw a warning?
Una alerta.
Who will remove it?
Okay.
Who will condemn it?
Fíjate que eso es difícil porque muchas personas hemos tenido
This is a difficult one. It's a controversy. These are all controversial subjects, yeah? Fede, I would like to keep it in here, to close up here and close it and have an open mic. This was the open mic time, but we don't really have it. But then this is what this game is about. And the idea of this year is to create a toolkit so people can use it in the schools as an icebreaker activity, create arguments about digital content and how difficult it is to regulate it, because people that come from different countries or convictions or cultural issues see a woman breastfeeding. For some people will want to remove it, and people that are more neoliberal don't make any sense to them. I invite you to follow us on social media. If you want to get to know more about this game, go into this barcode on our social media against humanity, find us. We hope we can play again and that you like it. We're going to be outside if you want to give us some feedback. Thank you. Thank you so much. You were 20 minutes sharp. Congratulations. We have to abandon the room now. This will be all for today. Federico and Federica, they're people, they're very accessible people. Try to keep the conversation going with them. Tomorrow we have a long day tomorrow, so I assume that the buses are outside, correct? The buses are outside, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Thank you.